Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku had a stockpiling quirk? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 1. Story start, Quirk Doctor's Office. Well now, this is a bit unusual. The doctor stated as he looked over the results of a BLD test a nurse had just given him. Unusual how? Inko Midoriya asked, nervously fretting with her hands while her son Izuku sat beside her, eyes bright with anticipation. Your quirk is a minor telekinesis while your husband's is fire breath, correct? The doctor asked, and at Inko's nod he continued, your son's quirk factors came back positive for both emitter and internal types, more specifically the stockpile subsection. I believe your son's quirk allows him to storage things then eject them at a later time. Might be able to store his own energy for later use as well, though that will certainly be harder to prove. For now though, the storing of physical objects is certainly easy to test. Standing up, the man walked over and kneeled to be eye level with Izuku and held his pen out to the boy as he said, Izuku, I want you to take this pen and picture it going to a box only you can reach. Izuku reached forward and took the pen in his own hand and placed the tip against the palm of his other one. He frowned in concentration and the pen began to sink into his hand only to stop an inch in. Izuku's face screwed up and reddened in effort before he slumped and the pen popped back out as he complained, it won't go all the way in. The doctor hummed and said, it's possible that your storage space is rather small due to your young age. It could grow either as you get older or practice with it, likely both. Rubbing his chin, he continued, because it is not something physical, if you are indeed able to store energy for later use, I do not believe you would have that problem when doing so. Izuku nodded, frown going back to one of concentration. A few moments later, Izuku held his hand up to his face and a grin broke out as his hair was ruffled without him touching it, and he said, I could store some air though, that can be packed so that more can be stored than something solid, right? Indeed, Izuku. Good job of thinking of that so quickly, the doctor said with a nod of approval, Inko grinning down at her child as well. The mother-son pair spent another 5 minutes with the doctor before they left the room. As the door closed, the doctor mused to himself, that boy is going to be one to keep an eye on in the future. Time skip, the next school day recess. Izuku grinned as he ran up to his friend and said, Kaken, guess what? We figured out my quirk. All of the kids on the playground grew silent at that even as Katsuki Bakugo turned around with a raised eyebrow, crossing his arms as he asked, oh yeah? And what would that be, huh? Grin growing, Izuku said, it's a stockpiling quirk. Katsuki scoffed and said, yeah right, neither of your parents have a quirk like that? Sneering he shoved Izuku to the ground and said, stop lying to make us think you aren't quirkless, Deku. All of the other students laughed and Izuku felt tears prick at his eyes. Worse, the teachers watching didn't appear to be about to do anything. As all of the other kids walked away throwing insults over their shoulders at him, Izuku came to a decision. If they would rather insult him than believe him, then they weren't people he should try to be friends with. Instead, he would just prove them all wrong when he became a hero. Time skip, 10 years later. Green eyes narrowed as they watched a new heroine with a gigantification quirk not only interrupt the capture of a giant villain by an already on-site hero but also slam said villain into a building doing severe damage to it. The observer flipped to a new page in his journal and quickly drew the purple and tan-clad blonde before both writing and muttering to himself, gigantification quirk has a complete disregard for keeping collateral damage to a minimal. As the heroine introduced herself as Empty Lady while showing off her, assets, Midoriya's frown grew and he continued, makes inappropriate puns and takes inappropriate poses. Preliminary conclusion, became a hero for fortune and fame rather than a longing to help others. Ergo, not a proper hero. The person next to the writer laughed and asked, not a fan of the new girl on the block then, kid? Izuku Midoriya looked up from his notebook, polite enough to look at the man with plus sign growths on his head, purely cosmetic or emitter points, and said, disregarding her interrupting the fight when Kamui Woods had everything handled, there was no reason to slam the villain into the building when a simple leg sweep or grapple could have subdued him with far less damage to the surrounding infrastructure. The man scratched at his chin as he said, suppose you have a point there. Nodding to the now-closed notebook which was titled Quirk and Hero Analysis Journal number 15, he asked, planning to take a shot at being a hero yourself in the future? Izuku grinned and said, yes sir, I'm hoping to be in UA or Shiketsu next year. Aiming high aren't we? The man asked before he grinned and said, well good luck kid. Izuku smiled and said with a nod, thank you sir. His watch then beeped as an alarm rang, and Izuku let out a soft but heartfelt shoot. As he stuffed his journal into his book bag he said, sorry about this sir, but I really need to get going before I'm late for class. Yeah, we don't want that now do we? See ya kid? The man asked, waving as Izuku turned and bolted. Scene change, Aldra Junior High, Izuku's class. The homeroom teacher held a stack of papers in his hands as he said, alright kids, today we're supposed to talk about career paths. But I think we all know what you all want to be, heroes? The class cheered and started showing off their quirks. Izuku mostly ignored the hubbub, rolling his eyes at Bakugo's arrogant statements. But then he heard the teacher say that he was aiming for UA or Shiketsu. As the class went dead silent, Izuku looked up from the bit of homework he was checking over and nodded to the teacher as he said, yes sir. The teacher studied Izuku for a long moment before he shrugged and said, well, good to be ambitious I suppose. He turned his gaze back to the paper in his hand and continued, and you do have a few other schools besides those two as backups so you're covering all of your bases at least. Izuku ignored the not-so-quiet whispers about how a quirkless kid couldn't make it into a hero school. Harder to ignore was Bakugo's outburst and Izuku quickly shifted his homework out of the path of Bakugo's explosive palm slap. Where do you get off with applying to UA? I'm the only one from this school worthy to go there. You trying to mess with my origin story? Izuku stared coolly at Bakugo for a moment before he said, I don't give a rat's but about your origin story Bakugo. The hand under his desk came out holding a sparking hand taser and he continued, and if you don't back the F off, I'm going to zap you with this nice new toy I got right in the ballsack. Considering you just tried to destroy my homework and are threatening me, I'm pretty sure I can go with a claim of self-defense. The entire class went still for 10 seconds before one of the kids in the back quietly said, Timon dude. Bakugo was meanwhile eyeing the sparking piece of machinery that was very close to his breaths before he growled out, this isn't over. As he began stomping back to his own desk, Izuku turned off the taser and used the act of putting it up his sleeve to hide him storing it back into his stockpile quirk. The teacher coughed into his fist and did his best to move things along. Much as he'd like to berate Izuku for what just happened, tasers were allowed under self-defense rules. So long as the person with the taser didn't use it without being provoked, they were in the clear, and Bakugo was being pretty DMN provoking. Time skip, end of school day. Avoiding Bakugo was a fairly simple affair, in theory if not practice. The moment the bell had rung, Izuku had jumped to his desk top then hopped/ran over the ones between him and the door before slipping out and tearing off down the hall like a bat out of hell, Bakugo's cursing following him the whole way. Now he was walking through an underpass looking at his phone catching up on the hero news to see if anyone else had debuted or performed any noteworthy feats. So you can imagine his alarm when after he walked over a manhole cover, he heard a slimy-sounding voice say, "You're pretty plain." As Izuku spun around, he saw a giant mass of slime smiling down at him as it continued, perfect for a meat suit disguise to get away from that muscle-head hero. Hold still, kid, this is only going to hurt for about a minute. With that, the villain shot forward only to slam into Izuku's right hand that he had raised in a panic. The next moment, all of the sludge began rushing towards that palm disappearing. The villain had just enough time to widen his eyes and shout out, "What the hell?" before his mouth and eyes were absorbed. When all of the villain was in, Izuku gave a sigh of relief and said, "That was close." He then frowned and said, "That guy said a hero was chasing him, but Musclehead implies that he probably doesn't have some kind of containment quirk so?" A few moments later, the manhole cover flew up into the air and All Might of all people came through. He took a quick glance around only to blink as he saw Midoriya standing next to an oil drum with a screw cap opening, hand over said opening with sludge pouring out of his hand. Izuku's eyes widened at the sight of the number one hero and he asked, "All Might, you're the hero this BSTRD was running from?" All Might gave a boisterous laugh and said, "That's right young man. Unfortunately, he gave me the runaround in the sewers. I apologize for the trouble I inadvertently caused you by not catching him sooner." He then gained a look of concern and asked, "He didn't harm you, did he?" "Well, he said he'd turn me into a meat puppet and he tried to rush me," Izuku said with a scowl before he gestured at his still pouring hand and said, "Thankfully part of my stockpiling quirk allows me to store physical matter, so he wasn't able to do so." All Might's smile turned into a sharp frown and he said, "I see. It appears I'll be adding attempted murder of a minor to his charges." Izuku hummed before an eyeball suddenly came out of his hand, followed shortly by a second one and then a mouth. Immediately after, freaked out yelling could be heard even as Izuku quickly slapped the cap on the opening and began spinning it tight. Ignoring the yelling, Izuku said, "Sir, before you take him to the police, can I ask for a couple of favors?" All Might laughed and said, "I believe I have time. If they're in my power, then certainly, young man." Finishing screwing the cap, taking out a crescent wrench briefly just to be sure, Izuku then brought out a composition notebook labeled Hero Autographs number 10 along with a pen and handed the pair of items to an amused All Might as he asked, "First off, can I get your autograph?" All Might laughed again and said, "Certainly." As he flipped to an empty page, he noticed that the pages that already had signatures had been laminated to preserve them. Upon finding the first empty page, All Might looked up and asked, "What's your name, kid?" "Midoriya Izuku, sir." Izuku answered quickly, and All Might nodded before he wrote down a message praising Izuku's actions before signing it, then handing it to the schoolboy. Izuku's eyes sparkled when he read the message, but they returned to normal when All Might asked, "Now then, you said you had a couple of favors to ask. What was the other one, young Midoriya?" "Ah, right," Izuku said, quickly storing the notebook before he continued, "My quirk doesn't just store physical objects, sir. It can also store intangible ones as well, including kinetic force. And unlike objects with mass, there's no limit to how much energy I can store. This allows me to pick up objects that would normally be too heavy for me to lift. What I normally do is push against a wall for 30 minutes each day before my workout, storing the force against my arms, but that won't really be enough if something like a bridge or building collapses when I'm a hero and I need to move the rubble after the first or second time such an event happens." Pointer fingers briefly coming up to tap together, Izuku looked a bit embarrassed as he said, "But if you could use one of your smashes, I could store up the kinetic energy and be able to move much heavier objects and more often when needed." All Might laughed and said, "My, what a scary quirk. All right, young Midoriya, I think taking this villain to the police can wait long enough to throw a couple of punches. Let's not do this in the tunnel though, it's a bit cramped." So saying, he grabbed the oil drum and marched out of the underpass, Izuku quickly following after. Setting the drum down, All Might said, "First a quick test of about 3 times an average adult male. It's not that I don't believe you, young Midoriya, but I want to see the proof before I cut loose." Izuku nodded and held up his right hand. All Might gave what was for him a rather lackadaisical but for most people in everything they had punch. The fist immediately stopped dead the moment it touched Izuku's hand. All Might's smile widened and he said, "All right then, for the next one, let me put my back into it." Smash. There was a brief shockwave as All Might's punch blasted away the air in its way. The moment his fist hit Izuku's, his mental counter for the inventory of stored kinetic energy didn't so much as skyrocket as shoot to Mars, causing Izuku's eyes to bug out. Seeing this, All Might immediately grew concerned as he asked, "Young Midoriya, did something go wrong?" He relaxed as Izuku shook his head and turned his now only slightly wide eyes to his right hand and said, "Nothing's wrong, All Might. It's just the force calculations I ran for your greatest recorded feats were seriously lowballing your actual total output. Geez, the amount you must be holding back in order to avoid demolishing city blocks with every punch is insane." All Might let out a boisterous laugh and said, "Indeed, I have to carefully modulate my strength to only enough for the situation I'm in. It was certainly refreshing to be able to use all of my strength without worrying about collateral damage." He then nodded to the barrel, that had finally gone silent, and said, "Well, young Midoriya, as enjoyable as this meeting has been, I must be on my way to deliver this villain to the police." Turning his gaze back to Izuku, he asked, "Where shall I bring the oil drum when the villain has been transferred?" Izuku blinked, then rattled off his apartment building's address, and All Might quickly put it into his phone's notes before giving Izuku a two-fingered salute, then leapt up into the air with the drum under an arm. Izuku watched him go for a moment before he grinned and said, "Best afternoon ever." Scene change, Dagoba Beach. It'd be 2 weeks before All Might saw Izuku again. He had been walking along the road in his small form when he saw the green-haired teenager in a t-shirt and shorts moving to the sign of a beach that had become overrun with trash. Hearing clicking sounds, All Might walked over, and as Izuku moved away from the sign and onto the beach, he saw that a laminated piece of paper had been stapled to the post of the sign. Closer inspection showed that the paper was a permit for quirk usage for one Midoriya Izuku. Tilting his head to look past the sign, he saw a now shirtless Izuku march to, then through the first trash pile, the mass of scrap metal rapidly falling in on itself until Izuku's head was once more visible and he started walking in ever-expanding circles, more of the trash disappearing as it touched him. All Might watched him do this for 3 more piles before he gave a nod of approval and continued on his way. Clearly the teen was combining quirk growth with community service, a most excellent plan for a hero in training. 5 days later there was a small news story about how the beach was once more completely clean, people already flocking to its sands once more. The reporter stated that the person responsible for the cleanup wished to remain anonymous. Incidentally, Izuku's funds gained a large boost over the month after a trip to the recycling center and contacting people who were looking for specific things over the internet. Though sorting the literal tons of discarded waste would have been a nightmare if his quirk didn't come with a mental inventory. Time skip, 2 months to UA entrance exam. Izuku's hometown was currently experiencing the worst thunderstorms so far for the year. Forget buckets, it was currently pouring wheelbarrows as lightning flashed at least once every 20 seconds. That didn't bother Izuku though, as he made sure his safety harness was still properly tightened, then tilted his head skyward with a grin. He and 3 others, 2 of them heroes, were standing on a RBB-coated platform attached to the lightning rod of Mizudafu's tallest building, each of them with at least one hand on said metallic pole. Each one of them had a quirk that allowed them to store large quantities of electricity and were being allowed to absorb some of nature's fury as it made a go at the building. Across the city, 12 other groups were also taking advantage of the free charge the storm was so generously gifting them, while those with hydro quirks worked to either keep certain areas from flooding or absorb the downpour to add to their own reserves. Lightning once more struck the lightning rod, and Izuku saw the mental numbers for his stored voltage jump up an impressive amount as the electricity surged through the metal looking for the path of least resistance. As the sky rumbled overhead, the hero standing next to him shook his head and shouted to be heard. They were all wearing ear protection. "I still can't get over how you're still dry in all of this. That quirk of yours is just plain unfair, kid." Despite his words, the hero was grinning, and Izuku matched it as he shouted back, "Yeah, but I can only work with exactly what's sent at me. Unlike you who can amplify the electricity you receive." Power plant. Power plant let out a laugh which only got louder as the other civilian with them called out, "How much of that amplification comes from the need to pay the power bill for your energy levels? Seriously, I hope no one ever gives you a double espresso." Izuku and the other hero joined in laughing at that. Power plant was well known to be enthusiastic in everything he did, like a giant cartoon chipmunk on an eternal sugar high. It was a side effect that came with the pro hero constantly using his quirk to literally keep his body energized whenever he was out and about. The storm lasted for another 2 hours before its tail end passed over the city. After 10 minutes without a lightning strike, the 4 began unclipping their harnesses and climbing down the RBB-coated ladder to the roof of the skyscraper. Before entering the building, each one touched a copper pole by the door, discharging whatever static electricity had managed to avoid being absorbed by their quirks. As he entered the building, the quirk assistants for severe storms, QSIS for short, attendant who had been in charge of the area they just used stopped him as he said, "Midoriya, there's a clogged drain 3 blocks west of here. If you would deal with the water buildup so we can reach the problem easier, it would be appreciated." Izuku nodded and said, "I'll head over there as soon as I leave the building." The attendant nodded and said, "I'll let them know to expect you then." Izuku took a quick pit stop in one of the building's restrooms, then went to the ground floor. Exiting, he stretched out his legs, then stored his shirt before he sprinted in the direction he needed to go. The air his body was pushing against was stored, then immediately expelled from his back, allowing him to go faster than normal. Reaching the flooded area, Izuku came to a stop and brought out his shirt, followed by his wallet. Showing his quirk permit card to the on-site utility workers, Izuku was waved through and began wading through the street, the water being stored before it could do more than dampen his breathes. Once enough water was stored that Izuku could see the actual street, and thus anything sharp, he stored his socks and shoes and made another pass to get the rest of it. Once he was finished, the utility workers moved in and the person in charge of their group scanned the barcode of Izuku's quirk permit, sending a standard fee to his bank account for aid rendered to the company by an independent contractor. Pretty standard stuff for when a person with a helpful quirk was brought in by a company to make things easier/faster to deal with. Izuku talked with the woman for a few minutes before he continued on home. Time skip, UA entrance exam. Izuku looked around at all of the test takers with him at testing site B, seeing the girl who kept him from face planting with her quirk doing breathing exercises. He decided to see if she wanted to stick together in order to watch each other's backs. But when he took a step towards her, he found a hand on his shoulder. Looking back, he saw the teen who had called him out in front of all of the other test takers in the auditorium, and the glasses-wearing teen firmly stated, "That girl is clearly trying to center herself. Why you here? Hoping to interfere?" The teen flinched as Izuku glared at him, then winced when Izuku's hand latched onto his wrist like a vice as the verdant-haired teen growled out, "I should ask you the same thing. Tell me, did you feel proud turning everyone's focus on me in the auditorium since I have a bad muttering habit?" No one else seemed bothered, but you, who were a good 15 rows away, just had to say something about it. The teen opened his mouth only to wince as Izuku put more force in his grip as he continued, "And then you make a scene here, once more drawing everyone's attention to me. You make a big deal about wanting to learn how to be a hero, but all I see when I look at you is a bully that uses the rules to flaunt his self-righteousness over others." The teen flinched again, but just as he tried to open his mouth again, Present Mike called out, "Start." Izuku gave him one last look of disdain before he dipped a thimble into his stored kinetic energy and leapt over all of the other test takers before tearing off into the testing site while everyone else just looked confused before Present Mike urged them onwards. Storing his shirt in order to store then release the air he was running against, Izuku soon ran into a one-pointer. Target acquired, I will dash. That was as far as the robot got before Izuku reached it, slapping a hand on the one-pointer's arm and storing it, not once breaking stride. This set the tone for the next 9 minutes. Spot a robot, run/leap to the robot, absorbing any RBB bullets and missiles fired his way as he did so, get a hand on robot, store it. Every once in a while he would mix things up and release one of his caught missiles at a robot. If he saw someone who looked like they were in trouble, he was quick to literally jump to their aid, but for the most part he found robots no one was fighting yet and quickly got a hand on them. Scene change. Observation room. As All Might watched the screens in his true form with the rest of the UA staff, he couldn't help but find his attention being drawn to a specific test taker every now and then. The kid he had met 10 months back was doing extremely well, storing every robot he could get his hands on, and helping others as well. His quirk would definitely be handy for transporting villains to the authorities and/or injured people out of danger zones in ways much quicker for a single person than a small crowd. It really was just too bad that the kid's stockpiling quirk could also handle intangible things as well. He was practically the perfect candidate as a successor. But the amount of power his quirk would add to One for All meant that if he passed it on the 10th user would probably explode the first time he or she tried to use it, no matter how strong their bodies were. Still, it wasn't all bad. All Might had no doubt young Midoriya would get in, and like the day they met, he could continue adding to the future hero's stockpile of force. He might not be the successor of All Might's quirk, but he could still be one of his power nevertheless. Nizu hummed and said, "Such a wide battlefield and limited time brings out the best in them. There are those who can assess the situation in an instant. Those who'll never be late to the party. Ones who can cope with any given situation. And then there are the natural-born warriors. Quite the bumper CRP this year." Midnight mused to herself. No way to know yet? Power Loader said before he flipped open a safety cover over a red button marked Uruki SWH and pressed it as he continued, but this should tell us more. Scene change, testing Site B. Izuku slapped a missile from a three-pointer out of the air with his left hand, storing the projectile before it could hit the ground in front of a group of 3 testers. He made a throwing motion with his right hand and returned the missile to sender. As the wrecked robot smoked, Izuku glanced over his shoulder at the tester on the ground. The other 2 were around and he asked, "He going to be alright?" "Karo, he's got a sprained ankle." A girl with long green hair stated. "Hell of a time for an ankle roll." A muscular boy with thick lips said with a heavy frown. Izuku turned to move closer only to pause as the ground started trembling. A moment later there was a, he thought, theatrical explosion of white smoke as a massive robot rose up out of the ground a few hundred feet away. Izuku's eyes widened at the sheer size of the now revealed zero-pointer. And then the robot reached up into the sky and slammed its open hand into the street, generating a small shockwave and throwing debris down the street. As the robot's other hand started raising, test takers began fleeing and Izuku looked back, pointing further down the street as he ordered, "Get that guy out of here." "Right/Karo." The 2 uninjured test takers said with a nod before they picked the teen on the ground up and began pulling back. Izuku took a look around, ready to do the same when the zero-pointer slammed its hand on the ground again. A moment later, Izuku heard a girl shout out in pain closer to the zero-pointer, and before the dust cloud cleared he was already sprinting forward. When he could see down the street, he saw Uraraka lying pinned on the street, her leg trapped under a slab of broken building in a way that prevented her from reaching it. With the person in trouble now visible, Izuku dipped a little more into his stockpile of kinetic force and took 3 long running bounds before skidding to a stop next to her. A quick slap of the slab had it stored and Izuku asked, "Can you get up?" Uraraka started to push herself up only to let out a second cry of pain followed by a whimper of, "My ankle." Another damaged ankle? Izuku thought to himself with a mental tsk before he bent down and hoisted Uraraka up, putting one of her arms over his shoulders. He then looked up at the approaching zero-pointer and raised his arm making a finger gun as he said, "I think you've caused enough trouble for one day." Electricity began sparking around Izuku's pointer finger for a brief moment, and then, the air tore as Izuku dipped into his store of lightning strikes and the electricity jumped to the giant robot whose classification was changed from zero-pointer to lightning rod. When Uraraka could see again, she gasped when she saw a tower of slagged metal before her, residual arcs of electricity still crackling over the metal. Izuku studied the robot for a long moment before nodding and lowered his arm before shifting so that Uraraka was against his back and bent to pick up her legs. Uraraka's permanent blush darkened as she found herself riding piggyback, but she automatically wrapped her arms around Izuku's shoulders as he began running down the street with her. Scene change. Observation room. "Well, that happened, I guess," Vlad King stated as the heroes stared at the screen showing a slagged zero-pointer. Clearly his storage quirk isn't limited to just physical matter. It would not surprise me if he's registered with the QSS. Nizu said happily. "He completely ruined it." Power Loader grumbled as he looked at a tablet filled with red alerts. Dropping the tablet with a diagnostic of the zero-pointer onto the control panel, he continued, "It's literally nothing but slag under the exterior plating. That is one scary kid." 13 mused and All Might couldn't help but grin. Scene change, testing Site B. Izuku quickly caught up with the fleeing students. Linking back up with the 2 test takers he had been speaking with before the zero-pointer's arrival, he said, "Zero-pointers neutralized." More than one test taker blinked in surprise at that, and the green-haired girl, who looked kind of like a humanoid frog now that Izuku got a better look at her, put a finger to her lip and stated, "We heard a loud sound and saw a flash of light back there. You didn't store it like you did the smaller robots, did you?" Izuku shook his head and said, "I slagged it with a lightning bolt I had stored." That's so manly." A test taker further along the crowd shouted and Izuku felt his lips twitch upwards. A moment later, though, there was a loud buzzer sound and Present Mic announced, "That's IT listeners. The test is over." Izuku gained a slight frown at that before shaking his head and called out, "All right, people. We've got 2 people with injured ankles. Anyone else got a worse injury that needs treatment before I treat them? While I can appreciate you willing to help them, I believe I should do it, young man. A small old lady said as she walked over. Izuku blinked and said, Recovery girl, you got here rather quickly. We've got a really fast hero on campus today. Recovery girl said. As she walked over, handing a few gummies to a teen as she passed and embraced his hand, the large bruise he had on his arm fading away. Izuku said in understanding before he turned so that Uraraka's bum ankle was positioned close to her, and a few moments later of wrapping, RG embraced her ankle before putting some gummies into her hand. Feeling Uraraka slump further on him, rather than let her go, he simply shifted his grip to be sure he had a proper hold on her legs as he watched RG work on the other test taker's ankle. As she worked, Izuku asked, So I guess these two were the worst off, recovery girl? That's right, we were pretty lucky this year. I remember one time I had to fix broken bones for 10 different people. Recovery girl stated. Izuku gave a small wince at that, then said, Definitely lucky then. A moment later he held his right arm out, and a moment later, there was a one-pointer by him. Terminate you. The robot stated before stiffening and looked around at all of the now 10 students and said, Error. Internal time clock does not match the time provided by local network. Test is over, big guy. Izuku stated. The one-pointer slumped and said, Darn, and I was so looking forward to indulging in approved violence. Always next year. Izuku said, removing his hand now that he knew the robot wouldn't immediately try to attack again, and he said louder, I'm going to let the rest of the robots I stored out while we head for the buses, so keep some space around me, guys. After getting acknowledgements from the others, Izuku started walking to the exit, releasing a robot every 5 feet as he went. On his back, Uraraka gave a tired sigh and just closed her eyes as she willed her stomach to stop rumbling after how much use she got out of her quirk in those fast-paced 10 minutes. Time skip, day results are sent out, Midoriya household. Izuku accepted the letter from Yuinko handed him, and his mother sat down next to him at the kitchen table. Izuku picked up the letter opener his mother kept on the table, and a moment later a hollow projector slid out of the envelope onto his hand. Izuku checked to make sure there was nothing else in the envelope and pulled out the folded piece of paper inside only to put it down when he saw its watch projector before reading on the back of the folded paper. He then turned his attention to the projector in his hand and studied it for a moment. Upon finding the universal play symbol, he set the projector down on the table and pushed the button. The projector whirled to life, and suddenly there was a blown-up face of All Might startling the pair as he loudly declared, I am here as a projection. As the mother and son mirrored each other in clutching their hearts with their right hands, the face of All Might pulled back, revealing him in a yellow pinstriped suit, and he continued, Greetings, young Midoriya. It's been a while since we met, hasn't it? I'm sure you're wondering why I am here when this was supposed to be a message from UA. Well, we're trying to keep this on the down low for now, but I'm sure you can keep this quiet. I moved to Mizudafu for one reason only. Starting this year I'll be teaching at UA. Izuku and Inko's eyes widened at that statement, but Izuku's eyes almost immediately narrowed as he tried to figure out why the number one hero would be teaching future heroes instead of being out on the streets stopping crime. But enough about me. I'm sure that you are quite anxious to hear about how you performed on the entrance exam. You did rather well on the paper test, but your performance in the practical exam is where you truly shined. 85 villain points. Well done. All Might's smile grew larger and he said, but that's not all. A hero's main focus shouldn't be on stopping the villain but keeping others safe. And so a panel of judges awards test takers another kind of point. Rescue points. In recognition of how you helped others, not least of all how you helped that young girl before taking on the 0-pointer. A quick video clip played and Inko let out a startled gasp as she saw her son literally leap into action towards the massive robot, freeing Uraraka before frying the robot. Inko immediately hugged her son, who gently patted her back in reassurance. All Might reappeared as he said, For your actions, you have been awarded 50 points. Excellent work, young Midoriya. You're in. All Might gave a thumbs up before holding his now open hand forward and said, Come, young one, UA will be your hero academia. A different stockpile siege too. Story start, Aldra Junior High. The next school day at Aldra was interesting to say the least. The principal called Bakugo and Izuku up to his office to personally congratulate them on making it into UA's hero course, expressing his surprised joy that they had made the top 2 spots in the practical entrance exam. He was especially surprised with how well Izuku had done. He, along with the rest of the school, still thought he was quirkless after all. When they left the principal's office, Bakugo tried to show he was still top dog and demand how Izuku had cheated to get top spot. Izuku, though, had given him a glare so harsh it had actually made Bakugo flinch. He swore, if only to himself, that he saw small sparks surrounding Izuku's eyes. After that, Bakugo didn't exactly stop being a JRK, but he did back off a little. And of course, after summoning the pair to his office, the principal announced Izuku and Bakugo's success to the whole school. All of a sudden, Izuku was Mr. Popular amongst the student population. After years of indifference at best from them, it made Izuku sneer inside that now people wanted to be buddy-buddy with him. Still, he did his best to remain polite if distant. Time passed and soon it was time for the first day of class. After 5 unsuccessful tries at getting his tie right that morning, Izuku admitted defeat and asked his mom for help. As Inko fixed his tie, she chuckled and said, "Don't worry, your father is terrible at ties as well. He wound up having me tie all of them at once and just left them on the closet hooks when we first started dating. It wouldn't surprise me if he still does the same thing even now." Hayashi would sheepishly admit that yes, he did the next time Izuku had a video conference with him. Pulling the tie to a slightly snug but still comfortable tightness, Inko ran her hands over Izuku's jacket, settling it a little better before she stepped back and gave Izuku a quick once-over before nodding in approval. A moment later, she took a quick photo with her phone, then stepped back in to hug Izuku as she said, "I'm so proud of you, Izuku." "Thanks, Mom," Izuku said with a grin. When they separated, Inko smiled up at him. She swore he shot up like a weed this last year, and said, "Have a good day, son." Izuku nodded and grabbed his book bag before going out the door. He got a surprise on the train ride when a certain man with growths on his head spotted him in his uniform, and he said, "Well, if it isn't the analyzer kid. I see you managed to make it in." Izuku blinked before he smiled and said, "Yeah, it was a bit nutso at times, but I managed to score well on the entrance exam." "Good for you, kid," the man said with a grin and added, "I'll look forward to seeing a good showing at the next sports festival then." Izuku nodded at that and said, "I won't disappoint, sir." When Izuku arrived at the school, he gave the uneven brick a gimlet eye as he purposefully walked around it before making his way to his new classroom. Eyeing the massive door, he muttered, "Holy see, anyone who needs a door this big must take up at least an eighth of the room when sitting down." "You know, kidding," a semi-familiar voice said behind him. Izuku turned around to see Uraraka behind him. The girl beamed at him and said, "Looks like we're in the same class, Midoriya." Her smile took on a thankful tint and said, "Thanks again for the help in the entrance exam, by the way." Izuku smiled back and said, "You're welcome, Uraraka. Shall we head in?" At his new classmate's nod, Izuku turned back to the door and prayed that he didn't have Bakugo or that rule-using bully in his class. Sadly, when he opened the door, he saw Bakugo lounging at a desk with his feet upon it and the glasses-wearing teen berating him. When Bakugo asked who the teen was, he introduced himself as Ida Tenya, from Semi-Private Academy. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he latched onto that family name, instantly making a connection to a certain hero. A few moments later, the teen noticed them and quick walked over. Izuku tensed but was surprised when the teen bowed and said, "It is you. I must apologize for my actions before the entrance exam. It is clear that you understood what the examiners were testing far better than I did. I did what a hero is supposed to, help others. There was no understanding about what was being tested. People were in trouble, so I helped them," Izuku stated. Bakugo gave a sharp TSK from his desk, but Izuku ignored that as he crossed his arms, just giving Ida a cool look. After a few tense moments, Ida's eyes widened as he said, "Oh, right. I apologize for my words to you and for drawing attention to you in such a manner in the auditorium and in front of the testing site. I was wrong to doubt your convictions like that and assume you were there to interfere with the other test takers." As he spoke, Ida chopped the air robotically. Izuku stared at him for a few more moments before he gave a single nod and a quiet apology accepted. However, Ida got the feeling he was on very thin ice with the stockpile user, and something told him that he wasn't exactly impressed with how he had been berating the other student. But before anything further could be said, a voice from the floor said, "If you're done blocking the doorway, we have things to do." Izuku and Uraraka turned around and looked down to see a face sticking out of a large yellow cocoon. No, that was a sleeping bag, as shown when the zipper came down for a hand to bring a grape juice packet to the face and quickly be SED dry in one go. For some reason, that made all three feel a shiver go down their spines as the person got up and said, "It took you 8 seconds to shut up? That's not rational. A real hero knows that time is not something to waste." Slipping out of his sleeping bag, he continued, "I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Nice to meet you, I guess." "He's our homeroom teacher?" The majority of the class thought in disbelief. Aizawa then reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform he had in there for some reason and said, "Right, I know that this is sudden, but go put on your gym uniforms and meet me at the training field." Time skip. After arriving at the training field. A quirk assessment test? Most of the class asked as Aizawa explained what they were doing out here. "But sir, what about the entrance ceremony, orientation?" Uraraka asked. "If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events," Aizawa stated, causing some of the students to look at each other in surprise as he continued, "UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes." Pulling out his phone and holding it up showing a list on its screen, he said, "You kids have been doing these in middle school, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating." Aizawa turned his gaze to Midoriya and said, "Midoriya, you came in first during the practical entrance exam. In middle school, what was your top score for the softball throw?" 82.3 meters, sir," Izuku said, causing Bakugo to grumble. He had 79.8. Aizawa kicked up a softball by his feet, then tossed it to Izuku as he said, "All right, get in that circle and use your quirk, give it everything you've got." Izuku said somewhat nervously. Looking at the others, he moved to stand closer in front of Aizawa and gestured with his pointer finger for him to come closer. The teacher raised an eyebrow but obligingly leaned down as Izuku whispered, "Sir, I'm not exaggerating when I say I think I could reach escape velocity if I went all out. 10 months before the entrance exam I had a run-in with All Might and he did me a favor by adding to my store of kinetic energy with a smash. And given he said, and I quote, 'Let me put my back into it,' when he did so." Aizawa mirrored in understanding. Straightening up, Aizawa considered for a moment before he said, "Go for 5 kilometers. If you can hit at least that far I'll be satisfied, and try to make it as close to that distance as you can while you're at it." Izuku nodded and walked into the circle. Once there, he began running math equations out loud as he said, "All right, standard softballs are between 6.25 and 7 ounces. Add another 2 ounces for the sensor bar." Izuku gave a short heft of the ball, paying attention to the number he got in his mental inventory when it hit his hands, and continued out loud, "Yeah, that tracks. So the amount of kinetic force needed in a vacuum would be..." Izuku continued working out the problem out loud, adding the variables of wind condition, air resistance, and gravity. A minute later, he had a final number needed for 5 kilometers and nodded to himself, then to Aizawa as he said, "Ready, sir?" At Aizawa's returned nod, Izuku took a pitcher's stance, then cut loose. There was a burst of wind and the ball rapidly flew through the air. Bakugo stared slack-jawed at the sight of a boy he thought was quirkless sending the ball farther than should be physically possible. As the ball flew, Aizawa calmly stated, "Know your maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero." Nodding to Izuku, he said, in Midoriya's case, that maximum is the amount of control over what he can bring to the table in order to meet a specified distance. A few moments later, Aizawa's phone beeped and he gained a wide grin as he saw what it displayed. When he turned it around, 5000.0 m was displayed and he continued, "And as you can see, Midoriya has very good control." "Holy see, he got it right on the dot?" The blonde Kaminari shouted in surprise. "Dude, that is so manly," the red-haired Kirishima said in awe. "Very impressive," the ponytailed Yaoyorozu said with a nod which the dual-toned Todoroki mirrored beside her. Katsuki Bakugo though did not share their amazement. Instead, he was angry. Giving a blast from his hands, he shouted, "Deku!" Running forward with hands extended, he continued, "What the F was that, you quirkless loser?" Before he could reach Izuku, Aizawa's scarf shot out and wrapped around Bakugo, stopping him cold. Bakugo strained against it but couldn't get any farther, and he looked back as he asked, "What's the effing deal with your scarf?" "It's a special capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy," Aizawa stated, his hair flared upwards and his eyes gleaming red. Izuku saw the goggles hanging around Aizawa's neck and pointed as he said, "Ah, I recognize you now. You're Eraserhead, able to cancel out other people's quirks?" Aizawa tilted his head in confirmation but kept his eyes on Bakugo as he asked, "Midoriya, care to explain what set your classmate off?" Izuku scoffed and said, "The one time I told Bakugo and my classmates I had a stockpiling quirk when we were kids, he shoved me to the ground and said, and I quote, 'Yeah right, neither of your parents have a quirk like that. Stop lying to make us think you aren't quirkless, Deku.' I figured then if he and the others would rather insult me over believing me, then they weren't worth trying to be friends with, and I would just prove them wrong when I debuted as a hero." Izuku gave Bakugo a glare and said, "Of course." Bakugo decided that since I was clearly quirkless, it gave him carte blanche to be a bullying a-hole. Most of 1A were giving the explosion quirked teen disapproving looks. Bakugo snarled at Izuku but stiffened when Aizawa asked, "Is that so?" The scarf tightened around Bakugo as their homeroom teacher continued, "Let me be clear here, Bakugo. If you continue such behavior, I'll be personally booting you out of the hero course, and possibly the school itself. Am I clear?" Bakugo gave a gritted clear. A moment later, Aizawa's scarf retracted and he said, "Now then, as I was saying before that bit of drama, you all will be using your quirks to get the best possible score on these tests. Man, getting to use our quirks on the first day, UA hero course really is the best." The tape elbow Siro said with a grin. "Yeah, this is going to be fun." The pink-skinned Mina said with a cheer. "Fun, you say?" Aizawa asked in a tone that sent shivers down several students' spines. Now seeming to loom over them, Aizawa stated, "You have 3 years to train here on how to be professional heroes and you think it'll be fun? Alright then, since you seem to be having trouble taking this seriously, the person who comes in last overall for these 8 tests will be determined to have no potential and will be expelled from the hero course." Izuku swore he heard the sound of shattering glass as the majority of the class reared back in shock. "The person in last will be expelled?" Uraraka asked with wide eyes, before frowning and said, "It's only the first day. And even if it wasn't, that's totally unfair." Aizawa rose an eyebrow and said, "Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains, calamity is always right around the corner. I'd say Japan is full of unfair things, and it doesn't have a monopoly on them either. There is strife worldwide, and heroes are the ones who correct all that unfairness. If you were hoping to spend your evenings hanging out at McDonald's, I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years UA will run you through the ringer. That's plus ultra." Lifting up his right hand, Aizawa made the "bring it" gesture with his pointer finger as he finished his speech with, "So bring it, use your strength to overcome it all." As the students stiffened, looks of determination appearing on their faces, Izuku noted Ida pulling out a water bottle, orange liquid moving through the straw. He checked another box on a mental checklist that he had made upon hearing the teen's name. He didn't show any outward sign of what he was thinking though, just walked out of the circle as Aizawa said, "Right, demonstration's over, let's get started. We'll begin with the 50-meter dash." In the interest of saving time, Aizawa had the students run in pairs by seat numbers. Thankfully for Izuku, it appeared he wanted to avoid further drama, so instead of having him run with Bakugo, he ran with Yaoyorozu while Bakugo ran with the much smaller Mineta. And boy, was the pop-off user not happy about not being able to watch the taller girl run ahead of him, though he was smart enough to stick to mumbling lowly to himself to avoid Eraserhead's ire. When it was their turn, Izuku saw the recommended student make a pair of rough-terrain inline skates and what looked like rocket nozzles stuck out of her arms. He blinked at that and made a note to have a talk with the girl about what she could and could not create because he suddenly had ideas going through his head. Shaking said head, he took a crouched stance and stored his shirt as he said, "Yaoyorozu, I recommend you brace yourself, there will be a bit of turbulence behind me." "Understood, thank you for the warning." Yaoyorozu said with a nod, and Izuku felt a thrill that she was actually taking his warning seriously rather than brushing him off. The moment the small robot at the finish line gave a simulated gunshot, Izuku shot forward, both using his airstream trick and dipping into his stored kinetic energy. Half a second later he skidded to a stop at the end and saw Yaoyorozu blast past him trailing fire. Blinking, he looked at where she stopped much further away and asked, "Did you seriously just use hydrogen for your fuel?" Yaoyorozu blinked and said, "Yes, how did you know that?" Izuku shrugged and said, "I learned how to perform electrolysis 2 years ago, figured it'd be a good trick to have if I ever had to perform rescue operations in a flooded river. Hydrogen has a pretty distinct taste which I discovered when I first started." Yaoyorozu gained stars of amazement in her eyes as she asked, "You managed to induce electrolysis with your quirk? What do you use as a catalyst?" Izuku brought out a somewhat slapdash mask he had made from his inventory, and as the class moved on to the nearby building for the grip test, began explaining how he had made it to work off of the electricity he had stored from lightning strikes. Yaoyorozu listened intently as he explained how he got it to work and only send the oxygen to his mouth rather than the hydrogen as well, which being an asphyxiant gas would be rather bad. Izuku put the mask back in his inventory as the class picked up their grip testers, but the pair kept up the discussion as Yaoyorozu formed a ratcheting strap around her grip tester's handle. As she started ratcheting and Izuku dipped a little into his kinetic force, Yaoyorozu pouted and said, "It's a pity I'd need to add a ridiculous power source to get that to work. It'd be handy to make a way to breathe underwater without having to make a heavy tank to hold oxygen. You can't just make a rebreather?" Izuku asked in confusion. Yaoyorozu grimaced and said, "I looked into it. You need a certification that the device works properly, otherwise you can get in big trouble. Kind of strong to get one of those during a rescue operation. Bureaucracy, you absolutely inefficient pain in the butt," Izuku said jokingly, earning a giggle from Yaoyorozu. The pair managed to max out their grip testers and Aizawa gave them a very tiny nod of approval as he put the result into his phone. The next test was the long jump. Izuku watched as the majority of the class jumped, quite a few managing to get past the pit of sand using their quirks. When it was his turn, Izuku moved to stand at the starting point and rubbed the back of his neck nervously as he muttered lowly, "Aw man, this is going to suck." "Something wrong, Midoriya?" Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuku gave him a nervous smile and quietly said, "I haven't really had a chance to test out long-distance jumping since I met All Might, sir. I've actually kind of made it a point to keep my jumps under 100 yards. Aizawa hummed and said, "While that is certainly reasonable of you to do before you enrolled in a hero course, knowing how to rapidly travel like him is something you will be trained in while you are here. Just do your best. If nothing else, you'll be able to absorb the force of your landing to prevent injury." "Yeah, true enough, I guess," Izuku said before he took in a deep breath and said, "I'm going to go for a kilometer." Aizawa pocketed the laser rangefinder he had been using for the others and instead took out a small pager-like device. Turning it on, he zeroed out the device and showed Izuku a button as he said, "Push this as soon as you land, it'll save your distance. Then turn it off and make your way back here." When Izuku nodded, Aizawa clipped it to his waistband, being sure to zero the score a second time before taking a step back and giving Izuku a nod. Izuku took a moment to do the necessary mental calculations before he took in another deep breath, stored his shirt, and leapt forward. As the wind of his leap pressed against him, Izuku stored the air he passed through, making a quasi-vacuum. Stored it but didn't release it. The move, minimal as it was, would have actually thrown off his calculations. When he landed, he absorbed the force and lightly bounced upwards a little once to better maintain his balance. Looking down at the pager-like device at his waistband, he pushed the button he was supposed to, then pulled it off to look at it. He smiled when he read 1000.1 m. "A little off, but I think that might have been me leaning forward when I landed," Izuku muttered before he turned off, then reclipped the device. Turning around, he leapt again, only this time he only leapt 3/4 of a kilometer. This allowed him to land where no one else was so he wouldn't accidentally hit anyone, then finished the last of the distance in 3 shorter leaps. Aizawa gave a small nod of approval at that before accepting the device. When he turned it on and pulled up the saved number, he nodded a second time and said, "Almost exactly a kilometer." I'm guessing you leaned forward on your landing? Yes, sir. Izuku said with a nod as he brought his shirt back out. Very well, back with the others? Aizawa said, and Izuku gave another nod as he rejoined the class, ignoring how Bakugo was grinding his teeth as he glared at him. Repeated sidesteps was the next test. This was one the smaller Mineta actually excelled at. Bakugo also used his explosions to great effect while Izuku let out short blasts of air from his hands to help him move side to side just that little bit faster. The ball throw was next. Uraraka had an eager grin on her face when she entered the circle. The girl gave a high throw that made the ball go a steep 70-degree angle, and she then just stood in the circle with a hand shading her eyes as she watched it disappear. Eventually Aizawa's phone gave a reading and he turned it around to show it to the class. Infinity? Most of the class shouted in disbelief. That's insane, how's that possible? Kaminari asked in disbelief. Probably the program detected the ball wasn't changing its trajectory after a cutoff point and extrapolated that it wasn't coming back down. Izuku muttered to himself. Yes, that sounds likely. Yaoyorozu said next to him with a nod. The two had been continuing to talk in between their turns for the tests, and Yaoyorozu was greatly enjoying all of the ideas the Stockpile Quirk teen was giving her, taking copious notes on her phone. She could have done without the feeling like an idiot a couple of times, like when Izuku had asked her if she used non-standard materials for creations to make them lighter/more durable than usual. Right, I know that's a strong act to follow, but let's keep moving, Aizawa stated, tossing the next ball to Jiro. When it was his turn, Bakugo was rather salty at getting an otherwise rather respectable 705.2 meters. Even as most of the class was reluctantly impressed, he glared as he left the circle. Sit-ups was the next test. For this one, Izuku had a long strand of rope come out from one knee, wrap a circle around a shoulder, go behind his back, wrap another circle around the other shoulder, then go back into the other knee. He had to quick change into a pair of shorts for this. Thankfully Aizawa allowed him to step out of the room for a moment. When it was time to start, Izuku rapidly pulled the two ends of the rope into his inventory, quickly levering himself up to his knees before he bent back down, pulling the rope out as he did so before rapidly going back up again. Geez, that guy's a machine. Kaminari muttered from where he was holding the multi-limbed shoji as he did his own sit-ups. Yaoyorozu's not doing too shabby herself, Hagakure said from where she was holding Asui's feet. The creation user had a similar rig attached to her knees that went around her back as well, using a set of spring-loaded pulleys to pull the rope in place of having an inventory, though that was something else she was going to look into thanks to Izuku's discussion with her. Toe touches were next, and Shoji and Tokoyami blew the test out of the water by growing multiple extensions on their arms and using dark shadow respectively. Izuku didn't do too shabby himself, bringing out a heavy metal pole welded to a base plate which he wrapped his rope around, the ends now coming out of the top of his hands. Izuku's spine popped in a manner that felt good as the rope pulled his wrists past his toes, even if it made other members of 1A wince. I believe that's far enough, Midoriya. You don't want to dislocate any of your arm joints. Especially since it would annoy Recovery Girl to have to fix them, Aizawa stated. Yes, sir. Izuku said, switching from pulling in the rope through both hands to pulling in his right and releasing with his left, the end soon whipping around the pole before being esigi back in, the metal pole following soon after. The last test was the long run. Aizawa raised an eyebrow when Izuku pulled an entire bike out of his storage space. Izuku shrugged at him and said, I didn't always have so much kinetic force stored, sir. I had figured this would help me get to trouble spots faster when I was a pro hero. Logical, Aizawa said with a nod. His lips then uplifted a little when Yaoyorozu made a matching bike, though hers was missing the green paint Izuku's had. There was more than one student grumbling as the pair rode beside Ida during the test, though the spectacled teen merely gave them a nod before focusing on the run. Once the last test was finished, Aizawa said, All right, I've compiled all of your test results together. Here are your rankings. As the list appeared, Todoroki frowned. He got third place. Then again, Yaoyorozu, second, could make whatever she needed for a situation, and Midoriya, first, apparently could store anything, tangible or not, so maybe coming in third after those two was actually pretty good all things considered. Bakugo, however, was not nearly so contemplative as he asked, "How the hell did I get if in fourth place?" On the opposite end of the scale, Mineta looked horrified by his last place. Fortunately for him, and unfortunately for the female students, a few moments later Aizawa turned off the hologram and said, "By the way, no one's going home. That was just a rational deception to ensure you gave it your all." As most of the class slumped in relief and Yaoyorozu said of course he was lying, Izuku narrowed his eyes, not quite sure he believed it. He remembered last year's sports festival after all, and there hadn't been a Class 1A that year. Still, he remained silent, not wishing to cause further stress for the others. Aizawa pocketed his phone and said, "We're done for the day. Syllabuses are in your desks back in the classroom. Make sure you go over them tonight. And be ready for tomorrow, because things are only going to get harder from here on out." Aizawa walked away from the students, going through a gap of the training field wall. Standing 5 feet down the wall in his small form, All Might smirked and said, "I'm still seeing 20 students on the other side of this wall. Can it be that you actually like what you have to work with this year?" Aizawa's lips twitched upwards as he said, "None of them have a complete lack of potential, I'll give them that." He then turned serious and asked, "You were curious about how Midoriya did, weren't you? He told me he had a run-in with you a little over 10 months ago and you added to his stockpile of kinetic energy." All Might nodded, and as he moved to Aizawa's side the pair started walking down the wall as he said, "A sludge-body quirked villain had managed to give me the runaround in the sewer system. When I managed to track down the manhole he had used to get back to the surface, it was to the sight of sludge pouring out of young Midoriya's hand into an oil drum. Apparently, he had intended to turn the young lad into a meat suit in order to continue evading me." Aizawa gritted his teeth and clenched his fists a little at the thought of someone killing a middle schooler like that. All Might nodded and said, "Indeed, I was just as angry at the thought. Fortunately, young Midoriya has the quirk he does." Once the villain was fully transferred into the oil drum, young Midoriya asked me for a couple of favors. The first, as I'm sure you can imagine, was an autograph. Aizawa snorted and All Might chuckled before he continued. For the second, he explained his quirk and asked if I could hit him with one of my smashes. Seeing as how he planned to become a pro hero, I didn't see any problems with giving his quirk a boost. All Might then chuckled and said, 2 weeks later, I saw him stapling a quirk usage permit on the sign for Dagoba Beach, then walking through one of the massive trash piles that had accumulated there, absorbing everything. Kid had the entire beach cleaned in a couple of days. After that, the next time I saw him was during the entrance exam, and you saw what happened there." Aizawa hummed an affirmative, remembering watching the teenager turn the massive zero-pointer to slag with just one shot. Anyone who could release the raw fury of a natural lightning bolt on demand was someone to take very seriously. Aizawa glanced out of the corner of his eye at All Might as he asked, "Midoriya's certainly impressive, but isn't it a little early to be playing favorites?" All Might gave a weary sigh and gave a full body sweep of his body with his right arm and said, "You know why I'm here teaching rather than being out there, Aizawa. By the time those students back there graduate, it's likely I will have already been forced to retire." All Might then gained a grin reminiscent of his hero persona as he said, "But if one of those kids is able to begin their after-school career using strength comparable to my own, well, I believe it's safe to say that would make a good deal of villains reconsider the thought of it being safe to operate just because I was no longer the #1 hero. I'm thinking 10 good punches at the start of any classes I have with the boy should do rather nicely in bringing that future about." Aizawa hummed at that. A few moments later, he said, "Keep him and Bakugo separated during those classes." At All Might's inquisitive hum, Aizawa turned his head so that way his fellow staff member could see how serious he was as he explained, "Those two have a history together, and it's not a good one. While there's a good chance they'll be duking it out during the sports festival, I'd like to keep such violent interactions to a minimal." All Might nodded and said, "Understood, I'll keep them away from each other." A different stockpile ch3. Story start, UA High. The first half of the second day of school was pretty normal for school life. Even the teachers being pro-heroes couldn't take away the normalcy of English, math, and other standard classes. It wasn't until after lunch that things got exciting for the students. Izuku had his head tilted back, eyes closed as he stored the photons and minimal amount of heat he could get from the light directly overhead. He wouldn't be surprised if Aizawa had purposefully placed his seat under it, the rational, magnificent BSRD that he was. He perked up though when he heard a familiar voice call out from behind the door, "I am here," entering the door like a hero. As the majority of 1A reacted in complete surprise, Izuku watched All Might come jumping through the now open doorway and giving exaggerated steps to the front of the classroom. Reaching the podium, All Might stated, "That is right, students, I am here to teach all of you how to be heroes." And today's lesson, he slammed a card onto the podium, somehow making a loud clack sound without bending the card or damaging the podium, a card with red letters that said battle. We'll be seeing how well you lot can handle the rigors of combat. But before we do that, you must have... All Might clicked a remote and panels slid out of the wall opposite the door, 5 of them holding 4 numbered cases each. All Might gestured and continued, "Costumes. Each one made to the specifications you sent in." The students cheered and All Might gestured as he said, "Go get changed and then meet me in training ground beta." With that, he turned and sprinted out fast enough to give off a burst of wind. A couple of minutes later, Izuku opened his case in the locker room and grinned at what was inside. Ever since he had learned about DNA doping clothes to be compatible with quirks, he had been storing his hair clippings every time he got a haircut. The result was the incredibly durable yet breathable and somewhat stretchy green full body suit that covered feet, hands, and up to the top of his neck and which had a mix of silver and black lines going along it in a way to give a slimming appearance while at the same time showing off his whipcord muscles when he flexed his arms. The boots that went over the feet of the bodysuit had been given the same doping treatment, as shown when Izuku popped the tip of a screwdriver out of his shoe before pulling it back into his inventory. As Izuku began stretching to test that he had full mobility, Kirishima looked at him in confusion as he asked, "Hey Midoriya, why are you fully covered like that? Isn't it going to hinder your quirk?" Ida chopped his arm and stated, "I believe that Midoriya's costume has been DNA doped in order to allow him to use his quirk from his entire body while remaining decent." Izuku pointed at Ida with his right pointer finger and said what he said. A moment later, he slipped on the provided green polarized shatter-resistant mask over his eyes before pulling the hood attached to the back of the shoulder area up, throwing his upper face into minor shadow. Izuku gave his right shoe a toe-tapping test, then pivoted into a roundhouse kick, a 3-foot spike of metal shooting out of his shoe bottom startling everyone else. Izuku held his kicking position for a moment before pulling the metal spike back in and lowered his foot as he said, "Well, I'm ready." "Yeah? Well, I'm now." Terrified, "Why the hell do you have something like that?" Mineta asked wide-eyed. Izuku gave a dangerous grin and said, "Ram bolts and a method to deliver an electric charge from beyond arm reach without shocking everyone around me but the person I want to." He had added that particular piece of metal, which was actually much longer than just 3 feet, and a few similar pieces to his inventory after he slagged the 0-pointer. Not all things he wanted to zap would be made totally out of metal and thus attractive to his electrical attacks after all. "Ding, I need to get something like that so I don't zap everyone around me either," Kaminari said, holding his hand up and letting a few sparks of electricity out. Izuku studied Kaminari for a moment, shadowed eyes narrowing and said, "I recommend you go with cable launchers, a collapsible baton, or a collapsible pole sword, maybe even all 3 to cover close, mid and long range." As Kaminari looked contemplative, Izuku frowned as his gaze went down to Kaminari's shoes and he asked, "By the way, are those shoes capable of grounding you?" "What? Grounding? What do you mean by that?" Kaminari asked, his confusion not giving the others a good feeling. Izuku pulled his hood back down and lifted his mask up in order to give a look to Ida, who Izuku had to somewhat reluctantly admit would probably be the best for this, and said, "The moment class is over, we're bringing him to the support department." "Agreed," Ida said with a firm nod and chop of his arm. "Guys?" Kaminari asked, still confused. "We shall explain after class, Kaminari," Ida said before he looked around and asked, "For now, is everyone ready?" After everyone had given affirmatives, although they all ignored Bakugo's, "What does it even look like 4 eyes?" Ida nodded and said, "Then let us not keep All Might waiting." Izuku put his mask and hood back into place before joining the others as they exited the locker room. When they linked up with the girls on their way to training ground beta, Izuku was again asked about being fully covered. Yaoyorozu lightly clapped a hand to her forehead as she bemoaned not having such a suit made so that way she didn't have to expose so much skin. Mineta ranted about how she should keep her costume as it was only to get a tongue slap from Tsuyu and an ear jack to the neck from Jiro. The gloves Hagakure was wearing fidgeted together as she wondered if she could do the same without the costume being invisible all the time and thus impossible to see when trying to put it on, never mind repair if damaged. Izuku wasn't the only one to do a double take when they realized she basically admitted to being almost completely naked, and just shoes and gloves didn't really count as clothing in this case. Ida practically had a slide at the thought. Needless to say, Kaminari wasn't the only one Ida and Izuku would be bringing to the support department after class. Shortly after that discussion, the students arrived at the entrance of Training Ground Beta where All Might was waiting. The hero grinned as he stated, "They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take heart, and know that from now on, you all are heroes in training. You all are getting me all revved up, you all look so cool. Now then, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?" The students cheered and followed All Might as he walked a little further into the training ground. When they were 5 buildings in, he turned around and gave a gesture as he said, "This will be where your first lesson to be heroes shall take place." Ida rose his hand and asked, "Sir, this is the same place as our entrance exam. Does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again?" All Might held up 2 fingers on his left hand and said, "Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly villains take place about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Isn't this a bit advanced?" Asui asked. All Might clenched his fist and said, "The best training is what you get in the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time, you're dealing with actual people now." The students around Izuku all began asking questions and All Might grumbled out, "I wasn't finished talking." When everyone had settled down, the new teacher pulled out a couple of sheets of paper and tapped them as he said, "Here's the scenario, so listen up. In these buildings are fake bombs. One team, designated as villains, must defend this bomb for 15 minutes while the other team, designated as heroes, must capture it, represented by getting a hand on it. However, the bomb is not the only win condition. Each student will be given a roll of capture tape. Getting this tape around the wrists of a member of the opposite side will simulate cuffing a defeated villain. If both members of a team are captured in such a way, then the other team wins." Putting the paper away, All Might stated, "Time is limited and so we shall be choosing the teams, along with which other team they will face by drawing lots. Isn't there a better way?" Ida asked. Izuku shook his head and stated, "You won't always have the option of working with people you know in a single agency. Pros often have to work with other groups, either because the trouble spot is between 2 areas of operation or they've been gathered for a special operations unit." All Might pointed at Izuku and said, "Exactly, young Midoriya. Why, back in my days in America, I once worked with a task group that had pulled heroes from 10 different states." Ida put a hand to the chin of his helmet as he said, "I see. Life can be pretty random at times." He then bowed and said, "My apologies for questioning your methods, All Might." "Don't sweat it," All Might said with a thumbs up before he pointed at Izuku and said, "But before we draw lots, there is something I wish to take care of first. Come forward, young Midoriya." Izuku blinked but separated from the group. As he walked forward, All Might said, "We at UA strive to help you become the best possible heroes you can be when you graduate. Thanks to how young Midoriya's quirk works, I am uniquely qualified in helping with a specific part of his. Now then, both hands up, palms to me if you please." Izuku rose his hands up and All Might held up his fists, which then blurred for a moment as he threw 10 rapid punches, 5 per hand, causing Izuku's mental numbers for stored kinetic energy to blast upwards an unbelievable amount. Even though it had already happened once before, Izuku couldn't help but stare at his hands in awe. All Might gave a boisterous laugh and said, "If we do that every time you have class with me, I expect by the time you graduate you'll be able to hold up a collapsing building with ease." Several of the students looked amazed, but Bakugo glared at Izuku with grit teeth while Todoroki watched with narrowed eyes. Yaoyorozu's on the other hand were rather wide as she said softly, I can't imagine how much force he'll have stored if he's taking multiple punches from All Might each week over 3 years. There were various statements of agreement from some of the other members of 1A. All Might got their attention again with a quick clap of his hands as he said, now that that's taken care of, let's draw. After everyone had drawn a ball from a large box, the teams were as such. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Team B, Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mizo. Team C, Yaoyorozu Momo and Mineta Minoru. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Ida Tenya. Team E, Aoyama Yuga and Ashido Mina. Team F, Sato Rikido and Kota Koji. Team G, Kaminari Denki and Jiro Kyoka. Team H, Tokoyami Fumikage and Asui Tsuyu. Team I, Ojiro Mashireo and Hagakure Toru. Team J, Kirishima Jiro and Siro Hanta. The reactions of the students to who they were teamed up with were a bit mixed. Yaoyorozu definitely wasn't as happy at being paired with Mineta as he was. But regardless of how they felt, soon all of the teams were together and All Might said, right, now to determine who's fighting who. Reaching into a second box, he said, the first hero team is A. Izuku and Uraraka perked up as All Might reached back in and said, and their villain opponents will be. All Might gave a rare frown towards the ball and dropped it back into the box with a firm nope. There was a collective blink from the class, then Ida began chopping his arm as he said, All Might. You declared the teams would be random, you can't just decide you don't like a matchup and redraw. It is highly unprofessional. All Might looked up from the box, his hand was already in again, and said, Aizawa told me to keep young Midoriya and young Bakugo separated in my classes. I am not going to ignore that man the very next day after he gave me that instruction. Ida seemed to deflate as he said, oh I see. As All Might began rooting around in the box again, Bakugo glared at Izuku and said, you got lucky you didn't nerd. Izuku glared back from under his hood and behind his mask, the sparks of electricity coming off his body doing quite well to tell the other students he was doing so, and said, no, you got lucky. I wouldn't have had to worry about being punished in this class for giving you the butt whooping you've deserved for the last decade, you arrogant a-hole. Uraraka gave a nervous laugh from beside Izuku, warily eyeing the sparks popping around him. Asui looked between the pair and said, looks like Aizawa-sensei is right in not wanting the two of you to have the same match together. It's like looking at a hated rivalry in an anime. Hagakure said in awe. All Might gave a light cough to draw everyone's attention to the ball in his hand as he said, Team A will be facing Team C. The rest of the matches were quickly drawn and they went like this. Second match, B vs I. Third match, H vs J. Fourth match, G vs D. Fifth match, E vs F. With the matches set, those not fighting yet were sent to the observation room while the first two teams were brought to the first building set up for testing. Yaoyorozu and Mineta further shown to the room holding the bomb before All Might headed for the observation room. After a few moments of waiting, Uraraka asked, so, how do you want to do this? Izuku considered for a long moment before he finally looked away from the building as he said, Yaoyorozu is probably fortifying the bomb location and trapping the hell out of it as well in a hope to overwhelm my ability to store things coming at me. She might even set up a gas trap. Uraraka paled at the last bit and Izuku waved a hand dismissively as he said, any gas that gets close will be stored as well. He reached over and stored Uraraka's helmet before unstoring a HS holding an oxygen tank onto Uraraka's back, which was connected to a firefighter's mask held in his hands. Handing it to Uraraka, he said, there's half an hour's worth of air in that tank, you'll be fine. Uraraka nodded but then frowned when Izuku didn't bring out a second tank and asked, what about you? Izuku shrugged and said, I've got enough clean air stored, I can just release it inside my mouth and I'm good. Uraraka stared and asked, you can release stuff from the inside of your mouth? Izuku hummed an affirmative then pet his head when All Might said in the calm he had given them, all right heroes, you may now enter the building. Putting a finger to the comm button, he said, roger that. Tapping the mask in Uraraka's hands, he silently told her to put it on and as she did so, he opened the tank's valve and said, stay on my 6, make sure they don't try to jump us from behind. Uraraka nodded and followed Izuku into the building. She had to blink when after reaching the first door her teammate brought out a police-style hand-held battering ram. Remaining out of line with the doorway, Izuku bashed the door open, waited 5 seconds before giving a quick look in before moving to the next door. On the 5th floor where Yaoyorozu and Mineta were sitting in the bomb room, Mineta stared at the screen showing what a camera Momo had left in the entrance hall was showing. Giving Momo a slightly scared look, he asked, "Am I the only one who finds the fact he doesn't feel the need to have on an oxygen tank and mask like what he gave Uraraka scary? Yes, I'll admit that is rather discouraging for that particular plan." Yaoyorozu said, another screen showing a tank hidden in another room on the 5th floor that she could remote activate. There was another crash as Izuku worked his way through the first floor rooms and she mused, he is being rather careful about not being in the doorway when he forces them open. One would think that with his abilities he wouldn't be worried about anything shot at him. Mineta shrugged and the pair watched as Izuku quickly but cautiously worked through each doorway, Uraraka dutifully keeping her head on a swivel. When he reached the staircase, he held his right hand up in a fist in the classic sign foretold and then brought out a can and shook it, Uraraka looking at it in surprise. Both Momo and Mineta blinked when Izuku depressed the trigger on top of the can and silly string of all things came out. After Izuku shot it at an upward arc then a moment later leaned into the doorway and shot it up the stairs, Momo snapped her fingers and said he's checking for tripwires. Mineta sighed and said so the foam tripwire mine at the 5th floor landing is likely a bust. So it seems, Yaoyorozu said with a sigh of her own. Eventually Izuku had worked through the rest of the floors and sure enough, his silly string landed on the tripwire of the foam trap but was light enough to not trigger it. A moment later, Uraraka cancelled both of their gravities and the pair used the railing to maneuver over the wire and onto the landing before she returned them to normal. As they entered the 5th floor, Yaoyorozu bit her lip for a moment before she decided to trigger the tank after all. Pushing the remote button, the pair saw a green light appear on the tank while the pressure gauge needle began moving to 0 as the minor paralytic was expelled. Izuku got through 3 doors before he stiffened on the way to the 4th. He frowned and held up a fist again, ping his head for a moment before he pulled out a massive red strong-covered book of all things and began flipping through its pages. "What the heck is he doing?" Mineta asked with a frown. Yaoyorozu meanwhile looked on in surprise as she said, "That's the big book of gases. It's the most comprehensive guide to both naturally occurring and man-made gas compounds out there. So what you're saying is that he likely knows exactly what we just tried to gas him with?" Mineta asked and at his partner's nod pet his head and said, "I guess it makes sense for him to have that book then if he can identify what he stores in his quirk. It would allow him to tell those coming behind him what any gases he encounters would do to someone else." A few moments later, the book was stored and Izuku continued bashing down doors. Yaoyorozu gave a soft sigh before handing Mineta a pill before popping the same kind of pill in her mouth. Mineta gave the paralytic antidote a dubious look for a moment before he popped his in as well. This match was going nowhere near how he imagined things would go when he was paired with Yaoyorozu. He was far too tense to enjoy being alone in a room with the voluptuous Ravenette. Izuku soon reached the room they were in and both flinched when they heard the loud crunch of the door. They were already back near the windows but Mineta went so far as to push back against the wall as he eyed the large metal bars in front of the door, wires from underneath going along the floor to a myriad of traps pointed at it. In the hall, Izuku eyed the door that had broken from his battering ram but had remained in place. After the now standard 5 seconds, he stored the battering ram and brought out a foot of his metal pole. He touched the biggest piece of the broken door and felt the amount of resistance he got from it before he pulled back the metal then stored the broken door. Seeing the metal bars, he pet his head and crouched, looking at the floor with narrowed eyes for a moment. After that moment, he stood up, made a slight gesture for Uraraka to back up a little more then held his right hand in the air completely rigid. The next moment, the air around his hand turned hazy before the skin became completely white with heat. Uraraka stared wide-eyed, feeling the heat even from where she was, and Izuku flashed her a grin before he stabbed his hand straight through the middle metal bar. In the observation room several jaws dropped as Mina asked incredulously, "Did he just turn his hand into a lightsaber?" Todoroki was suddenly looking a lot more intently at the screen as he said, "He's releasing an incredible amount of heat if it's white like that. He must have left his hand on a hot plate for hours." "Geez, Midoriya, what did you do, dive into a glass factory's kiln?" Uraraka asked. Izuku shrugged and as Yaoyorozu stared aghast on the other side as her heat-sensitive traps prematurely fired followed by the motion sensor ones as the metal began to sag and drip, said, "I store the heat of the air around me if it's in excess of 70 degrees Fahrenheit, pull the heat out of air conditioners on the really hot days, sunbathe on a tin roof, basically summertime is heat sink time." He then chuckled as he said, "You should have seen the way Mom freaked out when I had both hands on her stove when I was 6 and she had run out for groceries. I had had the oven on for half an hour when she came back. She wasn't happy to say the least." Uraraka wasn't the only girl to giggle at that, all of the girls in the observation room did too, yes, even Jiro. Even All Might let out a soft chuckle at the mental picture that brought to mind. Within moments, all of the bars were sagging and Izuku grinned as he moved to look through the opening at Yaoyorozu and the now completely freaked out Mineta as he called out, "Here's Johnny." As Izuku finally stored the bars, and storing the net and foam the pressure switches under them triggered, Mineta let out a shriek of fear and began throwing his sticky ball as fast as he could. Apparently playing it safe, Izuku brought out a semi-truck's door of all things and used it to catch all of the ball that flew towards him and Uraraka as they entered the room. There were several blinks from the people in the observation room and Kaminari asked, "Where could he have possibly gotten that?" There was a scrapped semi-truck at Dagoba Beach missing all of its engine parts, tires, and other miscellaneous pieces but still had its doors for some reason. All Might stated. At the looks his students gave him, he shrugged and said, "I saw young Midoriya using his quirk to quickly clean it several months ago." "Oh." Several students said in understanding before they all turned to watch as Izuku suddenly began releasing a massive amount of fog in front of him. There were panicked shouts from Mineta but when the fog cleared, Uraraka was holding a hand to the bomb and All Might declared, "The heroes have reached the bomb. Hero team wins. Man, I'm glad I didn't have to face Midori, he seems to be terrifying as an opponent." Mina said with a shudder earning agreement from the others. "He certainly has a very versatile quirk, that's for sure." Tsuyu said with a finger to her chin. Bakugo ground his teeth and his fists shook as he glared at the screen showing the teen in question walking out of the building with the others, his hood now hanging from his shoulders and his mask resting on his forehead as the teen led the way back. After the two teams had rejoined them and there was a discussion on their performances, All Might clapped his hands and said, "All right, time to move on. Teams B and I, if you'll come with me, we'll head to the next testing site." This match was over much quicker than the first one given that Shoji pinpointed where Hagakure and Ojiro were then Todoroki flash froze the entire building. It was so cold that even the students in the observation room were shivering. Seeing Tsu handling the cold the worst, Izuku moved over to her side and quietly asked, "Asui, do you mind if I hug you? I've still got some heat left I can use to help keep you warm. I've also got a blanket stored if you'd rather use that though I'm not sure how effective it would be given your wetsuit is covering everything but your face." "Keiko, alright why you can hug me B but call me Tsu?" the frog girl said equally quietly, stuttering from the cold. Izuku moved behind her and pulled her into a hug, one arm around her stomach and the other around her shoulders. The next moment Tsuyu let out a sigh of relief gaining everyone's attention and slumped a little as a faint shimmer came off Izuku's form, the students close to them able to feel the heat radiating off of him. "My, what a gentleman," Mina said teasingly before she adopted a leering expression and said, "Or maybe you're just taking advantage of that poor girl's biology to make a move." Izuku gave her a flat expression look as he said, "If that was true, my arms would be in different spots. And I don't appreciate what you're implying, Mina. Frogs don't do well in the cold. I'd simply rather not have anything happen to a classmate if I can avoid it." "Quite right, young Midoriya," All Might said with a thumbs up. Mina pouted at not being able to fluster her classmate with what should have been an embarrassing act. Mineta meanwhile was glaring at Izuku as he muttered to himself, "Lucky bee." Thankfully for the rest of the class, Todoroki soon reached the bomb room, and the moment All Might declared the hero teams win, the ice began melting and even outright turning to steam close to Todoroki as he used the other half of his quirk to remove the ice he made, since both Jiro and Hagekyure's feet were trapped in the ice. And they really needed to get Hagekure more than just shoes and gloves. As those two teams came back into the observation room, Izuku said, "Todoroki, while I can appreciate a rapid resolution, please keep in mind in the future that not everyone in the area you are operating in will have the same cold resistance as you do." Todoroki blinked, took in how Izuku was standing near Tsuyu, then nodded his understanding. Izuku then turned to where Hagekure's gloves were and brought out a felt blanket and tossed it over as he said, "Here, Hagekure. Sorry I can't do what I did with Tsuyu and use my stored heat, but well," Izuku gestured and finished, "I wouldn't know where to put my arms without touching something I shouldn't." A now wrapped up Hagekure giggled, and the blanket shifted in a way that suggested she was snuggling a little more in it as the invisible girl said, "Don't worry, Izuku, the blanket's good enough, thanks." "And why didn't you give that to Tsuhum?" Mina asked with a raised eyebrow. Tsuyu pointed at herself and said, "Full body covering wetsuit, wouldn't have helped as much, Karo." Mina pouted and asked, "Can you guys please not take away all the fun of teasing you?" "No, Karo," Tsuyu stated flatly, causing Mina to pout harder while some of the other students laughed. All Might shook his head with a smile and got the class back on task. Shortly after that, it was the time for the third match, and teams H and J followed All Might to the testing building. Like the last two villain teams, Kirishima and Siro decided to make their stand in the bomb room, with Siro making several floor-to-ceiling sticky traps. Izuku wasn't sure why they thought those would do any good in the bomb room itself, though given Asui had her tongue and Tokoyami had dark shadow to reach things out of arm reach. As Asui and Tokoyami were allowed to enter the building, Izuku shifted to be by Todoroki on his right side, since his left side was covered, and when Todoroki looked out of the side of his eye at him, asked, "Hey Todoroki, do you think you could give my heat stores a boost sometime soon to help make up what I used earlier? I'll treat you to a meal or something in exchange if you want." Todoroki looked back at the screens and was silent for a few long moments before he said, "Very well, we can do it after school ends. I like soba. I know a place near the school," Izuku said with a nod. The current match went how Izuku figured it would. While Siro had just as much reach as the other team, he could only shoot and forget with his tape, while Dark Shadow and Asui's tongue could change direction, allowing them to relatively easily get the win. The next match was Team G, Jiro/Kaminari, as the heroes versus Team D, Bakugo/Ida, as the villains. Izuku frowned as he saw Bakugo leave the bomb room after having an argument with Ida. As the hero team was told to start, he crossed his arms and said, "This is a really bad matchup. If she doesn't have Demolition's grade ear protection, Bakugo just has to let off one explosion near Jiro and the hero team is down a member." All Might hummed in agreement even as he kept his gaze on the screens and said, "Unfortunately, bad matchups happen all of the time in the realm of hero versus villains. But we heroes cannot complain about that and wait with our hands in our pockets until someone with a quirk better suited to the job arrives. Instead, we must overcome the challenge." The way the pair seemed to have decided to overcome the challenge was to stay as far away from Bakugo as possible. Considering how Bakugo was stomping around the building, it was actually fairly simple for Jiro to pinpoint his location. The pair were currently on the 4th floor while Bakugo stomped around the 3rd. "They've managed to give him the slip, thank goodness," Hagekure said, one of those anime clouds of relief coming from her invisible mouth. Pulling the blanket tighter around herself, she continued, "I wouldn't want to face Bakugo either, and I don't even have super hearing like Jiro. His explosions do make him a tough prospect to face in combat." Yaoyorozu said in agreement. "Yeah, but it's not very manly to avoid a fight," Kirishima said with crossed arms. Izuku shook his head and said, "The objective of this mission isn't to fight villains, Kirishima, it's to stop the villains' plans of detonating a bomb that would threaten lives. If the best way they can do that without accumulating needless casualties of their own is by avoiding conflict, then that is the option they should choose. They aren't saving anyone if they get taken out of the fight after all." All Might chuckled and said, "Good analysis, young Midoriya. Yes, While it's certainly true that there is nothing more noble than self-sacrifice, if your actions cause you to just become someone else another hero needs to save, then you further complicate an already troublesome situation. Izuku beamed at All Might, but then his smile took on a decidedly vindictive edge as he said, "That said, Bakugo's going to be absolutely sad if he misses a chance to rough someone up." All Might's smile in contrast dimmed a little as he said, "Yes, well, while it is not quite as I would put it, I believe you are correct in that young Bakugo would be upset that he did not get a chance to properly participate. Seeing as how Jiro and Kaminari went up one staircase just as Bakugo reached the 4th floor using another, that was definitely appearing to be a likely scenario. It really said something about the explosive blonde when Todoroki of all people stated he should have waited for them to come to him with Ida. Since neither Jiro nor Kaminari have any means of remote action like Tokoyami's Dark Shadow or Shoji's Dupliarms, at least one of those two have to enter the bomb room. Another great analysis, young Todoroki, All Might said with a thumbs up over his shoulder. He watched along with the students as the pair quickly but quietly made their way straight to said ballroom. Jiro held up a fist when they were a few feet away from the door that had been left open and turned to Kaminari and pointed at it. Kaminari grinned and for the first time of the match took point as he snuck up to the door before exploding into motion, running into the room and cutting loose with a blast of electricity that filled the entire room. Ida fell to the floor twitching and Kaminari ran right past him, still pouring off electricity. He only cut it off a moment before his hand touched the bomb. Hero team wins. All Might called out, then winced as he and all of the students saw Bakugo release a pair of explosions and start cursing up a storm. Ignoring that with the ease of experience, Izuku, "Sir, Ida might be immobile for a while." "Quite right, young Midoriya," All Might said with a nod before he was gone in a burst of wind. A few brief moments later, he reappeared next to where Kaminari was pulling Ida up into a sitting position, startling both them and Jiro, who had been halfway to them from the doorway. After asking Ida if he felt well enough to rejoin the others, and asking Jiro if his heartbeat was stable, All Might picked Ida up like he and his armor weighed no more than a sack of potatoes, then began jogging out of the building, the other two following. Bakugo had an absolutely furious expression on his face when he was collected as well. As they entered the observation room, Izuku brought out a folding chair from his stockpile. But then he eyed Ida, more specifically the mufflers on his back, and stored it again in favor of a padded stool and said, "Here, sir." All Might laughed and said, "Thank you, young Midoriya." Once Ida was settled, All Might clapped his hands and said, "So then, who would like to start us off?" "Yaoyorozu, if I may say something real quick?" Izuku asked the recommended student whose arm was already rising. "Oh, certainly, Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said, lowering her hand. Izuku nodded and turned towards Kaminari and said, "Kaminari, while it was a good call to make on this training exercise, if you're ever sent into a room that you know has a bomb inside in real life, never just cut loose with your electricity like that. There's a more than good chance you'll set it off if you do. You should only use your electrokinesis on a bomb if a bomb disposal tech asked you to, and only how they say to." Kaminari rubbed the back of his head sheepishly and said, "Right, see, a bomb keeps zappage down unless told otherwise." "Well said, young Midoriya," All Might said with a thumbs up before he asked, "What else?" Bakugo allowed his eagerness for combat to blind him to the fact that his opponents would have to reach a specific location to meet one of their win conditions. Todoroki stated stoically, causing Bakugo to audibly grind his teeth. After the class had discussed the match, the final two teams of Mina and Aoyama and Sato and Koda left the observation room. Izuku had to blink when the incredibly reticent Koda summoned a massive flock of pigeons to fill the bomb room. Ping his head, he said, "Hope neither Aoyama or Mina have ornithophobia or watch the birds." Uraraka gave a nervous laugh and said, "I just hope Aoyama doesn't go laser crazy on them, or Mina overboard with her acid either. I don't think Recovery Girl wants to embrace a bunch of pigeons." More than one person shuddered at the thought of embracing a bird. As All Might rejoined them, Izuku said wryly, "Sir, the villains appear to have called in reinforcements." All Might gave a boisterous laugh and said, "So they did. Let's see if outnumbering the heroes helps them any, shall we?" With that, All Might hit the buzzer to start the match. Izuku and a few other students winced when Mina's exuberance damaged Aoyama's cape. As Mina apologized, Tsuyu stated, I'm glad it was Aoyama that happened to. My hair's not as easily fixed, and I only have my wetsuit while he has multiple layers. Yeah, no kidding, I don't even have that. Hagakure said, the blanket conveying her shudder. That girl is way too free with using a corrosive substance. Ida said with a disapproving frown and chop of his arm. I hate to agree with the guy, but he's right. Izuku thought to himself. In the end, it turned out that Uraraka needn't worry. The moment the two members of the hero team opened the door, the swarm of pigeons surged forward and the pair ran away down the hall screaming. They actually ran all the way out of the building, and the students and All Might watched, some with sweat drops and others with snickers, as the hero team was chased all over training ground Beta. As the buzzer rang signaling the end of the match's time, Jiro said, well, that happened. It was a very tired hero team that trudged into the observation room a full 7 minutes after the villain team. So, I believe it's obvious that young Koda gets the MVP award for his bringing in reinforcements to distract the heroes until the timer of the bomb ran out. All Might stated, and several students nodded. The lesson went on for a few more minutes before All Might dismissed the class and took off running, claiming that he would drop his notes off with Aizawa for review before going on patrol. Izuku watched All Might go before he said, alright class 1A, let's get changed back to our school uniforms then. Kaminari, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu, if you'll come with Ida and I to the support course we can sort out your uniforms. Right? Most of the class called out while Bakugo snarled out, don't tell me what to do, you shitty nerd. Ignoring the explosive blonde, Izuku started walking down the training grounds exit while behind him Uraraka said to Tsuyu, wow, Midoriya really has a take charge attitude, doesn't he? He really does. Tsuyu said with a nod. A different stockpile CH4. Story start. Entrance to UA support course. Izuku walked beside Ida as they lead Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Kaminari to the support course. When they reached the door, Ida reached for the handle, but Izuku quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Midoriya? Ida asked in surprise. Izuku shook his head and said, trust me. He moved Ida back past the door frame, then pulled the door open, joining the others as he did so. An instant later, smoke came pouring out of the room, and the students heard Power Loader berating a student. Support course has a rather enthusiastic student this year. Happened to run into her once before when I was acquiring a few specialty pieces from her parents' machine shop. Izuku explained before he walked in, storing the smoke as he did so. The other Hero Corps students traded alarmed looks before following him in. As Izuku strode in, he called out, Power Loader Sensei. We need 2 DNA-doped costumes and a set of grounding equipment. Power Loader turned away from the pink-haired female student he had been berating. Said student perked up and Izuku instantly said, not made by you, Hatsum. Hatsum looked insulted as she asked, why not? Because your stuff tends to explode at least once and we don't want you blowing a limb off of either yourself or the person the gear is made for. Power Loader said flatly as he moved to join the Hero Corps students. Kaminari was the easiest of the three to settle. A few microfilament wires in his hero costume's shoes had it so that way he wouldn't short-circuit himself, and a promise to have a cable launcher, baton, and collapsible pole sword ready in a couple of days before his next heroics class had him squared away. The DNA doping of the two girls' outfits though would have to be done off-site since as tech-savvy as UA was, that required specialized machinery they just didn't have on campus. Not to say they didn't have it, they just didn't have it here given how DMN expensive it would be to replace if a support student tried to do a patch or rush job without supervision and broke it. Still, Hagakure and Yaoyorozu were happy with the designs of the bodysuits they came up with, including the close-fitting doped coats that would be added when it was wintertime. A pair of hair samples collected later, everything was settled and the students left the support course to head back to their homeroom. Time skip, end of class. As the final bell rang, Izuku stood up and looked towards Todoroki as he asked, mind if I invite the others to join us? Todoroki shrugged and said, if you wish to buy a meal for the other students then I won't stop you. Izuku nodded and gave a short whistle that was just loud enough to get everyone's attention as he said, hey guys, I'm treating Todoroki to soba in exchange for a refill of my heat stores. If anyone wants to join us, first bowls on me. Uraraka perked up and happily said, I'll take you up on that offer. Yeah, free food is free food. Mina said with a happy cheer. The majority of Class 1A gave their own agreements. The only two who didn't were Bakugo and Koda. Like I'd waste my effing time eating with you, you effing nerd. Bakugo barked as he stormed out of the room. Izuku rolled his eyes but remained silent, instead turning his gaze to Koda, who used charades to indicate that he needed to rush in order to catch a train. Izuku nodded and wished him a good rest of the day, a sentiment the others mirrored. As Koda Power walked out of the classroom, Izuku turned to where Aizawa was getting a few papers together and said, "Offers available for you as well, sensei." Aizawa looked up with a tired blink and said, "I appreciate the generosity, but I'm going to have to pass. The videos of your battle trials won't watch themselves after all." Ryuma and Mina both gave small twitches, now dreading what their homeroom teacher would think of them running from a flock of pigeons for the majority of their battle trial. Once everyone was ready, Izuku led the students out of the school and to a noodle shop a few blocks away. Once there, Izuku stayed by the counter as the others ordered before giving his own order, paid for everyone, then made his way to the table where Todoroki was seated, taking the open chair opposite of the heterochromatic. Todoroki wordlessly placed his left hand over the table, palm up, and Izuku held his right hand a few inches over it. Todoroki frowned in minute concentration, and a moment later a small but intense fire formed. None of the other students at the table felt any heat, though, as Stockpile greedily ate into itself. The pair stayed like that for about 15 minutes, eating one-handed when their bowls of soba were brought to the table. The waitress gave the pair a look when she saw the fire in between their hands, but thankfully just shrugged to herself, assuming the green-headed kid needed the flame for some reason. Quirk dietary needs could be strange. Chatter among the students was really inevitable, and Izuku did his best to participate. Todoroki kept any replies he made to short answers, but considering he was keeping a flame going, nobody seemed to mind. Yaoyorozu wound up offering to cover the second round of bowls if anyone wanted it, and several of the students took her up on her offer. All in all, it was a good way for the majority of 1A to get to know each other. Time skip, the next day. Izuku frowned when he saw the large group of reporters at the UA entrance. Listening as he approached, he rolled his eyes when he figured out the reporters wanted to know about All Might as a teacher. He quickly began going through the reporters, gently but insistingly nudging reporters harassing the students away before storing said harassed students and making his way through the gate, all the while saying no comment to any reporter that tried to ask him something. Once on the other side, he gave the reporters an irritated look before he brought everyone back out. It took a few moments for some of the students to recover, but they were soon on their way, a few giving him a nod of thanks. The students past present Might and Aizawa, who gave Izuku a thumbs up and nod of approval respectively before walking past him to deal with the reporters, Aizawa calling for Ida to get to class since Izuku hadn't bothered to collect him. Then again, as a legacy hero trainee, Ida seemed perfectly at ease talking with the reporter next to him, who was dutifully holding a recorder towards the semi-academy graduate. Once Aizawa joined his students in their classroom, he said, "All right, I've gone over the videotapes of yesterday's battle trials and there are a few things to bring up. First off, Todoroki, keep in mind that ice can be heavy next time you decide to freeze an entire building over. Leave it in place long enough and you can jeopardize structural stability." Todoroki nodded and Aizawa looked towards Bakugo as he continued, "Bakugo, don't let the prospect of a fight tempt you away from your primary objective, especially when you know your opponent wants what you're guarding." Bakugo grit his teeth at yet another person saying he did the wrong thing but remained silent. Aizawa shifted his gaze to Kirishima and Siro, who both straightened as he said, "It would have been better if you had moved the bomb out of that room given how open it was and all of the windows, and made a choke point out of the hallway the new room was connected to." "Yes, sensei." The pair acknowledged. Aizawa turned his attention to Aoyama and Mina, who both gained nervous sweats as he stated flatly, "Ashido, keep a lid on your acid, next time you might damage something more important than a cape. Consider how you would feel if you had damaged a piece of support gear that could have saved a hero's life if it was undamaged." Mina gave a strong flinch at that, a few other students wincing as well. A few moments later Aizawa finished with, "As for the pair of you fleeing from the flock, as understandable as your fear was, next time try to keep a calm mind. It wouldn't have been too strong to double back at some point rather than running all over the training ground." "Yes, sensei," the pair said with heads down. Aizawa gave a small yawn then said, "Right then, with that taken care of, it's time to move on. I know that this is sudden, but you need to pick your class president. Pretty much all of the students perked up and began saying how they wanted the job. Even Izuku rose his hand a little while doing his best to ignore Mineta, shouting that if he was president the girls' skirts would be shortened by no less than 2 inches. Tsuyu showed impressive memory of the placements of the desks as her tongue shot over the students' heads between her and his desk to smack him into the wall without once looking his way. Ida quickly calmed the class and suggested a vote. Somehow that led to Izuku standing at the front of the class next to Yaoyorozu, having obtained 6 votes while she had 5. Aizawa handed them a couple sets of paper as he said, "Here's everything expected of you too, make sure you go through it all." "Yes, sensei," the pair said as they took the papers, then went back to their desks. Time skip, lunchtime. "Still can't believe I got 6 votes?" Izuku said softly to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka as they sat down together, the pair of representatives pulling out the papers Aizawa had given them to look over properly now that they had a break from classes. "I'm not. You've already taken the lead on things yesterday, not to mention you two both offering to buy food for the whole class after school earned you both major brownie points," Uraraka said happily. Yaoyorozu gained a slight blush and said, "It was not my intention to bribe my classmates into liking me." Izuku huffed and said, "I don't think anyone thought you were trying to bribe them." "I didn't, at least, Karo," Asui said as she took an empty seat across from them, having heard some of the conversation as she came to their table. Other members of 1A soon joined them at their table or the tables around theirs, and Izuku kept an ear out as he looked over the papers while eating his bowl of katsudon, which was great but couldn't beat his mom's, made by lunch rush or not. However, lunch was interrupted a few moments later by a loud whistling sound, and a voice came over the PA reporting a level 3 security breach, which an older student stated meant someone had managed to get onto campus. The students were instructed by the voice on the PA to evacuate, and a mob formed as the students panicked, trying to get out of the hallway all at once. After the 3rd time Izuku was shoved, he gained an annoyed look and started slapping his hand against students, storing them. Needless to say, this further alarmed the other students who saw people suddenly disappearing, but Izuku rather quickly stored them as well until only Class 1A students were left in the hall. Looking them over, Izuku asked, "Everyone all right? Any injuries?" "Just a sore back for me," Mina stated, similar answers coming from the rest of his classmates. "Good thinking, Class Republic," Uraraka said with a grin and a thumbs up. "Indeed, while normally I would not condone such actions, I must admit it was the best way to prevent the panicking students from hurting each other or us," Ida said with a nod before he glanced out the nearby windows and frowned as he said, "It appears the press triggered the alarm." "Figures," Izuku said, rolling his eyes before he said, "All right, everyone to the evacuation point. I'll let everyone else out once we're there." There was a round of affirmatives, everyone yet again ignoring Bakugo's irritated response, and the students made their way to the evacuation point in a quick but orderly manner. Hound Dog and Cementos were waiting, and Izuku quickly explained to them why only 1A had been part of their group. Cementos nodded his approval of his crowd control actions, and soon the stored students were being released in groups of 5, quickly calmed by the teachers, then sent to where their class should gather. And he wondered why he got elected. "Prez is definitely a natural lead singer," an amused Jiro said to Hagakure, who giggled. Time skip, the next day 12:50. "All right, class, today's heroics lesson will be covering rescue operations," Aizawa stated. Most of the class became excited at this but quickly grew quiet when he continued, "Guys, I'm not finished." Once everyone had settled down, he continued, "This training will be taking place on another part of the school grounds, so we'll be taking a bus there. All Might and another teacher will be joining us there. Also, I know everyone is excited about costumes." She clicked the remote that slid out the panels before he finished. "It's up to you if you wear them or not. Just remember that you aren't used to them yet and they might interfere with your work. Hagakure, while your costume isn't quite ready yet, we did manage to dope the outside layer of a set of sports underwear, so make sure you put it on when you get your gear." "You got it, sensei," Hagakure said, uniform arm lifting up showing she probably gave a thumbs up. "All right, either change into your costumes or your gym uniforms, then meet out at the bus," Aizawa instructed. Time skip, arrival training building. After Aizawa exited the vehicle, Izuku was the first student off the bus, having sat up front as the class representative. Yaoyorozu, or rather Yamamo as dubbed by Mina during the ride, was the last student off. They were met by a hero wearing what looked like a bulky space suit with a black-tinted helmet, though they had sturdy-looking boots on their feet. "Oh my gosh, it's 13! Uraraka squealed in excitement. The rescue hero lifted her right hand in welcome and said, "Welcome, students. I'm excited to have you all here for your first rescue lesson. Let's head inside so that you can see what you'll be working with today." With that, she turned and led the way inside. The class walked along a large walkway until they reached a pair of pillars holding a thin archway near stairs, allowing the students to see several different areas designed to emulate disaster areas. Needless to say, they were impressed. "Wow. It looks like an amusement park," Kirishima said in wonder. "A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created these training areas to prepare you for dealing with different kinds of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it Yusei, just like Universal Studios Japan," all of the students thought. Aizawa walked over towards 13 and asked, "Hey, shouldn't All Might be here already?" "Let me guess, he booked an interview instead." 13 spoke too quietly for the students to hear, but Izuku saw her hold up 3 fingers, causing him to frown in confusion. Did that mean All Might was 3 minutes out? He supposed he could have been held up helping other heroes on the way to the school, but something about that thought just seemed off. Aizawa grunted and said, "That man is the height of irrationality." A few moments later, he continued, "All right, the clock's ticking, so we should get started." "Excellent," 13 stated before she continued, "Before we get started, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things, possibly 3, 4, or 5. Get on with it." The students called out. "Right," 13 said, straightening up before she continued, "Listen carefully, as I'm sure you're aware, I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. It can SCK in and tear apart anything." "Yeah, and you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters," Izuku said with a nod, Uraraka nodding a lot more and vibrating like a chihuahua given an espresso. "Indeed," 13 agreed before continuing, "However, my power could easily kill." That got Uraraka to stop cold as she said, "I'm sure there are some among you with similar abilities. In our super-powered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem that this system is a stable one, but we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. During Aizawa's physical fitness test, you came to learn of your own hidden potential. Through All Might's battle training, you experienced the danger that your respective quirks can pose to others. This class will show you a new perspective. You will learn how to utilize your quirks to save lives. Your powers are not meant to harm. I hope you leave here today with the understanding that you're meant to help people. That is all. I thank you for listening." 13 gave a bow and the majority of the students clapped at the end of her speech, Uraraka clapping the loudest. "Right, now that's over," Aizawa said as he pointed down the stairs. Not even a second later, though, a trail of electricity went along the row of lights overhead, causing them to cut off, and the 3 bars icon in the corner of Izuku's mask, it had more than just infrared capability built in, were replaced with 3 dots as he lost service. As several of the students looked up at the lights in surprise, Izuku instinctively tapped at his mask a couple of times. A moment later, the fountain that was in the middle of the plaza began sputtering and the air shimmered before swirling inwards before reversing, now as a purply black hole in space. Aizawa turned his head, stiffening as he saw the portal, fully turning around as it grew into a rather wide pane. Looking back at his students, he said, "Stay together and don't move." 13. Protect the students? The students looked confused until Kirishima looked down and said, "Whoa, what is that thing?" It was at that point several people began walking through, none of them looking friendly. Kirishima put a hand over his eyes and asked, "Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people?" Izuku frowned and started to take a step forward, hand instinctively beginning to curl into a finger gun, only to flinch when Aizawa barked, "Stay back." As the students looked towards him, they saw him slipping on a pair of yellow sunglass-like goggles over his eyes. His statement of, "This is real, those are villains," had several students flinch back in surprise. Not good, Izuku thought as he saw a massive monster of a man with black skin, a beak for a mouth and an exposed brain step out and stop by a man with hands all over him. It looked like the students might be the ones needing rescuing now. A different stockpile Siege 5. Author's note: I plan to have most of this story done in segments comparable to an episode of the show. But I personally hate it when the USJ attack is split apart over several chapters and you have to wait weeks if not months to see how it ends. So I decided to cover it all in one chapter for you guys. Previously, Izuku frowned and started to take a step forward, hand instinctively beginning to curl into a finger gun only to flinch when Aizawa barked, "Stay back." As the students looked towards him, they saw him slipping on a pair of yellow sunglass-like goggles over his eyes. His statement of, "This is real, those are villains," had several students flinch back in surprise. Not good, Izuku thought as he saw a massive monster of a man with black skin, a beak for a mouth and an exposed brain step out and stop by a man with hands all over him. It looked like the students might be the ones needing rescuing now. Story start. As the villains marched through the plaza towards the stairs, Kirishima said, "What, villains? No way. How'd they get in the school? Do you not see the giant but portal they just came out of?" Izuku demanded. Said portal shrunk down into a human-sized pillar of purplish-black smoke, metallic bands wrapped around it where a person's neck would be and two yellow lines appearing that were presumably their eyes. It then said in a carrying tone of voice, almost like it wanted the teachers and students to hear it, "The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead." Perplexing, according to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. "So you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus?" Aizawa said with a scowl. "Where is he?" the villain covered in hands asked. "I went to the trouble of bringing so many friends eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids he'll come out to play." Aizawa's scarf and hair floated upwards as he activated his quirk in response to the villain's words. 13-sensei, why aren't the alarms going off?" Yamamoto asked. "Good question, I'm not sure," 13 said, helmet turning to look towards them. "I've got no signal in my heads-up display." Izuku said, tapping at his mask as he continued, "They've either got some kind of jamming equipment or someone with a quirk that can do the same thing." Aizawa scared at that and said, "Kaminari, try to use your quirk to break through the jamming to contact the school. Use frequencies 32.7 and 178. Those are the school's emergency low and high frequencies that someone is always monitoring." "Yes, sir," Kaminari said, hand going to his radio set over his right ear. "Are the villains only attacking here or is the whole campus under attack?" Todoroki wondered, frowning as he continued. "Either way, they chose an isolated area as their entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan for All Might is, they chose a time when he should have been isolated from the majority of the other pros teaching here at the school." 13, get the students out of here," Aizawa ordered. "Sir, you can't take them all on, you're best at ambush and one-on-one when you can keep your quirk focused on small numbers. There's too many to keep them all erased," Izuku stated. "You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony Midoriya," Aizawa stated. Izuku's eyes narrowed behind his mask before he sighed and said, "At least let me make it so that they don't see you coming." Aizawa's eyebrow rose over his goggles and he asked, "What did you have in mind?" Despite the situation, Izuku felt a savage grin form on his face as he asked, "You know how fighter pilots like to hide in the sun when they attack in a dive?" Aizawa gained a grin to match and said, "Good idea. The moment I'm down there though you join the others in getting out of here." When Izuku nodded, Aizawa said, "I'll leave it to you 13. Aizawa leapt forward and Izuku rose his arm up into the air, palm angled downward to the plaza. The next moment an entire summer's worth of sunlight erupted out of his palm, lighting up the plaza like it had stadium lights surrounding it and blazing the stored photons into the onlooking villains' retinas. Almost the entire group let out shouts of pain as their hands automatically went to their eyes, only the exposed brain villains seemingly not reacting, and Aizawa took ruthless advantage as he landed among them. Izuku watched Aizawa tear through the villains as they tried to blink the spots out of their eyes for a few moments, and when he was sure none of the villains had any immediate plans to try and take the stairs after the retreating students, nodded to himself. Turning around, he ran to catch up with the others, bending down to scoop up the shorter Mineta as he did and putting him on his back. "Thanks," Mineta muttered, and Izuku hummed an acknowledgement as he came astride Aoyama and Hagakure, Asui right in front of them. Before they could reach the exit, though, the warper appeared. The yellow bars that were his eyes rapidly appeared and disappeared as he blinked, but that didn't detract from the menace he practically radiated like that gaseous mist of his as he said, "Come now, students. It's rude to leave a party when it has just started, especially before introductions can be made. We are the League of Villains. I know it was impolite of us in turn, but we have invited ourselves into this bastion of heroics to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today, and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some change in plans we could not foresee." The villain's gaseous body seemed to unfold open like a great bird spreading its wings as he said, "Not that it matters. I still have a role to play after all." Izuku heard a soft click from his spot in the back, his time spent analyzing videos of 13 helping him identify the sound as one of her finger caps opening, but before the teacher could act, Bakugo and Kirishima leapt forward, the pair letting out war cries. There was an explosion, and Izuku thought to himself, "Hope they aimed for that neck brace and not the body." As the smoke began to clear, Kirishima asked, "Did you really think we'd stand around and let you tear this place to shreds?" Unfortunately, when the smoke cleared, the villain appeared completely unharmed as he mused, that was close. You two certainly show why you were accepted to this school with your willingness to act. You two, get out of the way." 13 ordered, but it was too late. "But you should be careful before someone gets hurt. I'll scatter you throughout this facility to meet my comrades and your death." Purple smoke shot forward, and Izuku immediately stored Mineta, quickly slapping a hand to Aoyama's armored arm and grabbing Hagakure's glove an instant later, storing them as well just before the smoke consumed him. He started storing it as well as he reached for Asui, only to see her form disappear. Gritting his teeth, Izuku stopped storing the rushing mist, hoping it would take him to the same area as her. When he could see again, he immediately started falling. Spotting the water below that Asui was also falling towards, Izuku assumed the vertical skydiving position, head down and feet up, blasting stored air from his feet to quickly catch up to Asui. The girl had just slid her own goggles down in preparation for hitting the water when she let out a surprised rib bit, as Izuku pulled her against himself, one arm around her waist and the other going over the top of her head. A bare 2 feet from the water now, Izuku cut loose with more stored air, forming a shell of rushing wind that broke apart the surface tension of the water ahead of them. The pair sank down several feet, the aerated water providing little to no buoyancy. Izuku cut off the air 5 seconds later. They could barely see each other, they were so deep. Asui separated from him, pulling out an emergency air tank while Izuku brought out his electrolysis breathing apparatus. But when Asui started to swim upwards, Izuku grabbed her arm, and when she looked back at him, shook his head. Trusting Izuku had a plan, she allowed him to gently tug her back against his side as he again wrapped his arm around her waist. The next moment she understood Izuku's plan as she felt the water beginning to spin around them. He was storing the water all around them, including what was beneath their feet, causing them to sink further. And what started as a gentle pull soon became a rip current as more and more water rushed in to fill the void. Within 20 seconds of starting, there was a raging whirlpool around the two. For the villains who had been waiting for their prey, the whirlpool seemed to form out of nowhere, and they panicked as they were dragged viciously through the water against their will, the circling rapidly disorienting them, not to mention making them almost lose their lunches. Asui watched as 16 figures struggled in the water as they were pulled in increasingly shorter circles over them before they were dragged down and brought into stockpile. In the plaza, all of the fighting stopped when a roaring sound was heard. Both villains and hero alike looked to the flood zone as they followed the sound and saw rushing water. Seeing the forming whirlpool and the water level rapidly going down, Aizawa smirked. That was one student he didn't have to worry about, at least. He took advantage of the nearest villain's distraction to fold him over his fist before he began going through the rest. Within a minute and a half the water level was barely a few feet deep, revealing a pair of green figures. Once it was at shoulder height, the pair began making their way up the slope of the man-made lake. Taking quick leaps up the incline, they poked their heads over the lip of the pool and saw Aizawa handily knock out the last few Chmook villains. Geez, that took him what, 3 minutes to deal with everyone but those last two? Izuku muttered. Guess that flash you made earlier really helped, Ribbit? Asui said. That flash of light had been bright enough to extend the running students' shadows all the way to the doors when it happened. The pair watched as Aizawa and the hand villain charged each other, only for Aizawa to come out the worst from that bout. Seeing the large brute of a villain moving behind Aizawa as he looked at his ruined elbow, Izuku knew things were going to get bad. Sorry about this, Tsu, Izuku said. Ribbit? Asui asked in surprise as Izuku put a hand on her shoulder and stored her. The next moment he was zipping across the plaza. He got to Aizawa just as the final boss reached for his arm. Izuku skidded to a stop a couple dozen feet past them with an arm around Aizawa. Giving his teacher a sheepish smile, he said, Sorry about this, sensei, but you're injured. Midoriya don't dash, Aizawa barked, only to be stored. Ah, it's no fun when the mob boss gets away before you can finish him off. The hand villain complained. But then he smiled dangerously and asked, I wonder what happens to those in the transport when it's destroyed? Nomu. Knock that walking inventory's block off. Izuku heard the word knock and instantly knew what the villain wanted this Nomu to do. As such, it gave him enough time to cross his arms in front of his head. The Nomu appeared right in front of him with fist resting against his crossed arms, and Izuku's eyebrows shot skyward as he registered how that punch gave him almost the same amount of force as one of All Might's punches, off by a mere 100 pounds of force or so. What the? How'd you tank that? Nomu's made to kill All Might? The hand guy shouted. Izuku put a smirk on his face and said, Nanomachine's son. The hand villain's eye twitched at that, but before he could say anything the Nomu screeched and began unleashing several dozen punches a second into Izuku's crossed arms, continuing to try to punch through to reach his head. Guess whatever process they used to make this thing took away its higher functions. It's like a robot constantly trying to go down a path its programming tells it to, even though there's an obstruction in its way. Izuku thought as his stores of force continued to climb. After that thought though, Izuku called out, You hit like a girl. Smash. Izuku pulled back a fist, then let loose with the same amount of force as All Might first gave him all of those months ago. After all, if this Nomu was meant to take on All Might, then he couldn't hold back on it. A shockwave erupted as his punch made contact, the air pressure rattling the overhead dome's paneling. Well, his punch stopped the Nomu punching at him at least. But given that his own fist was resting against the Nomu's rather than blasting him back, that was all that could be said. The Nomu let out a short screech as it looked down at the fist. The hand villain let out a loud cackle and said, Nice one-liner there, kid. Bet it would have been more action hero worthy if Nomu didn't have shock absorption added to his skill list. And smash? Aren't you taking being a student of All Might just a bit too seriously? Nomu, DPS ain't working, go for crush damage. Nomu shrieked and reached forward to bear hug the student, and Izuku leapt back a couple dozen feet. Grinning savagely, Izuku made a finger gun and said, Shock absorption, huh? Let's see how literal that skill name is. It was just him, the Nomu, and the hand villain in the plaza, and the only metal was the fountain behind Izuku. Which meant that when Izuku let off with one of his stored lightning bolts, it shot straight forward into the Nomu's tea, who let out the loudest shriek yet, dropping to the ground and spasming for a few seconds before going still. Oh, that is some Kirby-level bullshit right there. How the hell could an inventory-type store FA lightning? The hand villain cursed. Izuku would have said something, but his attention was grabbed by Nomu twitching before it pushed itself up with arms and smoothly stood upright. The F-dash? Izuku asked before he brought out a three-pointer missile and threw it like an American football, the rocket propellant carrying it straight into Nomu's eye. There was a minor explosion, but it caused enough damage to break the skin, and Izuku watched as the damage quickly healed over. The cackling was back as the leader said, Don't know where you got the missile, kid, but hyper-regeneration makes it useless? Well, alright then. Izuku said before he was suddenly where the Nomu had been with hand outstretched. What the? Where'd Nomu go? The leader asked stunned. Izuku gave him a savage grin and said, "You said it yourself, I'm an inventory, you dumbass. I saw what your fancy biomachine could do and went, mine. What? Did you think I could only store inanimate objects and friendlies? You stole my MVP." The leader muttered, hands coming up to scratch at his neck as he said, "He was going to kill All Might and you kicked him from the server. You brat, you bastard. I'm going to make you pay for that." The leader's hands dropped to his sides and he rushed towards Izuku only to get his head knocked back by a RBB bullet. Izuku shot out of his finger, "Thank you, one-pointers," causing him to stumble and fall, though he managed to catch himself with his hands, causing the plaza floor to begin turning to dust. Around said hands. The hand on the leader's face fell to the ground and he looked up at Izuku with a glare and a red mark on his forehead. Izuku took one look at the dry flaky skin and wrinkles and said, "Wow, you're one ugly motherfucker, you know that? Here, let me see if I can clean that up a little." Water shot out of Izuku's palm with the force of a fire hose and the leader barely had time for his eyes to widen before he was blasted backwards, skidding along the ground before he was sent over the lip of the flood zone and went tumbling down the incline into the water at the bottom. Izuku leaned forward, ready to leap after him only to hear a loud shriek of "Sensei" from the direction of the stairs. Izuku spun around and took a massive leap in that direction, overshooting the stairs and rocketing up to the side of the massive dome. He twisted in the air and reabsorbed the force of his impact with the dome, using the brief moment before gravity reclaimed him to look at the walkway and see Thriteen laying on the floor with the back of her outfit torn apart, Ida, Shoji, Sato, Siro, Mina, and Ochako looking on in horror. The warp villain was still there and Izuku extrapolated that he had opened a warp gate when 13 had been using black hole. Now snarling, Izuku kicked off the dome and shot down to the pathway, landing by 13 in a crouch and startling Mina and Uraraka who were kneeling next to the teacher, both girls falling back in surprise. Izuku quickly slapped 13's arm, storing the injured teacher before whirling around onto his knee and releasing his zap pole towards the warper. If he could just make contact with that metal collar, then he could drop him. But the warper activated his quirk and vanished as the pole lanced through his previous position. "Diamine?" Izuku muttered. Quickly standing, he looked all around trying to find him. When he didn't, he leapt for the top of the dome and hung from the rafter to get a literal bird's eye view. He found the warper apparently talking with the leader by the water in the still mostly empty flood zone. A moment later the pair vanished. Izuku continued scanning the area from his perch, but after a minute of not seeing any black gas or clothes had to assume that the pair had bugged out. When Izuku kicked off and landed back with the students in the walkway, Ida was no longer with the others and the door was open. As the other 5 students looked towards him, he said, "Smokey and Hanzi seem to have booked it." There were sighs of relief from 4 out of 5 of the students, Shoji simply nodding. Ochako then gained a worried look and asked, "Midoriya, have you seen any of the others?" Izuku nodded and said, "I was able to grab a few before I was warped." So saying, he brought out Mineta, Aoyama, Hagakure, and Asui. "Ugh, what happened?" Hagakure asked, glove coming up to seemingly rub at her forehead. "I stored you 3 guys when the warper tried to scatter us." Izuku stated. "Is Aizawa-sensei alright?" Asui asked. Izuku nodded and unstood the teacher. "You dare!" Aizawa barked, startling the others before he looked around and saw himself surrounded by half of his students. Reaching up with his good arm, he removed his goggles so that Izuku could see his glare as he said, "That was completely irrational and monumentally reckless, Midoriya. Considering I've got the big guy stored and the other 2 ran, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you on that one, sir," Izuku stated. Before Aizawa could retort, there was a large surge of electricity over in the mountainside, drawing everyone's attention. "Hope that was Kaminari," Mina said quietly. A moment later, the 3 dots in Izuku's heads-up display turned into bars, and he smirked as he said, "Considering I just got signal back, I'd say that was him overloading whatever jammer the villains had." Izuku's assumption was proven correct as Kaminari's voice came through a small speaker in the mask. "Kaminari to you. We've got villains in the USJ." Putting a finger to the transmit button on his mask, Izuku added, "This is Midoriya. The villains used a warper to get in, that person and their leader have bugged out, but the students were scattered to the different zones and both Aizawa and 13 are injured. All Might's voice came over the line and said, I'm with young Ida on the road to the... I will send him on to the school and be there shortly. Principal Sneeze's voice came next as he stated, understood, the rest of us teachers shall make our way to the day as well. Midoriya, what is the condition of 13 and Aizawa? From what I could tell, 13 got her quirk turned against her. I didn't see the full damage before I stored her, but her back looked pretty messed up. Aizawa has a compromised elbow but otherwise is combat capable. Eraserhead stated flatly into his own radio, not showing any of the pain he surely must have been feeling considering the state of said elbow. There was a burst of wind and All Might was suddenly with him as he declared, I am here. All hostiles in the mountain zone have been neutralized, we're securing them now. Momo's voice came over the comms. Landslide zone secured. Todoroki stated stoically. All the BSTRDS in the busted-up buildings have been dealt with? Bakugo said with a hint of violent satisfaction in his voice, causing Izuku to roll his eyes. Looking to All Might, he reported Tsu and I were in the flood zone. I've got all the villains that were there stored, along with the majority of the water from said zone I see. All Might said in amusement while looking towards the artificial lake which was still only a quarter refilled. That just leaves the conflagration and windstorm zones unaccounted for. Aizawa stated. All Might nodded and said, I shall go to the fire zone then. Young Midoriya, take young Asui and young Shoji with you to the windstorm zone. Store all villains you find and if any students require medical aid then them as well. Aizawa scowled at that but remained silent. Yes sir. Izuku said with a nod. He held a hand each in Asui and Shoji's direction. Asui put her hand in his and Shoji grew a few extra segments to touch the hand held towards him. Storing his classmates, Izuku turned in the direction of the windstorm zone and leapt across the distance between it and the stairs, All Might doing the same towards the conflagration zone. As the pair left, Aizawa put his hand back to his radio and said, all students who can hear this, begin making your way back to the entrance. The sooner we get a head count the sooner we know who's still unaccounted for. You gotta teach. Kaminari said followed by Todoroki's, roger that, and Bakugo's yeah. Scene change, Kamino Ward, Kurogiri's bar. Kurogiri opened a warp gate to his bar and Tamura Shigaraki came out cursing as he said, that goddamn secret boss inventory server mod brat. When I get my hands on him. The TV screen on one of the walls came on, audio only displayed on the screen as a voice said, I take it the mission didn't go according to plan? Unfortunately not. All Might wasn't at the USJ like the schedule we acquired said and there was a rather troublesome student present as well. Kurogiri stated. Oh? The voice asked. Shigaraki began scratching at his neck as he ranted, Diamond Green Inventory Kid, completely no-sold the ambush of the flood zone by removing the hazard and the NPCs there, then he just swooped in and med-evac'd Eraserhead before Nomu could finish him off. And then the BS dude took Nomu's punches like it was nothing before somehow throwing a punch like All Might at it. And when that didn't work he used F-Lightning against it. DMN BSDRD was using cheat codes. And then he stole Nomu. Interesting. The voice mused. A second voice said musingly, you called this person green. Green curly hair and eyes, had a lot of freckles? You know who they are talking about, doctor? The first voice asked. Maybe sensei. The doctor said before he asked, well, Tamura? Tamura grunted and said, I was talking about his costume. Brat had a hood and mask on all the time, didn't see his hair or eyes. Eraserhead called him Midoriya though. Midoriya Izuku? Doctor said before giving a chuckle and said, well, I dare say it's nice to know that I was right about the lad. Care to elaborate, doctor? Sensei asked. Doctor proceeded to do so as he stated, I saw the kid when he was 4. He has a stockpiling quirk, though not the common kind. He's able to store things. Back when I saw him he couldn't even fit more than an inch of the pen we used to test it. But I had theorized that his storage space could grow bigger with either time or practice, and that what he stored didn't have to be a solid material either. It looks like his quirk has grown wonderfully. I can only imagine how large and varied his donation to our cause would be if you were to take his quirk in the future. In a darkened room, An evil smile grew as Sensei said sinisterly excellent. Scene change, USJ. The rest of the UA Pro Hero staff and the police had swarmed the USJ, as had a number of ambulances. Izuku was being metaphorically pulled in at least 4 different directions. As class president, he needed to make sure the students were safe. But he also had to give a statement, had several villains stored, needed to get 13 to medical attention before he could bring her out, and he needed to see if anything could be done with the sample of warp gate he had acquired. Thankfully Yamamo was willing to handle the first, so that was one thing off his plate. Right now, he was standing in front of Power Loader and Nizu. "What have you got for us, Midoriya?" Power Loader asked. Midoriya held up a hand and said, "When the warper was separating us, I managed to grab a sample of his quirk medium." A small wisp of purplish-black vapor came off his hand and he said, "I've got enough stored to fill a few standard spray bottles. I figure if we can find some way to scan it we could possibly track him down, or at least know if he ever shows up here again." "Excellent work, Midoriya." Principal Nizu praised with arms raised high. Power Loader nodded and said, "I'll have a containment unit ready by the time you students return to class. The equipment to scan it will be a bit trickier, but you let me worry about that." Midoriya nodded, then moved to where the arrested villains were being skirted into prisoner transports. One by one he unstirred the villains from the flood and windstorm zones for the police to cuff. The last one out was the Nomu, and while he and the teachers were ready to act the moment it so much as twitched wrong, it thankfully obeyed the police officer's commands and was quickly secured. With prisoners handed over, Izuku followed an officer to his cruiser and slid into the passenger seat as the officer started the car. He'd take the student to the main campus building to change out of his costume and grab his things. Then he'd take Izuku to the hospital where 13 would be tended to while getting his statement before skirting him home. Scene change, Principal Nizu's office. That evening, Nizu stared out of the window of his office at the sunset, paws held behind his back. Sitting on a couch, All Might in his shrunken form said, "I can't be sure until tomorrow, but I think I lost about 20 minutes in my other form. Unfortunate, but certainly something we can work around when it comes to planning out your lessons with the students." Nizu stated, "Yeah. And I bet it would have been a lot worse if I had to fight that Nomu thing instead of just securing the conflagration zone." All Might mused. "Yes, we're fortunate Midoriya has such a versatile quirk and that he was in a position to deal with that creature," Nizu said with a tiny nod before he turned his head to look over his shoulder and said, "But his report of the Nomu having multiple quirks is deeply concerning. I don't think I need to tell you why." All Might's hands clenched as he frowned and said, "He's back. A different stockpile Su 6. Author's notes. Man, it's been a while since I've posted anything on fanfic. That's unfortunately a combination of things. For one thing, I've now got a job as a cart pusher, which while not as physically demanding as my previous job in a cinderblock plant is still me walking almost constantly for 8 hours with a 1-hour break in between. My average step count according to my Fitbit is between 20,000 and 30,000 steps, roughly 16 miles. Needless to say, that's its own brand of tiring. Another factor is that there are a bunch of one-shot stories I've been working on as the muse hits me. Finally, there's the factor of this story. Like the USJ, I have decided to post the sports festival all in one go. And while I started strong, as I worked through the later rounds of the third event, I drifted away from the story. But now it is finished and you all get 8, count them 8 chapters to enjoy. So without further ado, here's the next arc of a different stockpile. Story start. 2 days after the attack on the USJ, Izuku went to school early, going to the support course section of the campus to offload the Warper's quirk medium into Power Loader's containment unit. As he walked through the hallway 1A's classroom was attached to, he came upon Aizawa making his tired way to the door at an unhurried pace. Easily catching up with his homeroom teacher without having to speed up, Izuku instead slowed down as he walked beside him and said, "Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. How's the arm?" Aizawa grunted and said, "Better. Recovery girl was able to heal the worst of it and gave me a cream and bandage wraps for the rest. She doesn't want me using the arm if I don't have to for another few days, but otherwise it's fine." Izuku nodded and said, "I'm glad to hear that." The pair were silent the rest of the way to class. Just as they got to the door though, they heard Ida say from inside, "Where is Midoriya?" It is inappropriate for him to be late, especially with him being class representative. Both Aizawa and Izuku gave huffs of amusement as Izuku slid open the door and Aizawa stated, "Settle down, Ida. Midoriya just had a DLVY for power loader this morning." As said student slipped into the room and made for his seat, Aizawa went to the desk at the front. Once both were seated, the teacher continued, "Now, I know what happened at the USJ was more exciting than you expected, but I don't want you to dwell on it too much since you have a much more important fight coming up in 2 weeks. By which I mean the UA Sports Festival." "All right." Kirishima cheered. Others weren't so enthusiastic though. Jiro raised a hand and asked, "Is it really a good idea to have the sports festival after what happened?" "Yeah, what if villains attack again?" Kaminari asked. Aizawa gave a tired sigh and said the administration believes it's important to show a strong face to the public. "Don't worry though, security will be ramped up more than usual for this event. Besides, the sports festival is too important to cancel just because of a small incident." "Small? Villains attacked the school," Mineta said with clenched fists. "And all but 2 out of 74 were arrested with no serious injuries among you students who didn't even have a full week of training from this school." Aizawa stated calmly. "Well yeah, when you put it like that it doesn't sound too bad I guess. But still," Mineta admitted, rubbing the back of his head before trailing off at the end. Aizawa tapped the desk with his left knuckles as he said, "I said that the sports festival was important, here's why. With the advent of quirks, the Olympics became a shadow of itself, both in thoroughness of sport variety and prestige. Quirks interfered with performing the sports fairly too much. The sports festivals of schools, primarily those with hero courses where the students could cut loose with their quirks, within reason mind you, have stepped up to the plate in regards to viewership numbers. It is not an exaggeration to say that thousands of people will be in the stands during this event, and millions will be watching it from television screens." Aizawa leaned forward a little as he continued, "And it's even more important for those in the hero course. This is how you show the professional heroes out there your potential. If a professional hero likes what they see, they will give you an offer to intern with them for a week, which on top of giving you some real-world experience can look rather good on your resume when it comes time to join a hero agency after you graduate and gain your heroic licenses. 1 chance a year, 3 times in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can miss this sports festival. That means you better not slack off on your training." "Yes, sir." The majority of the students said together, the rest nodding. Aizawa nodded back and his eyes cut to Izuku specifically as he said, "And Midoriya, Principal Nizu wished me to inform you that outside of bringing anyone extremely injured to recovery, girls storing the other competitors without their permission will be considered as unsportsmanlike conduct. I know that removes a very useful option for you, but this will hardly be a life or death struggle." Izuku nodded his understanding and Aizawa said, "Well, that's everything from me, the rest of homeroom is yours to do as you please." As Aizawa pulled out his sleeping bag to get a nap in, the students all began forming groups as they eagerly spoke about the event. Uraraka in particular was enthusiastic about it. Even though the room was well lit, Izuku swore her face was covered in shadow and a purple aura was coming off her body as she threw a few punches. Izuku, Asui, and Yaoyorozu gained a surprise as they joined the brunette on the way to lunch and talk about why they wanted to be heroes came about. "You want to be a hero for money?" Izuku asked, eyebrows raised. Uraraka didn't come off as one who was greedy. Uraraka rubbed at the back of her head sheepishly and said, "Yeah, you see it's like this. My parents have a construction company but they've been having trouble for a long while getting any of the really big contracts or even smaller contracts one after the other, so money's always been really tight." Izuku could see where this was going and he gave her a compassionate look as he said, "Let me guess. When you said that you'd be a big help thanks to your quirk being able to remove the need of heavy lifter equipment, they told you they'd prefer it if you chase your dream instead." Uraraka blinked, surprised at Izuku's ability to, pardon the pun, hit the nail on the head, then nodded as she gained a determined look and said, "That's right. So I'm going to sign on with a good agency and make lots of money so that way they don't need to worry about money so much." She then gained a sheepish look and said, "I know it's nowhere near as admirable as a reason as you guys probably have." "Not at all," Yamamo said with a shake of her head and continued, "It's actually much more admirable than you clearly believe. Wanting to make things easier for your parents is most certainly a noble goal, and choosing a career that will help countless others at the same time just adds to that. As the blush marks on Uraraka's cheeks grew a little at the praise, Yamamoto gained a sheepish look of her own as she said honestly, "Hearing your reasoning makes my admittedly abrupt decision to become a hero last year seem a bit shallow." Izuku bumped shoulders with his vice representative and said with a smile, "The longing to be a hero may not have been present as long, but you're still here, willing to put your life on the line when you could have most likely gone anywhere else you chose. I don't think that makes your decision shallow." Yamamoto gave him a pleased smile only to gain a slight blush as Uraraka said, "Yeah, Midoriya's right. I mean, aren't your folks super rich? And yet you're here with us rather than some fancy schmancy prep school full of socialite kids." Yamamoto coughed into a fist and said, "Yes, well it is true that my family is well off." She blushed a little more at Izuku's quiet understatement. "But I didn't want to simply be in an ivory tower looking out at the masses. I wanted to make a real difference out in the world." The others nodded before they looked to Asui, and Uraraka asked, "What about you, Tsu?" The frog-quirked girl shrugged and said, "No real great reason really, it just always made sense to me to become a hero given how useful my quirk would be to help others." "Fair enough," Uraraka said with a grin before she eyed Izuku and asked, "What about you, Midoriya? What made you decide to become a hero?" Izuku blushed a bit and said, "Oh, I think I wanted to be a hero since I could first understand words." Pulling out his phone, he pulled up an iconic video clip and said, "I must have watched this 1,000 times in half a year when I was younger." Izuku hit play and the ladies heard fire crackling and an incredulous voice say, "Can you see that? He's already saved 100 people. That's crazy. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. That's crazy." None of the students in the hallway who heard the following laughter could help the small smile on their faces as All Might climbed over the bus, carrying several people out of harm's way. When the video ended, Izuku said quietly, "I want to be like that, to make people just know that no matter how bad it is, things will get better, that they'll make it out alive now that I'm there." "Well, your quirk certainly makes getting people out of danger zones a lot easier," Tsu said with finger to chin. The other two girls nodded, and after a minute the topic changed slightly to what areas they hoped they could intern at in a month. Behind them Mineta's eye twitched as he muttered to himself, "It's like he doesn't even realize he's surrounded by the 3 best-looking girls of the class. How's that fair?" Time skip, end of classes. 1A got a surprise when Mineta opened the class door. About 4 dozen students were standing in the hallway. Seeing this, Izuku stepped forward, Yamamoto striding over as well as he hid the slight unease he was feeling behind a firm tone of voice as he said, "I'm Midoriya, 1A's representative. Is there a reason why you are preventing my classmates from leaving? They're scoping out the competition, you DMN nerd. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes," Bakugo said as he walked up. Stopping right in front of the students at the front of the group, he continued, "At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras." Izuku looked upwards as if he was praying for patience before he stepped forwards with Yamamoto. Reaching the door he said, "Please ignore my classmate." Giving said Pomeranian a flat look, he continued, "I'm afraid that belligerent delinquent is his default setting." Bakugo gained shark teeth as he turned to Izuku and clenched a fist as he shouted, "You wanna go Udim Deku?" "See?" Izuku questioned flatly, hand rising to rest a bare few inches from Bakugo's school vest, the silent message clear, "Behave or be stored." Steam came out of Bakugo's nostrils, but his and the others' attention was brought back to the hall as they heard, "So, this is Class 1A?" A purple-haired student slid up to the front as he said, "I heard you guys were impressive, but I agree with the green one, you just seem like an but blondie." "Still, at least some of you seem reasonable enough," the purple-haired student said, looking over the rest of 1A, his lips twitching upwards as he continued, "I might be able to actually tolerate some of you." Turning serious, he gave them a strong look and said, "I tried for the hero course myself, but didn't make the cut. However, I still have a shot. If I do well enough during the sports festival, the teachers could transfer me in. Of course, that means that one of you guys would have to be transferred out. Scoping the competition? That may be why the others are here. But me? I'm here with a declaration of war. If you guys don't bring your A game, I'll rip that seat right out from under you." Izuku's eyes narrowed at that and he said in a seemingly casual tone, Shinso Hitoshi, quirk, brainwash. Shinso's eyes widened as Izuku continued, assuming the target has to be organic, I can see why you wouldn't have managed to gain enough points with robots being the opponents in the entrance exam. How'd you know that? Shinso asked incredulously. Izuku looked amongst the other students who were also looking just a bit freaked out as he calmly said, my quirk is bag of holding. And part of it is a mental inventory that keeps track of what I store. I recognize several of you from when there was that mass panic after the reporters got on school grounds. I got a decent class roster in my head when I had to store the majority of people in that hall so that no one would get hurt. Several of the students gained slightly ashamed looks under Izuku's gaze. When he settled it back on Shinso, his eyes grew strong as he said, you came with a declaration of war, Shinso Hitoshi. As Class 1A's representative, I give you this answer, be ready to face a class who have already faced those with deadly intent and come out in one piece. Because just like then, we won't hold back when our futures are on the line. Demonstrate. Kirishima called out with a clenched fist, several other members giving their own agreements. Izuku's eyes flicked to the left and he asked, you have anything you want to add testu? Kirishima's counterpart from 1B narrowed his eyes before he scoffed and said, nah, I think I'll leave the talking to my fists during the sports festival. So manly, Kirishima muttered to himself. Izuku's lips twitched upwards at that, and a moment later, Yamamo clapped her hands to get everyone's attention as she said, it seems that what needs to be said has been said, and some of us have trains we need to catch. Please step aside. There was a bit of shuffling from the non-1A students as some of them looked at each other, but after a moment the group did indeed break up a bit, allowing the 1A students to leave the classroom. Still, there was a tension in the air as the other students watched them leave. One that would remain over the upcoming 2 weeks leading up to the festival. A different stockpile CH7. This is the second chapter of 8 posted together. Story start. Time can be a funny thing. It can either seem to take an eternity to pass or go past you sooner than you could believe. For Izuku, the 2 weeks between returning to school after the USJ attack and the sports festival was a bit more of the latter than the former. Between actually getting the promised rescue training, All Might claiming him for half-hour special lessons after normal class ended every other day so that he was taught how to properly travel jump with his ever-increasing store of kinetic energy without needing to constantly run calculations in his head or just aiming for something to hit that could stop him, and all of the other classes, he had been kept rather busy. Oh, and did he forget to mention how Aizawa had paired him up with Todoroki as a safety precaution one day so that he could see how hot and narrow Todoroki could get his flames for rescue purposes? Geez, and Izuku thought the guy was running pretty hot at the noodle shop. That continuous 3-foot-long bar of light between their hands had been white before Todoroki had been forced to cut it off with a gasp. But now Izuku was with the rest of Class 1A in a waiting room in UA's massive stadium, waiting for the time to come for them to head outside. Most of the students were prepping themselves in their own ways near the front of the room, but Izuku and Yaoyorozu had their heads held close together while looking over a table at the back. Seeing this, Mina sneaked over with a wide grin, eager for creating some amusing, for her at least, embarrassment. But then she got close enough to look over Izuku's shoulder and slumped. Even she could recognize the papers they were looking over as student council paperwork. Turning away with a huff, she muttered to herself, I swear, it's always work with those two. Izuku waited a couple of more moments before he smirked and said she's gone. The papers were stored only for another set to come out, 1 page a list for the favorite flavors of pizza and ice cream for each student of 1A. Another was a list of ice cream parlors and their prices for quart containers. A third page was the same for pizza parlors and their large pies, and a fourth had a bunch of price calculations on it. Yamamo put a hand to her mouth, doing an admirable job of keeping herself from giggling before she got back to helping Izuku with the final details of the pizza and ice cream party they'd be throwing their classmates tomorrow. No matter the outcome of the festival, it should raise the students' spirits when they announced it later today. They had already secured Jiro's silence on the matter yesterday with a bribe of 50,000 yen. Even Aizawa was going to be there, the man having been convinced by the pair yesterday to at least swing by for 20 minutes at the start. About 10 minutes later though Izuku's phone buzzed and he stored everything while turning off the silent alarm he had set. Turning around, he clapped his hands and said, "Alright, that's the warning bell, let's get to our entrance people." A few minutes later they walked out onto the grass that surrounded the large dirt patch in the middle where Midnight was standing on a large but relatively light stage made out of aluminum. And here they are folks. The students who got jumped by 70 villains and sent them packing. From Hero Course 1. The crowd roared at present mixed words and several of the students waved up to the stands. Also from Hero Course, it's 1. Be ready to chew bubblegum and kick butt, and they ran out of bubblegum. Izuku rolled his eyes at Present Mike butchering that old one-liner. Then as Present Mike began introducing the other classes he heard someone from General Ed complaining about just being here to make the Hero Course look good. Getting several agreements from other students and he went from mildly exasperated to rather annoyed. Once all of the classes were arrayed in front of the stage Midnight was on, the teacher cracked her WHP and said, "It's time for the student pledge." Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku. Taking a deep breath, Izuku walked forward and up the stairs, before moving to be in front of the provided microphone. Looking at the gathered classes before him for a few moments, he cleared his throat, took in another deep breath and started. "Good morning, I had a short speech ready for this, but now that I'm up here, I'm too disappointed to use it." There was muttering from both the students and the crowd as Izuku continued. On the walk out onto the field, I heard several students complain that they were just here to make the Hero Course look good. I find that ridiculous. It's a sports festival, not a heroes festival after all. To me, saying you're only here to make someone else look good is quitters talk, and makes me believe that you don't belong in this school since you have clearly forgotten our motto in the short time we have been here, if you ever even knew what it was in the first place. There were angry grumbles from some of the students, but Izuku covered the microphone with a hand and let out a sharp train whistle, the sound echoing around the stadium and silencing the students, from surprise if nothing else. Eyes going strong, Izuku dropped his hand from the mic and continued, "Plus ultra. It's not just a fancy catchphrase, it is a way of life. It means you look at your current best and go, no, that's not good enough. You ran 5 laps around the track today at gym class? Tomorrow run 7. You got 97 on a test? Next test get 102. This school is for the best of the best. Support course, make an invention that changes the world, then go and make 4 more. Business course, come up with a plan that would bring a struggling business so far into the black it can be mistaken for Vanta Black. Hero course, when it is time to graduate you should be ready to deal with an earthquake, a flood, and a wildfire, all before lunch." Izuku turned his entire focus to the general education students and despite themselves several of their spines stiffened at the look he was giving them as he said, "General education, there are so many doors ahead of you, with some of their keys to be found this very day. Do not ignore them just because you believe that today is made to show off a course that you are not in. If you truly believe that, then prove the staff wrong, out of spite if nothing else. There are more than just heroes in the audience or watching from a TV after all. How will you impress anyone if all they see is you giving up?" Turning his focus to the entire first-year student body, Izuku clenched a fist in front of his ki and said, "Those spectators see a sports festival that they will enjoy. I see a mountain with something shining at the top that I want to reach." Raising his fist up high, he finished, "I ask you, students of UA, will you stay at the base of the mountain, content to remain in its shadow? Or will you join me on my climb to reach the top so that we can shout out to the world, 'Here I am'? Now give me a higher mountain." After all, that is what we do at this school, we go beyond, plus ultra. It wasn't just Izuku shouting those last words, every alumni in the crowd, hero or otherwise shouted the motto, as did several other spectators. Several of the first years shouted it as well, fists shooting up into the air as they did so. Midnight covered her own mic as she grinned at Izuku and said, "Impressive improv there, Midoriya. Well done." "Thank you, sensei," Izuku said before he hopped off of the stage and rejoined Class 1A. "Excellent speech, Midoriya," Yamamoto said as he came to stand next to her. "Yes, a speech to set fire to the BLD and the pulse racing," Ida declared with a robotic chop of the arm. "Very manly," Kirishima said with fist clenched over Z. What an inspiring speech, folks. I'm getting all pumped up. Present Mike stated, earning cheers of agreement from the audience as he continued, without wasting any time, let's get this show started. The first event of the sports festival will be a 4-kilometer run with 3 obstacles. As Present Mike continued explaining the course and the rules, Izuku eyed the red-rimmed tunnel entrance that was the starting line. No way that tunnel was wide enough to let everyone through without being a choke point. Given how tall it was though, Izuku nodded to himself and leaned forward, ready to move the moment the starting signal was given. The moment the lights over the tunnel turned green, Izuku was off like a shot, pushing just enough kinetic force through his legs to take 20-foot-long strides without messing up his footing. He moved so fast that several pro hero veterans in the audience blinked in surprise as they strained to keep track of him, even with the distance helping. Reaching the tunnel, he leapt up and bounced between the walls, incidentally leaving the ground just as Todoroki's ice reached where he had been in an attempt to make him trip. As he shot out of the tunnel with a harder push that sent him a good 100 feet out, Present Mike called out, and Midoriya takes off like a bat out of hell. The rest of the runners are going to really have to put the pedal to the metal if they want any hope of catching up. Izuku landed in a combat roll and came up running again. As the rest of the students began pouring through the tunnel, Todoroki unleashed more ice to trap feet. The rest of 1A quickly avoided/subverted the trap though and continued on after their representative. Spurred on by Izuku's speech, several of the non-hero core students quickly got themselves free as well, either with their own quirks, or just by twisting their feet really strong since Todoroki had only made the ice thick enough to trap their shoes. Meanwhile, Izuku reached the first obstacle, several dozen robots from the entrance exam, including no less than 7 of the giant zero-pointers. Izuku found an eager grin growing on his face as he shot past the relatively smaller robots, slapping a hand on any 1, 2, or 3-pointer he passed, storing them into bag of holding. And no, UA was not getting the robot's ammunition back. As he did so, the zero-pointer directly ahead of him began reaching down towards him. Well, who was he to deny an invitation like that? Jumping up onto the arm, Izuku ran up it to its shoulder before pushing enough force through his legs to leap a full 300 yards out into the air, doing a twisting flip 50 feet out so that he shot backwards upside down. His right arm extended, hand making a finger gun, and the digits sparked for a moment before. Midoriya blitzes his way through Robo Inferno, giving us an encore of his entrance exam performance by snatching up any poor robot standing in his way with his quirk bag of holding, then blasting a zero-pointer with one of his stored lightning bolts. "Demon it, not again," Power Loader shouted from where he was watching the race with some of the other staff. Throwing up his hands, he continued, "He could have stored it like the others and saved me from having to replace that one. You do realize he's supposed to be showing off here, right?" All Might asked, finding this amusing. Grumbling from Power Loader was his only answer. Finishing his flip, Izuku landed in another roll and continued running along the course to the next obstacle. Shortly afterwards, the frontliners of the rest of the students reached Robo Inferno, and Todoroki raised an eyebrow at the zero-pointer that, other than the arcs of residual electricity, looked like his father had unleashed his quirk on it. Shaking his head from that thought, he formed a spear out of ice to take out the second pointer that tried to attack him before launching an ice wave at another zero-pointer, freezing it solid. The rest of 1A also moved through the robots without hesitation, leaving them either destroyed or shut off. And what they didn't get, the other students did, taking encouragement from seeing them in action. Even the remaining 6 zero-pointers were taken down quickly when Yaoyorozu made a cannon that took each of them out in one shot like Todoroki and Izuku had. "Wow, Eraserhead, your kids are ruthless." The villain attack at the USJ has shown them that they can't afford to hesitate. An important lesson to learn. And speaking of not hesitating, Midoriya's about to reach the second obstacle. Man, his quirk is handy. If I could store anything I got my hands on, I'd buy out the entire stock of 5 KFCs so that I could have a hot bucket of fried chicken whenever I wanted. Ah man, now I'm hungry. Whatever, let's see how Midoriya handles the fault. Seeing the massive pit with large 20-foot wide pillars connected by thick cables, Izuku thought to himself, "I'd rather not miss a jump. That pit looks pretty deep and it'd waste too much kinetic force getting back out, so A moment later he gave a sort of skipping hop and his green bike appeared under him, noticeably without its tires. I can't believe my eyes, viewers. Midoriya's riding a bike without tires across the cables like he's a tightrope performer at a circus. And even though one wrong twitch could send him toppling over, he's not hesitating to pedal as fast as he can. Present Mike called out. Aizawa had an eyebrow raised even as he said, without tires, the rims of the wheels are bracketing the cables, aiding Midoriya in staying on top of the wires. That said, it would not surprise me if he has to replace the wheels after today. I'd say that it's worth it though, given how quickly he's traversing this obstacle. He's already halfway through. Present Mike stated. Reaching the end of the obstacle, Izuku swung his right leg over the back tire and coasted for a few more feet before storing the bike and tearing off in his ground-eating run again. On the other side, Uraraka saw the gaping chasm where Bakugo and Todoroki were already making their way across with seeming ease using their quirks. Eyes narrowing in determination, she put on a burst of speed before leaping out into the air with a yell. A quick press of a hand to the other arm had her weight disappearing and she floated over 5 pillars before she had to cancel her quirk and landed on the 6th. Quickly taking a few moments to quell the queasiness of her stomach, she ran to the edge and repeated the process. Uraraka's really serious about this, huh? Asui asked herself as she quickly crawled along one of the lines. A moment later, a maniacally laughing Hatsum Mei swung past below her, decked out in support gear and leading a pair of fellow support corps students who had their own grappling systems. A quick glance back showed Shinso leading the charge of the general education students across the lines with a fierce look of determination on his face. Asui had to frown though when she saw that out of 1B only Pony Tsunatori, Ibara Shiozaki, and Setsuna Tokage were outpacing them, the trio using their quirks to quickly cross the large pit. Looking back forward, Asui said to herself, 1B really needs to pick up the pace. Back with Izuku, he was quickly reaching the last obstacle, blinking when he saw a large sign up ahead that said, Danger Mines. A dangerous grin appeared on his face as he leaned forward and began lengthening his running leap from 20 feet astride to 30, a pair of goggles appearing around his head as he did so. Midoriya is rapidly approaching the last obstacle, a minefield. But rather than slowing down so that he can see where they are buried, this speed racer says DMN the torpedoes, and instead picks up speed. Present Mike called out. An instant later Izuku was in the minefield and his foot hit the circular patch of dirt that a mine had been buried under. The mine detonated with a blast of pink smoke and enough force to launch a person, but other than his internal kinetic force numbers briefly rising, Izuku was unaffected. In fact, instead of hindering him, the mines were. Hey Eraser, am I seeing things, or is Midoriya actually aiming to land on the mines as he makes his way across? As shown with the lightning bolt earlier, Midoriya's quirk can also store energy. This includes the kinetic energy that Midoriya has been using to move so fast. He's using the mines to make up for some of what he's used, turning what should have been a hazard into a benefit. Man, forget handy, that kid's quirk is OPBS. Present Mike said with a cackle. A few moments later Izuku cleared the minefield and blitzed down the last of the course before he came upon the tunnel leading back into the stadium. Reaching the end, he slid to a stop, putting hands to knees as he gasped in deep breaths of air. And Midoriya reaches the finish line way ahead of the other racers. Way to represent Class 1A class rep. Present Mike called out as the audience cheered. Meanwhile, in a pair of darkened rooms, one person scratched at their neck in agitation as they saw Izuku stand back up on the screen of a laptop, eyes narrowed in hate, while another person watching from a widescreen TV grinned in delight at the display just put on, eagerly anticipating having such a useful quirk under his control. Unaware of this, Izuku made his way to Midnight Stage, hopping up to sit on its edge, then turned his head to where he could see the other racers on the screens. Todoroki and Bakugo were already near the midpoint of the minefield, and appeared to be fighting each other as they ran. Izuku had to shake his head at the pair, taking what had to be a good chunk of their focus off of avoiding the mines. Ida was right on their tails, doing his best to ignore the explosions of the mines. He tripped, though Izuku could see him stumbling a little. Correction, stumbling a lot after his foot landed a little more to the front of a mine than behind, causing him to get more of the blast than before. That stumble allowed Shiozaki from 1B to overtake him, her vines holding her up in the air as she rapidly made her way across the mine's dock OC style. Further studying of those reaching the minefield had him frowning though. While a good chunk of 1A were already going through the last obstacle of the race course, a much smaller number of 1B's members were present, and about 10 general education and support course students were making their way through already as well. And while it was gratifying to see how his speech had motivated those students, the fact that 1B apparently wasn't keeping up with 1A was concerning. "You see it too then?" Midnight stated, and when Izuku looked up to see her looking down at him, she had a small frown on her face. It's almost like most of 1B is sandbagging, but why the hell would they do that given how important this is? Izuku asked. "I don't know, but I can guarantee their homeroom teacher is not happy with them at the moment. There's going to be a reckoning for whoever put the idea out there to the rest of the class," Midnight said, still with the small frown and hand holding her W giving small twitches, much like an agitated cat would flick their tail. Over the next 15 minutes, those making the cutoff to go to the second event began trickling in. The top 42 went as such. First Izuku Midoriya, second Katsuki Bakugo, tie. Second Shoto Todoroki, tie. Third Ibra Shizaki, B. Fourth Tenya Ida, fifth Fumikage Tokoyami, sixth Hanta Siro, seventh Jiro Kirishima, tie. Seventh Testu, B, tie. Eighth Pony Tsuntori, B. Ninth Mashireo Ojiro, 10th Siu Asui, 11th Rikido Sato, 12th Mizo Shoji, 13th Ochako Uraraka, 14th Momo Yaoyorozu, 15th Minoru Mineta, 16th Mina Ashido, 17th Koji Koda, 18th Kyoka Jiro, 19th Hitoshi Shinso, Gen. 20th Denki Kaminari, 21st Setsuna Tokage B, 22nd Itsuka Kendo B, 23rd Yui Kodai B, 24th Juzo Hananuki B, 25th Yosetsu Aways B, 26th Reiko Yanagi B, 27th Chikuchi Togaike, Jin, 28th Tsutsaka Agoyamato, Jin, 29th Shirhai Kuwaro, B, 30th Miko Nakadai, Gen, 31st Kozai Tsuburaba, B, 32nd Lee Sioran, Jin, 33rd Kinomoto Sakura, Gen, 34th Daidoji Tomoyo, support, 35th Mei Hatsum, support, 36th Meina Furesu, support, 37th Pura Shika, support, 38th Taguru Kamakiri, B, 39th Toru Hagakyu, 40th Yuga Aoyama. 8 members of 1B had not made the cutoff. Izuku and the other students were treated to the sight of 7 of those 8 blowing their tops at the 8th, Minoma Nido. Apparently even with Izuku's speech riling people up, the copycat had thought it a good idea for 1B to hold back so that they didn't show their hands too early. Well, that had clearly backfired on him. Up in the teacher section, Vlad King had an absolutely furious look on his face. A vein started twitching over his eye as Snipe asked, "So is it safe to assume I'll be breaking out the paintball gun while they run laps for the next month after classes?" Try 3. Though Minoma might not be in my class long enough to run those laps. Vlad King ground out. It took a while, but eventually things got back on track as Present Mike called out, "Alright folks, now that the first event is finished, it's time to learn what the second will be." Hit it, Midnight. Midnight clicked a remote at the large screen behind her, and a series of event names rolled too fast to be more than a blur for anyone without a perception booster quirk. When it stopped, the words Cavalry Battle were displayed. Cavalry Battle? Ah man, I stink at those. Kaminari complained. Well, this should be interesting. Izuku thought with a grin, ideas already beginning to run through his head. A different stockpile seed. This is the 3rd of 8 chapters posted together. Last time. Midnight clicked a remote at the large screen behind her, and a series of event names rolled too fast to be more than a blur for anyone without a perception booster quirk. When it stopped, the words Cavalry Battle were displayed. Cavalry Battle? Ah man, I stink at those. Kaminari complained. Well, this should be interesting. Izuku thought with a grin, ideas already beginning to run through his head. Story start, UA Stadium. That's right everyone, the next event will be a cavalry battle. But unlike what you're used to on school playgrounds, quirks are not only allowed but encouraged. Midnight declared. It's not an individual event, I wonder how they'll split us up. Asui said with finger to chin. Midnight cracked her W at the frog-quirked girl and said, that will be up to you kids. You will form teams of 2 to 4 and each student is given a point value based on your ranking in the obstacle course. Last place starts at 5 points with the points going up in increments of 5. Except for first place, they're worth 10 million points. That's right, it's survival of the fittest and a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Izuku blinked once as suddenly everyone was looking at him, and he could practically see them fade into black silhouettes that began towering over him with completely red eyes. Ping his head, he gained a dangerous grin and raised his hand as he said, "Question Midnight-sensei." "Yes, Midoriya?" Midnight drawled out in a teasing voice. "What's stopping me from flash blinding anyone stupid enough to come after me with my 8 summers worth of stored sunlight, then throwing the 3-pointer missiles, lightning bolts, or even the semi-truck I have stored in bag of holding at them?" All of the students flinched away, then flinched again as Midnight laughed and happily said, "Absolutely nothing." She then turned curious and asked, "Do you really have a semi-truck though?" Izuku shrugged and said, "Most of one, it's missing the engine and wheels." He then proceeded to make several students wish that they were wearing their brown breathes as he raised his right arm to the sky and was suddenly holding the remains of a semi-truck by the rear end. All muttering from the audience went dead silent at the sight of the multi-ton piece of metal being held one-handed by a high school student without apparent strain. "Oh yeah, All Might Sensei did say there was one of those at the beach you cleaned up," Mina said with a whimper. "Yep, and for some reason there was also a steam roller missing the rear roller wheel," Izuku said with a shrug before storing the truck back into his quirk. Idly scratching his neck with his right pointer finger, he added, "I don't have that anymore though since I sold it to a mechanic from the Tokyo Department of Transport." Midnight shook her head and said, "Well, let's try not to throw anything too heavy at people, alright? Now getting back on track." Gesturing at the screen which showed 13, present Mike, and Snipe carrying a yellow-suited All Might circles with the numbers 5, 10, 15, and 20 pointing at each teacher. Midnight continued, "The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point totals will be added together to reach your team total. Everyone will know what you're worth thanks to your headbands." The circles merged together to be replaced by the number 50 which moved to rest on the headband around All Might's head. "Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team score," Midnight said as a headband with the number 10 million appeared on the screen, showing that while there was a knot, it was actually Velcro that would keep the headband secured, the easier to steal it from another team. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal the harder it'll be to manage them. Midnight continued as the screen showed All Might gaining more and more headbands until his head was completely encased, streams of sweat drops shooting off of him as a sign of struggle. Midnight cracked her WHP towards the students as she said, "And another thing, even if your headband gets stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until the time runs out. It's anyone's game then," Yaoyorozu said. "Yeah, and since there are 42 contestants, there will be 10 or 12 teams fighting in the field the entire time," Sato said next to her. "Now, as I said before, you're free to use your quirks however you wish, but there's still one rule that you must obey, and that is that you cannot purposefully knock other teams to the ground. If you do that, I'll slap you with a red card and you'll be disqualified," Midnight said with another WHP crack. Bakugo said to himself. A timer with 15 minutes on it appeared on the screen and Midnight stated, "You have 15 minutes to build your teams." Now, not wasting any time, Izuku called out Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Su. "I'd like you 3 to be on my team." Mineta pointed angrily at Izuku and shouted, "Hey, no fair, Midoriya. You can't take the 3 hottest girls of the class for yourself just because you have the most points." Izuku blinked down at the shortest student there before he pet his head and asked in confusion, "What does them being good-looking girls have to do with their quirks being the best ones to make a team with my own?" Said good-looking girls all gained small pleased blushes at Izuku's offhand but genuine compliment. Mineta's jaw worked for a few seconds, but he couldn't come up with a suitable answer that wouldn't get him slapped, and so let out a growl and turned around to stomp away, muttering rather unflattering things under his breath as he did so. Uraraka quickly darted over and said, "I'm in Midoriya. I'll join as well." The heiress stated, "Ribbit, if you'll have me then I'd certainly rather be with you than against you," Asui said with a nod. As the other students began making teams, Todoroki spared a few moments to stare at Izuku with narrowed eyes and a frown of discontent. He had wanted Yaoyorozu for his own team. Still, he couldn't fault Izuku for speaking up as soon as the time started. He'd just have to manage without her. Another student looking at Izuku with a scowl was Hatsum. It was practically guaranteed that people would be watching Mr. 10 million points most of the time, which meant seeing her babies in action. But no, the JRK had to pick 3 of his classmates right out the gate. We'll see if she ever made a baby for him. But then she heard the other support corps students ask if they should stick together and decided she should join them in demonstrating their babies. Shinso eyed the Stockpile Quirk teen for a moment before he hummed, then called out, "Hey Kinamo, I'd like to form a team with you 3. The 3 general ed students perked up at their names being called. Looking over at Shinso, the 3 then looked to each other for a moment. After that moment though, Sakura looked back with a smile and said, "All right, we'll help you." More students began linking up, and when the 15 minutes ended they were all ready. From highest points to lowest the teams were: Team Uraraka, Asui, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, 10,440 points. Team Todoroki, Ida, Tokoyami, Jiro, 690 points. Team Bakugo, Ashido, Kirishima, Siro, 680 points. Team Tetsu, Hananuki, Shiozaki, Aways, 535 points. Team Hagakure, Sato, Koda, Ojiro, 450 points. Team Mineta, Shoji, Kaminari, Aoyama, 390 points. Team Kendo, Yanagi, Tokuji, Tsunatori, 340 points. Team Shinso, Lee, Kinomoto, Nakadi, 250 points. Team Kamakiri, Kurwaro, Tsubiraba, Kodai, 215 points. Team Togaike, Agoyamato, 135 points. Team Shika, Fureisu, Hatsum, Daidoji, 115 points. As headbands were being handed out, Izuku looked at his teammates and asked, "Are you 3 sure you're all right with Plan A? I'm fine using Plan B instead if any of you want to." Yaoyorozu gave Izuku a smile and said, "While it is certainly unconventional, I think Plan A is actually the better choice." "Yeah, this is going to be fun," Uraraka said with a grin before she cackled and said, "I can't wait to see everyone else's faces when they see it." Asui nodded and said, "The plan is sound, Midoriya. Like I said before, I have no issue with it, ribbit." "All right then," Izuku said, and Yaoyorozu began using creation to make harnesses. A minute later Izuku accepted the 10,440 point headband from the small robot that rolled out onto the field with the headbands, giving it a quick thank you when he did. The robot seemed surprised for a moment, and Izuku was certain that if it could it would have blinked as it said, "You're welcome, flesh bag." Letting out a quick hang as it went to give the next team their headband, Izuku turned and handed the headband to Uraraka. The 4 then watched as the riders of the other teams began mounting the horses, taking note of who was in what position. Only once all of the other teams were set did Team Uraraka mount up themselves. As the other teams looked at them with laser focus, Izuku grinned and said, "Let's do this." Taking a few steps so that he was in front of the girls, he crouched down. Yamamo put a hand on his right shoulder and used it as a vault to land with her legs on his shoulders and immediately secured her H's to his. As soon as Izuku stood back up, Asui hopped up onto Yaoyorozu's shoulders with a quick rib bit, and also clipped the straps on her H's to Yaoyorozu's. And immediately after Asui landed, Uraraka touched her left hand to her right arm before she leapt up as well, placing a hand on both Yaoyorozu and Asui's shoulder as she passed them before settling on Asui's shoulders, quickly connecting harnesses as well. As the totem pole of a team stared down the other teams, 38 students looked back at them with surprised expressions. Well folks, that's one way to make it harder for your opponents to grab your headband. I kind of think Midoriya's flexing on us though, with how he's apparently planning to carry the other 3 members of his team for 15 minutes. Present Mike called out. With the order they are in, all three horses can easily go for another team's headbands with their various abilities, then pass them up to their rider. And it's not like it's actually going to be all that heavy for Midoriya with Uraraka negating hers and the other two girls' weight like that. A very logical plan. Aizawa noted, and Izuku was sure the man was smirking. You heard it here, folks. Team Uraraka has Eraserhead's stamp of approval. Present Mike cheered. Izuku calmly studied all of the teams for a moment and said, the moment we start, they're going to rush us. Izuku smirked a little as he said, let's make them regret that, shall we? It's time to kick off the second event, listeners. In 3, 2, 1, go. Izuku charged forward, unleashing a 3-foot-tall wall of water ahead of him as he did so. Several students cursed as the wave hit the horses, and they did their best to keep their footing. As he ran past the first two teams, Asui's tongue snatched the headband from Testutestu's forehead while Yaoyorozu snatched the apparently floating headband from Hagakure's brow. Hey! Testutestu shouted as he tried to snatch it back, only to be too slow as Asui's tongue quickly reeled in. Ah, no fair! Hagakure shouted as the totem pole shot past them. And Team Uraraka gets a great start with Midoriya unleashing a small wave against the first two teams to rush them while his riders swiped their headbands. Present Mike called out with a cheer. As Uraraka quickly accepted the headbands passed up to her, Midoriya's eyes flicked towards the next closest group, Team Mineta. With Shoji at the front, the trio of horses had dealt with the remains of the wave much easier than the first two groups. But they were still soaked from the knees down. Izuku might have taken advantage of that with a quick shot of some of his stored electricity, but he wasn't certain if Kaminari could simply draw all of it to himself only to send it back with the zap swords he had been allowed to bring in order to limit the spread of his own quirk. And so as he dodged around the sticky ball Mineta threw and the two laser beams from Aoyama, he said, Yaoyorozu, insulated weapon, be ready to deflect Kaminari. Tsu, get the headband. I'll deal with Shoji. Right? The pair called down and Izuku brought out a 3-pointer missile. Shoji's eyes widened over his mask and his arms automatically crossed in order to defend his torso. Izuku though didn't hit him with the missile, instead throwing it at the large teen's feet where it threw up a dust cloud obscuring Shoji's sight just long enough for Midoriya to sprint past him. Kaminari swung at him in a panic only for Yaoyorozu to knock his weapon away with a RBB-coated sword of her own. At the same time Asui's tongue shot out, lightly slapping Mineta in the face to make him recoil before going up to snag the headband. An instant later they were past and Izuku put on the metaphorical afterburners as he sprinted away, going into a turn to avoid the rest of the charging teams. As Mineta began loudly complaining, Present Mike called out, and with that Midoriya and company break out of the pack, stealing 3 headbands while they were at it. That's quite some teamwork those 3 have. Hopefully that scares the other teams away from trying anything for a while. Izuku muttered. A moment later though he grinned as Present Mike continued, don't forget that there are other headbands to go after as well though, contestants. Let's see some brawls. Yaoyorozu giggled at that as Izuku looked up a little as he called out, you doing all right so far, Uraraka? Yeah, I'm fine. Uraraka called back down. All right, let me know when you need to release your quirk. Izuku called back up before he continued, we're going to focus on evasion right now. Keep your head on a swivel so that way none of the teams sneak up behind us. Got it? Uraraka called back before she began turning her head to take in as much as she could. Izuku meanwhile darted towards the closest boundary line, bringing out a one-wheeler board once he was 15 feet from it and began circling the arena on it. That way if any of the others set a trap in the way, Hananuki, Todoroki and Mineta, he could abandon the board and keep moving. Todoroki studied this for a moment before he said, there's no point going after that team right now. Turning his gaze over the other teams, he continued, not while there are 6 other headbands to go for first. So who are we going for, Captain? Jiro asked. Todoroki was tempted to take on Bakugo's team, but his explosions would cause Jiro serious pain, best to stay clear of his for as long as possible. The next 2 teams with the most points were Team Kendo and Team Shinso. Kendo had the higher point value, and Todoroki remembered Midoriya saying that Shinso had a brainwashing quirk, so the answer was obvious. We'll go for Team Kendo. Todoroki stated, and Ida turned towards said team before beginning to run, Tokoyami and Jiro bracing in the 6-inch thick slabs of ice on their feet. It was a bit cold, but better than trying to keep up with the speedster. Bakugo was apparently going after the other team from 1B, something having set him off. As this happened, Shinso somehow managed to get all of the members of the support team to talk to him at once, all four going still as Daidoji reached up and handed their headband over. Seeing this from a distance, Izuku said, "So that's how it works, a challenge response activation? Which means we can't answer him if he starts talking to us?" His vice representative noted. "Make sure he doesn't get too close, Uraraka." Izuku called up, getting a confirmation back. "We've reached the halfway point, listeners, let's see those standings." Present Mike called out. Izuku's eyes flicked over to the large screen and was unsurprised to see that Todoroki and Bakugo had increased their point total, and that they along with Shinso were the only ones who actually had points. Seeing the trio of teams begin angling towards him, Izuku called out, "All right girls, time for phase 2. Right?" Yaoyorozu and Uraraka called. Yaoyorozu made a pair of gloves that she passed up to their rider before passing up 3 metal spheres about the size of oranges with wide hooks on them. "Hey, what's Uraraka doing?" Present Mike asked. "Something logical," Aizawa said, a smirk in his voice. Reaching the next corner of his circuit, Izuku turned a little more to face the inside before stopping. A moment later Uraraka started throwing the ball, the 535, 450, and 390-point headbands secured to the hooks flapping as they flew, landing within 15 feet of each other between Izuku's group and the others. The headbands hung upwards, flapping in the small wind as they continued to be affected by Uraraka's quirk, making them easier for people to pick up without having to bend down. There was silence for a few moments, then Tetsu roared out, "Get the points." With that, all of the other teams charged for the headbands that were just lying there for the taking. As a free-for-all started between all of the other teams, Aizawa noted with amusement, since their original headband is worth so much, they don't actually need to keep a hold of the others. Using them as distractions is a good play. And most of the other teams can't afford to ignore the easy points to go after the much harder but higher point value headband. Note Eraserhead said most folks. Present Mike called out as Ida came charging around the conflict, gaze locked on Team Uraraka. The moment his team was past the others, Todoroki made a large ice wall, cutting them off from following and limiting where Izuku could go with his one-wheeler. Seeing this, Izuku shifted his hands from Yaoyorozu's shins to under her thighs as he said, "Yaoyorozu, disconnect. Remember what I told you about Tokoyami. Are you sure about this, Midoriya?" His vice representative asked even as she began unclipping herself. Izuku grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep them entertained." A moment later he shoved upward and the 3 girls quickly ascended to the same height as the stadium roof. Uraraka stopped their ascent with a pair of fold-out fans Yaoyorozu had given her before the match for this exact maneuver. Of course Team Todoroki wasn't going to let them escape that easily, Jiro launching her ear jacks and Dark Shadow shooting towards them as well as they were rising. But Asui smacked the jacks away with her tongue while Yaoyorozu launched a star shell from her hand that went off right in front of the quirk construct, causing it to shriek in distress before retreating. The majority of Team Uraraka escapes up into the air, leaving Team Todoroki to contend with Midoriya. Present Mike called out. Down below, Izuku ignored the bright light above him as he rolled towards the other 4 students. Cackling as he did so, he said, "Big mistake making that wall, Todoroki. Now you're stuck here with just me." Todoroki grunted and retorted, "I can easily make a way out." Still laughing, Izuku countered, "Not if I keep you here." Dark Shadow. Tokoyami called out and his partner responded, the weakened quirk construct gamely shooting out towards Izuku only to screech in pain as he was once more blasted with light shot from his opponent's hand. Todoroki launched ice along the floor at the same time Jiro sent her jacks and Midoriya did a kickflip of his board, not something you could normally do with the bulky device unless you were stronger than average. At the same time as the ice passed underneath the board, Jiro's ear jacks slammed into a familiar truck door. Using said door as a launching platform, Izuku leapt up higher into the air and released his zap bar, the rod of sharpened metal shooting out of the palm of his hand towards the team. Ida quickly swerved out of the way, leaving it to stab into the ground. Izuku though used his quirk like a grappling line to pull himself along the length of the pole before kicking off the ground in pursuit, deflecting Jiro's jacks with another piece of metal, blasting at Dark Shadow with more light and simply storing any ice Todoroki sent at him. Midoriya's relentlessly pressing Team Todoroki. It looks like they bit off more than they can chew, folks. Present Mike called out in excitement. Aizawa's stoic voice followed with, meanwhile Team Bakugo has already secured the 535-point headband while Team Shinso now has the 390-point headband. The two teams are managing to hold off any that try to take them and the other headbands they have, even as they and the rest continue to fight over the 450 headband that is still on the ground. Izuku kept up his harassment of Team Todoroki for the next few minutes. Ida was forced to continually run around the walled-off area to keep him out of reach, the only viable defense they had, as Izuku no-sold the others. And the one time Todoroki tried to make an ice ramp out of the area, Izuku had shot past them and hit it with a strong kick, shattering the construct. He only stopped when a loud buzzer rang out and Present Mike called out, "Time's up." As Izuku immediately stopped and put his hands to his knees and began slowing down his heart, Ida sighed and looked up at Todoroki as he said quietly, "That was an ill-conceived plan, Todoroki." "Perhaps," said heterochromatic teen admitted before he tilted his head to the ice wall and continued, "but it kept Jiro from being disabled by Bakugo's explosions and kept Bakugo and the others from trying to get our headbands as well." "I see, the best of two bad options," Tokoyami noted. "Hey Midoriya," Asui called down. When Izuku looked up at the call, it was to see the three girls floating down, Uraraka looking a little green even as she swung the fans. Bringing out one of his longer ropes, Izuku tossed the line up, Asui wrapping her tongue around it when it reached its peak. The pair worked in tandem to reel the two parts of the team back together. Once Midoriya had been used as an anchor point so that they could all keep their feet pointed to the ground, Uraraka gratefully released her quirk, restoring the three's weight. "You all right there, Uraraka?" Izuku asked in concern. The brunette nodded, giving him a thumbs up, though her other hand was clasped over her mouth. Asui and Yaoyorozu both began massaging her back as the former said, "It looks like you had the perfect plan, Midoriya, ribbit?" Izuku nodded and all four looked up as they heard Present Mike call out, "And now to say who will be continuing on to the final event." Having kept the 10 million headband the whole time, Team Uraraka easily held onto first place. Next in second place is Team Todoroki. Team Bakugo claimed third place, god damn it. While Team Shinso took fourth place. These four teams will be going forward to the next event. But first we'll be taking an hour-long break for lunch. Let's go grab some chow eraser. I'd rather grab a nap. A different stockpile CH9. This is the fourth of 8 chapters posted together. Story start. Izuku had wound up sticking with Yaoyorozu, Asui, and Uraraka as they got lunch. It turned out to be rather fortunate for them and the rest of 1A's girls. About 10 minutes after a group of older women in orange cheerleading costumes with UA on them ran past, Mineta and Kaminari came up to the table. "Hey Yaoyorozu, I'm sure you already know since you're a class rep and all, but they said everyone has to wear those cheerleading outfits to do a cheer battle in the afternoon." Mineta asked. "What? I didn't hear anything about an event like that though." Yaoyorozu asked in confusion. Uraraka meanwhile was blushing a bit while Asui pet her head with a slight frown. Izuku meanwhile narrowed his eyes. Mineta turned around, hands going up behind his head as he said, "You don't have to believe me, but we heard from Aizawa-sensei. I thought maybe you'd forgotten, so I'd tell you just in case." "Well then, I'm sure you wouldn't mind if as the class representative I confirm that," Izuku said as he pulled out his cell phone. Mineta spun around, sweat dripping down as he waved his hands as he said, "Wait, don't do that. You heard him on the loudspeaker, he's trying to catch some sleep. Do you know how sad he's going to be?" The phone barely rang once before a click rang out and everyone heard, "What do you need, Midoriya?" Izuku gave a smirk at the now pasty white Mineta, Kaminari not looking much better, and said, "Aizawa-sensei, you're on speakerphone." Mineta just showed up to the table I'm sharing with my cavalry battle team and told Yaoyorozu that she and the rest of the girls need to join that American cheer squad Principal Nizo hired for a cheer battle in the afternoon. Is that true? Because if so, this is the first Yaoyorozu and I have heard about it, and so someone on the staff dropped the ball when it came to telling us. You could tell Aizawa was rather annoyed as he said, "No, it's not. I would have told them myself if that was the case." The three girls were glaring at Mineta now, who looked almost ready to piss on himself from fear. It didn't get any better as Aizawa continued, Mineta, for trying to take advantage of your classmates and potentially disrupting the sports festival. When the other students are dismissed for the day, you will be running 20 laps around the track of Training Field K. Am I clear? Mineta let out a whimper and said, "Clear, sir." Good. Also, Asui, you know what to do. Sure thing, Aizawa-sensei, ribbit. Asui said, shining stars of menace in her eyes. There was the click of the line disconnecting, and Mineta and Kaminari began backing up with hands raised defensively as Mineta gave a nervous chuckle and said, "Now Tsu, it was all just in good fun. High school students play pranks all the time." This would have been broadcast on national television though, and even to the rest of the world. Uraraka said with crossed arms. A moment later Asui's tongue slammed into Mineta's cheek strong enough to launch him a good 50 feet away. And the only reason why he didn't fly further was because he hit the cafeteria wall. Kaminari turned his head to watch only for it to suddenly be facing the other way, and he stumbled a step as the frog girl's tongue hit him next. Rubbing at his stinging cheek, Kaminari said, "Yeah, I probably deserved that." "Yes you did, now please leave," Yaoyorozu said with narrowed eyes, and he quickly vacated the area. He was just glad that Izuku hadn't told Aizawa that he had been there as well, or he'd probably be running 100 laps given his longer legs. No thank you, especially given that Training Field K had the longest track of all of the first-year training fields at a half-mile. Once lunch had ended, the students once more joined midnight at the stage as Present Mike said, "We'll be having some real fun games for you students to play, but first, we'll be seeing who will be fighting who in the third tournament, which will be one-on-one combat." Midnight held up a large orange box and said, "We'll be drawing lots, starting with the winning team. Ladies first," Izuku said to the other three, earning smiles. "For simplicity's sake, let's go alphabetically," Yaoyorozu said. The other two nodded and Asui said, "Guess that means I go first." Once all 16 fighters had drawn their numbers, they looked up at the screen as their names filled the tournament brackets. Jiro versus Siro. Kirishima versus Tokoyami. Bakugo versus Kinomoto. Yaoyorozu versus Lee. Nakadi versus Midoriya. Todoroki vs. Uraraka. Asui versus Shinso. Mina versus Ida. Wow, talk about like vs like Ed Jiro? Siro asked, getting a nod and yeah as an answer. Who the F is Kinomoto? Bakugo asked with a scowl, causing his opponent, a brunette with short brown hair with raised partings, 2 curved ahogis, and 2 long thin strands down the side of her face with emerald green eyes, to frown at him, not liking his attitude one bit. Izuku flicked his eyes towards him before looking away, his eyes going to his own Gen Ed opponent. Nakadi Miko, a brown-eyed ravenette with pink highlights that she wore in a low ponytail and 2 twin tails at the top of her head, saw him looking at her and gave him an eager, some would even say bloodthirsty, grin while giving him a rock symbol with her right hand. Izuku's eyebrows rose a little before he figured, "What the heck?" and sent the same hand gesture back, causing her grin to widen. "Hey Tokoyami, looks like we're throwing down, let's make it a good match, yeah?" Kirishima called out. Tokoyami nodded and said, "I look forward to meeting you on the battlefield." "Oh man, I'm going against Todoroki," Uraraka muttered, turning her head to look at him. Todoroki looked at her from the side, and not liking the indifferent look in his eye, she set her face in determination and declared, "I won't make it easy for you." Todoroki let out a small hum and said softly, "We'll see." Yaoyorozu looked towards Lee, the pair silently sizing the other up. Lee tilted his head in acknowledgement, Momo doing the same before the pair went back to studying the brackets. "Let us have an excellent match, Mina," Ida said with a robotic chop of his arm. "Yeah, this is going to be fun." Mina cheered. "So you're to be my opponent then?" Shinso asked Asui with a smile. Asui pet her head before, after a moment, giving a silent nod, causing his smile to grow a little more before he moved away. "Now that the matches have been set, let's have fun with some games. Those taking part in the third event don't have to join in, but maybe you'd like something to make the time go by faster or take your mind off what's coming next." Present Mike called out. Izuku immediately began heading for one of the entrances into the stadium, pulling out his phone to fire off a quick text. Half a minute later he grinned at the quick answer he got back and took off running. However, Just as he reached his destination he heard, "Shoto will surpass you one day, that is what I made him for." Made? Izuku thought in concern before he shook his head and came upon a stairwell. The number 2 hero was standing 10 steps up glaring up at All Might who was also on the stairs. All Might hummed, seeing Izuku's arrival before his slightly diminished-looking smile grew and he said, "Ah, young Midoriya?" Taking a quick leap over Endeavor and doing a twisting flip, he landed by Izuku with fists to hips and asked, "I assume you'd like a top-off to make up for that show of strength before the cavalry battle?" I gotta say, holding a semi-truck over everybody's heads sent quite the message. Izuku nodded and held up his right hand as he said, "That is correct, sir." "You don't mind, do you?" All Might laughed and said, "Not at all. As your teacher it's not only my duty but privilege to give you the tools you need to succeed." As he threw 5 quick but proper punches at his student's hand, Endeavor glared down at them. Izuku thanked him before he took off down the hall. All Might smiled as he watched him leave before he said sternly, "Endeavor," turning his head up to look at the number 2 hero. Endeavor couldn't help the stiffening of his spine as he saw the gleam in All Might's eyes as he continued, "I suggest you give Herman Melville's Moby Dick a read." Endeavor's eyes widened before they narrowed into a glare. But before he could say anything All Might was gone, having shot down the hallway in the opposite direction of his student. A different stockpile Siege 10. This is the 5th of 8 chapters posted together. Story start. With Cementos on the staff, what should have taken a week or 2 to have a concrete ring made took only half an hour, and 20 minutes of that was assembling the gas lines for the 4 large torches at the corners. It's finally time, folks. Time for 16 students to go mano a mano to prove that when it comes to fighting they're the toughest kid in the schoolyard. Are you ready? The audience erupted in cheers and Present Mic called out, "First up, the punk rocker of Class 1A, Jiro Kyoko." In the Gen Ed section one of the students perked up and gave the student walking out a more intent look. And helping his classmate kick things off, never having to track down a roll of tape, it's Siro Hanta. "Seriously, that's what he goes with for him?" Izuku asked Uraraka, causing her to giggle. The rules were once more went over, then Present Mic called for the match to start. The pair of students both launched their quirks at each other. Jiro apparently tried to knock Siro's tape off course with her jacks, but the fact that the tape had more mass than the 3.5mm tips and that they were going at rather fast clip meant that the 2 strips still managed to tag Jiro on the right shoulder and left thigh. She barely had time to gain an "oh shit" look before Siro reeled her in. Jiro wasn't going to let things end so quickly though and sent her jacks out to make contact with Siro so that way she could vibe him. Siro cut his 2 current strips before the jacks could reach him and swatted the jacks away with one arm while his other aimed its strip at the ground by Jiro. A quick reel later Siro was in Jiro's face, elbow pointed at her CC. Even as Jiro flinched backwards, Siro spun around her, pinning her arms to her side before he tossed her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and booked it to the boundary line. Jiro barely had time to retract her jacks to close enough to hit his back with them before he set her down right out of bounds. Midnight cracked her W and called out, "Jiro is out of bounds, Siro wins." As the audience cheered, Jiro slumped and muttered, "Give it." "Hey, don't worry about it. If you had managed to tag me with your jacks I know you would have dropped me," Siro said cheerfully as he pulled out a small knife and cut the tape pinning her arms. Jiro grumbled a little more but still thanked Siro as they headed up to their seats. Well, that was a good opener, but let's move on to the second heat. Manly and passionate hardening. It's Kirishima I Jiro vs. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow. Tokoyami Fumigage. Kirishima activated hardening with an eager grin. Tokoyami let out a hum and shifted to a wider stance. As soon as Present Mic called to start, Kirishima started running forward and Tokoyami calmly said, "Go Dark Shadow." "Got it?" The quirk construct called as it shot out. Kirishima blocked its first swipe, sliding back a foot before he tried to throw a swing at Dark Shadow. However, the animated darkness easily swayed back out of the swing's path before darting down low to the ground and grabbed Kirishima's right foot and yanked it out from under him. Kirishima barely had time to face plant on the ground before he was dragged right out of bounds. And Dark Shadow wins Tokoyami the match with ease. Present Mic called out, "Damn it." Kirishima yelled as he pounded his fist into the ground. Wow, that was over really quickly, Uraraka said with a blink. Seriously, that was what, 10 seconds? An unknown voice asked before Miko Nakadi dropped into the seat on Izuku's other side as she continued, I thought we were supposed to be seeing some epic brawls, not these short smackdowns. Several members of 1A including Izuku and Uraraka blinked at the sight of the Gen Ed students suddenly in their midst and Izuku asked, Nakadi, what are you doing here? Nakadi gave her opponent a wide grin and said, I want to ask the rocker chick something so I figured I'd hang out here until she gets back. You don't mind, right? No, not all, Izuku said before immediately turning to pin Ida with a look. The glasses-wearing teen immediately closed his mouth with a click of teeth, his rant about students staying with their classmates cut off before it could even begin by the stern countenance of 1A's representative. Well, he supposed that if the class rep said it was okay. While that was a short match. Will Bakugo and Kinomoto please come to the ring? President Mike asked. Bakugo came stalking out of his entrance up to the ring. Kinomoto though didn't come out of hers. There was confused and agitated muttering from the audience. However, when Bakugo reached his spot the muttering stopped as Kinomoto finally came out, doing cartwheels that turned into flips that turned into somersaults and 3 twisting flips. Basically she performed a full Olympic gymnast routine as she traveled to the ring, cartwheeling up the right side ramp by the stairs, 2 front flips into a twisting handstand that transitioned into a back flip then a 360 spinning flip to land in front of Bakugo with her arms held out in a perfect landing pose causing the crowd to collectively lose its sheet. Wow, what an entrance! Kinomoto's got some moves, doesn't she, folks? Present Mike cheered out. Nakadi chuckled with a shake of her head and said to the 1A students, you know, for a girl who claims that gymnastics is just a hobby, she sure likes to jump on any chance to show off with it. Well yeah, if it's anything like break dancing then it's gotta be fun as hell. Mina said with a grin. Down in the ring, Bakugo scowled and asked, was that dumb sheet supposed to impress me or something? Kinomoto tipped her head and gained a slight frown as she said, you know, I don't think I like you very much. Oh boo-hoo, the girl I'm about to blast away doesn't like me, whatever shall I do? Bakugo questioned with a sneer, hands popping with small explosions. The moment Present Mike started the match he shot forward with a loud cry of, die, and launched a right hook explosion. Kinomoto cartwheeled out of the way, back flipped from the next attack only to roll back forward under the follow-up then did a spinning handstand that allowed her to kick Bakugo's left arm up so the explosion went into the sky before she dropped back down into a leg sweep that Bakugo quickly hopped over before blasting himself away to avoid the kick Sakura sprung up into. Landing, Bakugo snarled out as he moved both hands out and shouted, stand still and die already. The next moment he unleashed a massive blast that Kinomoto had no way of getting out of the way in time. As the smoke from the blast began drifting upwards several of the watching audience were starting to express their disapproval of Bakugo's language and using such a large attack. But then the smoke cleared and Kinomoto was nowhere to be seen. The audience was stunned and even Bakugo blinked in confusion having expected to see his opponent with at least some damage to her clothes if not some burns on her skin. And then a sakura flower drifted down from the sky in front of him. Automatically reaching up to catch it, Bakugo looked down at it in confusion before looking up. The audience did the same and saw a small cloud of sakura blossoms drifting through the air 50 feet above the ring among the last wisps of smoke. There was a few moments of confusion before the blossoms suddenly shot down to the level of the ring 5 feet away from Bakugo before making a 90-degree turn towards him. Just before they reached Bakugo, Kinomoto was suddenly there slamming both feet into Bakugo's eye, sending him flying as she kicked off into a double backflip. Holy see, she's a Logia? Kaminari shouted, using the Devil Fruit classification from the 21st century classic manga series One Piece. Wow, talk about having an on-the-nose name. Hagakure said with a laugh. Bakugo caught himself, flipping with aid of his explosions and yelled out, that's your shitty quirk? Turning into FA flowers? Sakura frowned and crossed her arms as she asked, and what's wrong with that? It's a sheet quirk, that's what? Bakugo barked. The audience was really beginning to become vocal about its disapproval of Bakugo's attitude. At least my sheet quirk, as you called it, doesn't put others at danger just because they pick up something I handled. Really? Nitroglycerin for sweat? You should be kept in a hazmat suit. Pity it wouldn't do anything for keeping that attitude of yours contained. Sakura fired back. Ooh, nice burn. Jiro said with a smirk as she entered the 1A seating section. Bakugo let out an angry roar and explosions began filling the air. Nakadi's head immediately snapped in her direction and a moment later she was by Jiro as she asked, "Hey, quick question. Your parents wouldn't happen to be named Kyotoku and Miko, would they?" "Yeah, that's them. Why?" Jiro asked. "Think you could introduce me after school someday? I want to be a musician when I graduate and I'm a huge fan of them." Nakadi asked, a large grin on her face. Jiro blinked then smirked as she said, "Yeah, I can get you a backstage pass so to speak." As Miko cheered, down on the ring Bakugo continued to become more and more sad as Kinomoto began harassing him by turning into Sakura blossoms to move around before briefly turning back to land a hit before immediately shifting again. And while if they got caught in an explosion the flowers looked damaged from a blast, that damage didn't seem to transfer much to her human body. At least she didn't appear to be in pain whenever she struck, though she could be hiding that. "Man, I'm glad I'm not fighting her until the finals. I'm pretty sure the only way I could hit her would be if we had an agreement to not use quirks." Mina noted. "Indeed, it is a very useful quirk to avoid injury to oneself," Ida said as he adjusted his glasses. The students all winced as a furious Bakugo cut loose with an explosion that filled the entire ring. As smoke obscured the ring Izuku shook his head and said, "Welp, time's up for Bakugo." What do you mean Midoriya?" Uraraka asked. Izuku blinked and asked, "You mean you didn't notice?" "Notice what, Midoriya?" Sato asked. Izuku looked around and seeing everyone's confusion pointed up across the arena. The other students followed his finger and several of them choked on air, Tsu giving an alarmed ribbit, as they saw the large 50-foot-tall ring of pink that was steadily growing inwards like a giant iris closing, throwing the stadium into shadows. "Oh yeah, Logia," Kaminari said weakly. When Bakugo noted the shadow covering the stands, he looked up and began cursing both loud and creatively. Kinomoto, now standing a mere couple of feet from the out-of-bounds line, declared, "I think I've indulged you long enough, Bakugo." The Sakura blossoms all met in the middle then spun down in a pink twister. 5 feet over the middle of the ring the mass made a turn straight towards Bakugo who let out a furious explosion that was bigger than anything he had made yet. Admittedly impressive, but ultimately futile. The mass of botany that was thicker than he was tall slammed into him and hurled him, naturally still cursing up his own brand of a storm, out of the ring, over the ground too, and then through the gate he had walked out of before the match started and all the way down the hall to the wall at the end. Everyone stared at the blob of pink that came out of the tunnel like some massive snake leaving its den. About 10 seconds later Midnight said absent-mindedly, "Bakugo is out of bounds. Kinomoto wins." A moment later she flinched as the mass of Sakura blossoms lifted up then shot over to Kinomoto vanishing as the blossoms touched her body until there was one single blossom. A single blossom that she placed in her hair with a smile. It was probably simply a spur-of-the-moment decision. But for those who would have to face her in the following rounds, it was a reminder of just what she could do, and that unnerved more than a few of them. "Oh my, what a shock!" An unwelcome voice said gleefully and the students looked over at the nearby divider wall to see Monoma poking his head over with a grin as he continued, "That Bakugo character certainly talked a big game, and even made the top 3 during the obstacle course, and yet he got taken out by a general education student. You all must be so embarrassed," says the guy who didn't even place in the first event. "How's that for a reason to be embarrassed?" Nakadi sniped back. Monoma flushed as he glared at the Gen Ed student only for his face to go slack and drop below the divider. Kendo's head popped up with a sheepish look and said, "Sorry about him. Man, that guy's annoying," several 1A students thought. Shaking his head, Izuku stood up and said, "I should start heading down. Who knows how long or short Yaoyorozu's match will be." "Nakadi, I'll see you in the ring." "Don't worry, I'll be there," Nakadi said with an eager grin. Now that had been what I had been waiting to see, folks. Now let's get on to the 4th round. Having gotten in through recommendation, you know her skills are legit. With versatile creation, Yaoyorozu Momo. Verse. That are in both Shaolin Kung Fu and Jian sword fighting. Coming to us from Hong Kong, Lee Sarin. Yaoyorozu flicked her eyes to the announcement booth, then back to her opponent. Her eyebrows rose up when Lee put his right hand to his left palm and pulled out a jian. One that was clearly kept dull rather than sharpened for sparring purposes. Ping her head, she asked, can you make any sword or just that one? Actually, much like your classmate, I have a storage-type quirk, but for me it's 2 pockets on the palms of my hands and there's only about 3 square meters worth of space in each pocket. Lee stated. I see. Yaoyorozu said before she made a metallic staff and adopted her starting stance. Lee smirked as he adopted his own stance, clearly anticipating a good weapons fight. Once Present Mike started the match, the pair began making testing blows to get the measure of their opponent. 30 seconds later they began increasing the tempo of the fight, and within 5 minutes there was an almost constant clang of metal on metal as the pair fought. They had clearly made an unspoken agreement to use a point system. When after Lee had managed to disarm Yaoyorozu, he had taken a few steps back to allow her to pick up her weapon before continuing the fight. As such, the sparring match lasted for a good 20 minutes total before Momo managed to disarm Lee for a 5th time and he called out, I yield. The pair were breathing from the long fighting, but both had small smiles as the crowd cheered and Present Mike called out, and that's it folks. With Lee yielding, Yaoyorozu will be going on to the next round. Let's give these two a hand for an excellent display of weapons combat. The crowd cheered louder as the pair gave each other respectful bows before turning to leave the ring. The first round of the final event was now halfway done. A different stockpile ch11. This is the 6th of 8 chapters posted together. Story start. We're halfway through the heats folks. For our 5th match we have the rock star of Gen Ed taking on the walking inventory of the hero course. It's Nakadi Miko versus Midoriya Izuku. Standing on the ring across from his opponent, Izuku gave her a warm smile and said, let's have a good fight. Nakadi grinned and said, oh, I plan to. A moment later she smashed her fists together and shimmering silvery blue liquid metal appeared from the impact and quickly flowed across her hands and up her arms before surrounding the rest of her torso before expanding outwards. A few seconds later, the metal solidified into a 6-inch thick suit of armor, one with a clear window of what looked like glass at the head for Miko to look out of. Cackling, the girl called out, say hello to my Apex armored greenie. Not only has it been able to handle anything I could find to throw at it, it also makes me super strong. Izuku rose an eyebrow and asked, and you decided to go into music instead? Not that I'm judging, but most kids would think that a quirk like that would be perfect for heroics. Nakadi huffed and gave a dismissive wave as she said, I'll admit, I thought about it, but it just didn't feel as mean as the thought of being paid for jamming out did. Fair enough, Izuku said before he took a starting stance. A moment later, Present Mike called for the fight to start and Izuku's left hand slap deflected her opening punch. Could he have stopped her punch cold? Well yeah, but where was the fun in that? A few deflections later and Izuku was confident in saying that Nakadi was definitely a brawler-type fighter. Not to say that she didn't know what she was doing, there were surprisingly few openings in her stance and moves, but it was clear that she just preferred pounding her opponent into the ground rather than use flash and flare techniques. And he was honestly and happily surprised that she even bothered with defense given her quirk's supposed invulnerability. So, out of curiosity, what's the hardest amount of force you've tested against your quirk? Izuku asked as he ducked under a horizontal swing before pushing off the rising kick that would have probably knocked out his teeth if he couldn't steal the kinetic force should it have connected. My quirk counselor managed to get me in front of a rocket sled after going through like 10 encyclopedias worth of paperwork. It threw me about 100 feet, but other than that I was fine. Nakadi said before she caught what looked like an old washing machine Midoriya just threw at her, strong to tell given how crumpled it was. Just as she was about to throw it back though, it disappeared from her hands, to be replaced by Midoriya's palm. Nakadi had just a split second to be confused before there was a semi-truck trying to take up the tiny amount of space between them. Naturally, physics didn't like that and she got launched towards the edge of the ring. Fortunately, Nakadi didn't get a chance to go further than Sanuva dash in her head before Izuku was behind her, hand on her back as her legs fell to the ground. Behind her faceplate, Nakadi looked with wide eyes at the large semi-truck that Midoriya had to go around, as well as the remaining distance to just a foot before the boundary line. Turning around so that she could see Midoriya, she asked, "Dude, just how fast are you?" Midoriya shrugged and said, "I've been collecting kinetic force from All Might Sensei every day I have class with him. I could probably launch myself to the moon then back if I wanted." He then grimaced and said, "Course, if I did that I would be cratering the ground pretty badly." Nakadi blinked and said, "Present Mike Sensei's right, your quirk's seriously OP." Midoriya shrugged then pet his head as he asked, "So do you want to continue or?" Nakadi gained a considering look before she asked, "Do you mind sparring with me in the future?" "Sure," Midoriya said easily. "I'm good then, that last move would have easily launched me out of the ring if you didn't stop me," Nakadi said, and a moment later her armor lost cohesion before sinking back into her body. And after a surprise return of Midoriya's semi-truck, Nakadi decides to honor the technical ring out, allowing Midoriya to pass to the second round. "Let's give them a round of applause for good sportsmanship, folks." Present Mike called out and the crowd did as requested. Nakadi clapped Izuku on the shoulder and said, "Good luck in the rest of the tournament, Greenie." "Thanks, Nakadi," Izuku said. Nakadi grinned and said, "Call me Miko." "Feel free to call me Izuku as well then if you want," Izuku said. Giving him a brief wave, Miko walked towards the stairs while Izuku went to collect the truck. A few minutes later he was off the field with the next pair of fighters taking their place, and Present Mike announced, "He's as cold as the ice he uses, Todoroki Shoto. Verse. Gravity's not a law for her, merely a suggestion, Uraraka Ochako." Uraraka saw the look on her opponent's face and she pet her head as she frowned and asked, "Are you alright, Todoroki? You look kinda angry." "I am angry, that's what happens when my father sticks his nose in where he's not wanted," Shoto stated flatly. "Oh," Uraraka said, unsure of what else she could say to that. She didn't have any time to figure out either as Present Mike started the match and a massive wall of ice rushed towards her. Letting out a startled yelp, Uraraka's left fist clenched, activating her quirk, and she leapt up, and kept leaping as she did her best to outpace the rushing ice that nipped at her feet. 15 seconds after he called to start, Present Mike stared with glasses askew. He and the audience gobsmacked at the massive glacier now in the stadium with spikes of ice poking over the stadium roof. Todoroki sighed out a cloud of mist, mentally berating himself for going overboard on a classmate who never actually earned his ire. A few moments later, though, he stiffened as he heard said classmate shout out, "Geez, Todoroki, don't you think that was a bit much?" Todoroki turned his head upwards, the audience doing the same, and his eyes widened. High above the ground, higher even than the stadium roof, Uraraka knelt on the highest horizontal spike of ice, one hand wrapped around the tip to keep her in place as her open uniform top and hair floated around her. Incredible! Uraraka managed to avoid Todoroki's devastating opening move. Present Mike called out, causing the crowd to cheer. A moment later, Uraraka spun around the tip of the ice, curling in on herself before kicking off and dropping down at high speed. Todoroki tried to stop her by forming more blunt spikes out of the ice, but she managed to avoid being caught by bouncing off of them with her feet or pushing off with her hands. Within seconds she was back on ground level with hand outstretched towards him, only to kick off the concrete, sending her up and left to avoid the ice coming out of his right hand that reached for her. She only got a foot off the ground before she cancelled her quirk and hit the ground, running a few steps in a circle before she darted back in, only to be fended off by ice coming from Todoroki's foot that shot past her, making a large block. That set the pace for the next while, Ochako darting in only to be chased off. At some point Shoto made an ice shell around himself, but Uraraka bounced off all of the surrounding spikes to build up momentum before launching a kick at it, cancelling her quirk to shatter half the sphere with her return body weight at such high speed. Her kick actually connected with Todoroki's teeth, slamming him into the opposite side of the shell, leaving spiderweb cracks, but Todoroki instinctively used the contact to grow more ice from the shell, causing Uraraka to leap back again. However, Uraraka eventually ran out of room to move, and 3 minutes after she descended from the glacier, her fingertips hung 4 inches from Todoroki's face, her arm frozen up to the shoulder in a way that she couldn't reach him with her other arm. Damn it," Uraraka said with gritted teeth as she tried to break the ice with her free hand. Todoroki let out a large cloud of mist, his limbs trembling and frost coating his right side as he stated, "You lasted much longer than I thought you would. You should be proud of pushing me so far." A moment later he melted the ice in the direction of Midnight. When the steam dissipated, Midnight took a look at the ice pinning Uraraka in place and after a moment cracked her WHP and announced, "Uraraka is immobilized, Todoroki wins." "Damn it." Uraraka repeated, this time quieter, and Todoroki saw her fighting off tears. A small frown came to his lips, but he remained silent as he resumed melting all of the ice on the arena. "Poor Uraraka," Hagakure said as the majority of 1A watched a now freed Uraraka make her way dejectedly off the ring. "She fought valiantly," Tokoyami noted. "Yeah, Todoroki's just too strong, I guess," Kaminari said. Izuku frowned and stood up. Everyone looked at him in confusion as he moved to the railing, then hopped up, balancing on it. "And Midoriya, what are you doing?" Ida sputtered out in shock. Izuku looked back and said in complete seriousness, "Performing my class representative duty of ensuring my fellow students' well-being." A moment later he turned back towards the ring and shot off the railing, bouncing off the next level's retaining wall before landing on the grass next to Uraraka, startling the girl. As Izuku wrapped an arm around her shoulders in a quick one-armed hug and began talking with her, back with the rest of 1A, Kirishima clenched his fist as he said, "Ah man, that is so manly of him." "Well, I suppose that was the quickest way to reach Uraraka to console her," Ida admitted a little dubiously. "I thought it was rather heartwarming," Yaoyorozu said with a small smile as she watched two of her cavalry battle team members walking into the stadium innards. "Stupid Midoriya, making a move like that, why didn't I think of that? I could beats comforting Uraraka myself right now." Mineta grumbled under his breath only to yelp in pain as Jiro's jack shot into his shoulder and she vibed him. "Not looking back," Jiro said flatly, "no one wants your kind of comforting, you pervert." With Izuku and Uraraka, they met Asui in the entrance tunnel and Asui gave Uraraka a smile as she hugged the girl and said, "You did amazing out there, Uraraka, ribbit. If I tried to fight Todoroki like that, the cold would have knocked me out in seconds." Izuku winced and said, "I think I'm going to have a word with Todoroki if you two wind up fighting each other in the semifinals." Asui turned her head towards Midoriya and asked, "Do you not think I can make it that far, Midoriya?" Izuku snorted and said, "That's a loaded question and I'm not answering it." That got a giggle from Uraraka, but she quieted down as Izuku continued, "Besides, he's fighting me next." Giving the brunette's shoulders a quick squeeze of a hug again, he smiled at her and said, "Don't worry, Uraraka, I'll avenge you." Uraraka shot him a smile before she squeezed Asui a little harder before ending the hug between them and said, "Enough about me, good luck, Tsu. And remember, don't talk back to that guy." Asui nodded and said, "Rib, I know." Izuku reached over and squeezed her shoulder for a moment, leaning in to whisper into her ear, before he led Uraraka further down the hallway. As the pair retreated, so did the low level of radiant heat Izuku had been releasing ever since he joined Uraraka on the field to warm her back up. Despite herself, Asui felt a shiver go down her spine as she felt the slight chill from the still melting glacier return even with how far down the hallway she was. Wrapping her arms around herself, she began to rub her sides with her hands to build up a bit more body heat as she admitted to herself, "I really don't want to fight Todoroki." When the ice was finally cleared away, she left the hallway and walked up the stairs to the ring, eyeing her opponent as he did the same. "Now that all of the ice has finally been removed, let's get back on track, folks. It's the second to last heat. She's got all the good qualities of frogs but none of the warts, Asui verse. The dark horse of Gen Ed, the only one who looks like he needs a gallon-sized mug of coffee more than Eraserhead does, Shinso Hitoshi. Yow. That yelp at the end was due to the head slap that the microphones picked up, followed by Aizawa's irritated mutter of, "Keep me out of this." Asui let out a few rib bits of laughter, Midnight snickering to herself as well before the pair of females turned serious as the pair of students reached the starting point. "Let's have a good fight," Shinso said. Asui inclined her head, not quite able to repress the small habitual rib bit she let out. Fortunately, either that wasn't enough to count as a response or Shinso was being sporting in not activating his quirk before the start of the match. When the match started, Asui didn't hesitate, leaping forward to land beside her opponent. Shinso didn't even have time to flinch before Asui's tongue was wrapped around his waist as she leapt again, dragging him through the air as she quickly leapt across the ring and placed him back on the ground out of bounds. Midnight cracked her W and said, "Shinso is out of bounds." Asui continues to the next round. "Damn it, I didn't even have a chance." Shinso's muttered to himself. Asui hummed and said, "Our class representative told me to suggest you speak with our homeroom teacher about him giving you training tips since his quirk essentially makes him fight quirkless as well." Shinso blinked at that before looking up towards the announcement booth in contemplation for a moment before the pair began to leave the ring. Well folks, that was another quick match, which means it's now time for the last heat. First up, the acid-slinging pink menace Mina Ashido vs. Fighting for the honor of his family. Speedrunner Ida Tenya. Mina grinned at Ida and said, "You're going down, Ida." Ida adjusted his glasses and said, "We shall see, Mina." "Ready? Start." Ida shot forward only to swerve as Mina threw a handful of acid at him. She began skating on acid to get out of the way as Ida continued towards her, and the pair began making passes at each other, Mina using a combination of gymnastics to avoid Ida's reach or using her acid to make him break off in order to avoid it. This is turning into a game of cat and mouse, folks, with the roles constantly changing. Present mic announced. A minute into the game of tag the match had turned into, Ida suddenly broke away and ran to the boundary line, confusing not only Mina but the audience as well. Taking a crouching runner's stance, Ida grinned and said, "I had hoped to save this for future rounds, but it seems you leave me little choice." Recipro burst. A moment later, Ida's engines starting spewing blue fire as they cranked up a gear and he blitzed across the ring, shooting past a startled Mina on her right side. As he passed, Ida grabbed the collar of her gym uniform and dragged her along behind him as he quickly reached the other side. Before Mina could recover from her surprise, she was already out of bounds. Midnight's W cracked and she called out, "Mina is out of bounds, Ida wins." And with that, the first round of the tournament was over. A different stockpile Sage 12. This is the 7th of 8 chapters posted together. Story start. Alright folks, with the heats done, it's time for round 2, the quarterfinals. Who's going home with a shiny medal and who's going to have to contend themselves with only 2 fights? Starting us off, it's Spider-Man's spiritual descendant against Batman's equal in all things brooding. Siro Hanta vs. Tokoyami Fumigage. Siro's was alright, but couldn't he have come up with something better for Tokoyami? Izuku asked. "Yeah, the DJ needs new discs." Jiro said in agreement. If people thought that just because it was round 2 the matches would be longer, then they were disappointed. The moment the match started, Dark Shadow rushed Siro. The team managed to tag the construct and even pinned its arms with his tape, but Dark Shadow simply continued and rammed into Siro, shoving him all the way across the ring and out of bounds before he could recover. Midnight snapped her WHP and said, "Siro is out of bounds." Tokoyami advances to the next round. Talk about not fixing something if it ain't broke, folks. Barely after the word "start" stopped echoing and it was already over. Present mic called out. As the 2 students left the ring, he continued, and now for the second match of the quarterfinals. She managed to surprise everyone when she took out one of the ones thought able to go all the way in the first round, Kinomoto Sakura vs. This girl's a walking factory, Yaoyorozu Momo. 1A did its best to ignore the loud cursing coming from Bakugo as a great eagle-colored pink came flying out of Kinomoto's entrance only to land on the arena and turn into the brunette in question, giving Yaoyorozu a beaming smile and wave as she made her way to her spot as well. Said recommendation student had a face full of focus, but she was polite enough to wave back. "Start." Yaoyorozu snapped her arm out and flame blasted out of her palm at Sakura, who quickly cartwheeled to the side before flipping out of range. That was just the opening move though, as Yaoyorozu used the space to make a proper flamethrower which had a much longer reach. Kinomoto had a frown on her face as she broke apart into petals. Yaoyorozu sent the flames at them, but they split apart to avoid the fire before they seemed to multiply into a large wave that swept towards Yaoyorozu, now too many for the flamethrower to deal with all at once. But not enough apparently to deal with the 2 napalm canisters Yaoyorozu chucked at them. The entire width of the wave went up in black ash only for Yaoyorozu to let out a yelp as a single Sakura petal expanded into Kinomoto behind her already in a leg sweep. And as Yaoyorozu hit the ground on her back, a pillar of pink rose up from behind the burning wall. Yaoyorozu barely had time to widen her eyes before the pillar slammed into her, and moments later she was buried under a 30-foot-tall cylinder of petals, only her head visible. "I wouldn't recommend burning those," Kinomoto stated, arms crossed but still tense in case Yaoyorozu could get free some other way. Yaoyorozu instinctively strained against the flowers, grunting at their weight. A small part of her mind noted that Kinomoto must have been keeping most of the mass from actually pressing down on her, because otherwise she should be feeling like an elephant had a foot on her. Various chemicals went through her mind but were dismissed due to being too harmful to her own body to use. 5 seconds after Kinomoto's warning, Midnight asked, "Be honest, Yaoyorozu, can you get out from that?" Yaoyorozu's mind rushed some more before she sighed and said, "If this was a real life and death struggle against a villain, then yes, I could get out, but everything I can think of would leave me requiring immediate medical attention as soon as the danger was over." Midnight nodded and cracked her WHP as she declared, "Due to being unable to escape without causing unavoidable injury, Yaoyorozu is declared defeated by technical immobilization. Kinomoto advances to the next round." The pillar of petals floated up to allow Yaoyorozu to get up before flowing into Kinomoto's body. Offering her opponent a hand up, she gave her a hopeful smile and asked, "No strong feelings?" Yaoyorozu accepted the hand and pulled herself up, nodding as she said, "This is a competition after all." Once the pair had left the ring, Present Mike called out, "With the battle between beauties finished, it's time to bring out the beasts of 1A. Able to turn even a desert into a frozen wasteland, it's Todoroki Shoto. Verse. He can absorb whatever comes at him and dish it back whenever he chooses. Midoriya Izuku. So here we are," Todoroki said before sighing out a cloud of mist as he continued, "To be honest, I would have preferred to have faced you in the finals." Izuku nodded at that and said, "Understandable, I'm a pretty big roadblock." A moment later the match started and Todoroki slid his right foot forwards, sending out a massive wall of ice. A massive wall of ice that connected to Izuku's right palm and immediately cut off at that point, ice flowing around and up. When Todoroki had finished, there was a large glacier like before. And like before, his target wasn't caught. In fact, Izuku was ping his head in curiosity as all of the ice his hand was pressed against suddenly disappeared into bag of holding. And Midoriya no-sells Todoroki's opening move, Present Mike announced. "And the purpose of that was?" Izuku asked. A frost-covered Todoroki shrugged, his breath continuing to mist as he said, "Honestly? I was hoping I could reach whatever limit your quirk had space-wise so that way you couldn't store any more." Izuku nodded at that and said, "Fair enough. Warm yourself up and we can move on to fisticuffs." Todoroki scowled and said, "You know I won't use my left side in battle." Izuku gained a flat look and said, "Todoroki, this is an exhibition match, not a battle. If this was the real thing I would have already pulled you into bag of holding before you even got a shot off. Now unless you want me to knock you off the stage from here with your own ice, then I suggest you heat yourself up." Todoroki let out a resigned sigh and slipped his UA sports jacket off as well as the black shirt underneath before his left torso and arm erupted in flames. Half a minute later, the flames cut off and Todoroki slipped his shirt and jacket back on, though he left the jacket unzipped as he slipped into a hand-to-hand starting stance. Izuku nodded and walked forward 5 steps before he launched forward with a burst of kinetic force, and Todoroki barely had time to deflect the punch going right for his face. He did not want to block anything Izuku sent at him, who knew how much force he'd put into his strikes. And Midoriya is showing admirable sportsmanship by continuing the fight with hand-to-hand rather than using his long-range options, Present Mike called out. Aizawa though disagreed as he said, "Sportsmanship nothing, he's conserving his resources while at the same time making his opponent add to it. Todoroki's blows may be pocket change compared to the strength needed to hold up a semi-truck one-handed, but every little bit counts." Todoroki gritted his teeth at his homeroom teacher's words, hating how true they were. Izuku wasn't deliberately no-selling his strikes per SE, deflecting where he could rather than letting Todoroki's blows land without resistance, but the key word there was could. For all of his power and speed, it was clear that Izuku was no hand-to-hand ever. All other things being equal, Todoroki was objectively the better trained in CQC. But it was like hitting a wall made out of sponge blocks. It didn't hurt to hit, but you weren't going to cause any damage either. And no, knife hand strikes didn't work either. 2 minutes into the glorified sparring match, Izuku's frown of concentration turned irritated as he said, "I came across Endeavor and All Might talking earlier, real Dad of the Year candidate there." Todoroki snarled but didn't say anything, both because he didn't want to give Midoriya the satisfaction and because he was busy pushing Izuku's current left punch up while blocking a kick with his raised shin. Thankfully there was normal force in the kick. Izuku wasn't done though as he continued, "Look, I can kind of see where you're going with not wanting to use your flames with that guy as your dad, but just because he provided half of your genes doesn't mean he's powering half your quirk. You're not pulling from your mom when you use your ice, right?" Todoroki twitched at that, giving a grimace as his own punch was slapped down and away. "I'm just saying, it's your quirk, not Endeavor's, and all that refusing to use it in battle is doing is hindering you, on a temperature control front if nothing else," Izuku said as he dropped into a leg sweep that Todoroki hopped over only to widen his eyes as he saw Izuku lift his palm up and a blast of water pushed him through the air. He managed to make an ice slide that kept him from landing out of bounds, but it was close. But even as he landed, Izuku was suddenly right in his face, hand on his shirt. Todoroki stiffened as Izuku leaned in and whispered, "And you'll never forgive yourself if using your fire could have saved someone but your lack of action got them killed." The next moment Izuku's hand touched the ice behind Todoroki, storing it, and he was shoved out of bounds. Midnight cracked her WHP and declared, "Todoroki is out of bounds. Midoriya advances." As the crowd applauded, Izuku walked past Todoroki and said quietly, "You don't have to listen to me to do, but I hope you will." Todoroki turned as Izuku walked down the steps before glancing up to where Endeavor had been watching with crossed arms. With frown growing, he turned and followed his classmate. As the pair of students left, Present Mike called out, "And with that it's time to move on to the final match of the second round. These two can both get to where they need to be in a hurry, but only one of them will be able to get to the next round. Let's see who it'll be. It's Asui Tsuyu versus Ida Tenya. Let us have a good match, Tsu," the spectacled teen said with a quick bow. The frog quirk teen gave a matching bow back and said, "Let's do our best, Ida, ribbit. Start." Ida immediately rushed forward and Asui quickly leapt to the side, launching out her tongue at the same time. Ida swerved away from the tongue even as he tried to turn as sharply as possible towards Asui's newest position. But before he could reach her there was an impact on his back that caused him to stumble in his run, quickly followed by something wrapping around the ankle of the foot on the ground that yanked backwards, sending him sprawling on the concrete. He had just long enough to look behind himself to see Asui's tongue before he heard his opponent say, "Sorry about this, Ida." The next moment he let out a yelp as Asui lifted him up into the air, shooting her tongue over the out-of-bounds line and gently depositing him on the grass. Midnight cracked her W and called out, "Ida is out of bounds." Asui proceeds to the next round. And in another fast match we now have our last semi-finalist, folks. We'll take a 15-minute break and then it'll be Tokoyami versus Kinomoto followed by Midoriya versus Asui. So grab a bite, place your bets, and get ready for some more great fights. A different stockpile Siege 13. Since FF isn't actually sending out alerts for chapter updates, this is the 8th chapter posted to this story in one shot. Go to chapter 6 for the first of this set. And for those who have already read through from that chapter to here, I hope you've enjoyed reading this iteration of the Sports Festival arc. Story start. Welcome back, folks. For those just tuning in, we're about to kick off the semi-finals of the first year 1 versus 1 matches. Stepping into the ring is the dark duo Tokoyami Fumikage and his quirk Dark Shadow of Hero Course. And his opponent, the surprisingly capable gymnast Kinomoto Sakura from General Education. A small twister of pink flowers formed from above and touched down on the concrete of the ring, quickly shrinking down to person's sized before shifting into the brunette. Giving Tokoyami a smile, she stated, "Let's have a fun match." Tokoyami lowered his head a little and stated, "The abyss awaits, let us revel in the darkness. Let's get this party started, begin." Dark Shadow immediately shot out from Tokoyami, but when he slammed into Kinemoto, she exploded into Sakura flowers. "Hey, what gives?" The sentient Quirk asked. "If you had been paying attention to the previous matches, you would know that she is a Logia," Tokoyami stated. "Oh, that is bullshit," Dark Shadow said, the last word turning into a high-pitched yelp as Kinemoto became human-formed again above him in order to wrap her gym uniform jacket around the end of the quirk, pinning his arms and covering his head, before slamming down an axe kick that sent him crashing into the arena floor. Kinemoto landed next to him facing Tokoyami, staying human just long enough to give him a grin that sent a shiver down his spine before she burst apart into flowers to surge forward. As the petals reached him, Tokoyami bent forward, a pair of fists having planted themselves in his stomach. A moment later, he fell to the ground as those same hands grabbed his ankles and dragged him towards the out-of-bounds line. Shortly after Midnight cracked her WHP and called out, "Tokoyami is out of bounds," Kinemoto advances. And it's another quick match as Kinemoto used Tokoyami's own previous strategy against him. "Present," Mike announced. Tokoyami sighed before giving Kinemoto a nod, passing her jacket to her after getting it from a grumbling Dark Shadow. As the pair left the ring, Present Mike continued, "Next up, it's the Battle of the Greens. Here comes Midoriya versus Asui. Who's joining Tokoyami on the third-place podium and who's going on to the next round? Let's find out." Meeting Asui in the ring, Izuku gave her a grin and asked, "Ready for this, Tsu?" Asui nodded and said, "Ready, Ribbit. Start." The pair wasted no time, Asui launching her tongue even as she dropped to all fours. Izuku though exploded upwards, Asui's tongue hitting the 100-foot-tall, 2-foot-thick but very dead tree, sans branches, he was now standing on. The dead wood shattered under the impact, and as it began tilting forward, Izuku called out, "Timber." Izuku's leap back and off the tree had it falling forward even faster, and Asui quickly retracted her tongue before with her usual ribbit hopped to the side, easily getting clear of the trunk, which slammed into the ground and further shattered as the trunk hit the stairs then the grass-covered ground. The pair paid no attention to the shattering of the tree, though, as Asui was already shooting out her tongue again, only to this time slam into a familiar truck door at just the right angle to launch Izuku further straight up rather than up and back where he would have landed out of bounds. And then it began raining appliances as Izuku brought out ruined fridges, freezers, washers, dryers, ovens, and the odd dishwasher from Bag of Holding, using the brief moment before gravity claimed them to leap off in order to remain airborne while at the same time adding just that bit more of speed to their fall. As Asui darted around the ring avoiding the falling metal, Present Mike called out, "Midoriya's managing to both keep his altitude and Asui on the move as he unleashes every home appliance but the kitchen sink. Oh wait, never mind, there's one now. Still, I've got to wonder just how many dumping grounds he's gone through to find all of this stuff." Aizawa joined in with "Who knows, but he's making one god-awful mess in the ring that Asui is having to keep track of so that she doesn't land on something sharp or has her landing point shift and trip her up. That god-awful mess was leaving busted-up metal all over the ring, forcing Asui to now leap from the fall-damaged frames of the appliances themselves. A small part of her noted that Izuku must have kept the various screws, bolts, and clips holding things together in Bag of Holding to get so much spread of parts out of the impacts. Either that or a lot of people in quality control weren't doing their jobs. What truly vexed her at the moment was that whenever she deflected the falling appliances with her tongue, Izuku shot said tongue or the rest of her body with a RBB bullet. She was adept enough at pattern recognition to stop trying after the third time that had happened. And trying to leap up to his level had such an obvious result it wasn't worth thinking about any longer than it took to dismiss said thought. It looked like her only option was to stay on the move and wait until Izuku ran out of stuff to throw and then came back down to her level. But a few minutes after he started, Izuku stopped jumping around and instead launched his zap pole into the crumpled remains of a dishwasher. Asui had just long enough to realize that the entire ring now had conductive metal scattered all over it before he sent some of his stored electricity down the zap pole, which immediately began arcing over all of said metal. Without even any time to jump, not that she had anywhere safe to land but out of bounds given even the dead tree was fully covered, Asui felt her entire body lock up under the miner's tazzing, barely able to get out a stuttering "Ari." An instant later Izuku had stored the zap pole so that he was ring level again. The dishwasher also stored before he shot to her position, storing anything touching him on the way before he hooked his left elbow around her own and spun, tossing her out of the ring and onto the grass. Midnight cracked her WHP and declared Asui is out of bounds, Midoriya wins. The moment she declared that the edges of the ring shot up into the air, the rest of the ring following until the area by Izuku looked like the bottom of an ant-lion pit. Consequently, this sent all of that metal rolling down along with the part of the tree on the ring sliding as well, looking like it would all crush the teen. But before the crowd could express its surprised fear, the lot of it all disappeared back into bag of holding. As the ring returned to a level surface again, Izuku gave Cementos a grin and said thanks.